I see one person is in here. I'm just really testing this because I am eventually going to go live and address some things. This is a tester, but I will eventually be going live and addressing some things. This is my first time live. Well, this is my tester. Thanks for coming in. Good morning, Pooh. This is my first time going live. And I had no desires on ever going live, really. But I do want to address some things. And I'm going to probably go live. I don't know. Um, I guess I'll keep this live up. Maybe somebody can help me take off the first minute. I don't know. This is my first time going live. But I know things sometimes were meant to happen. And I'm definitely going to address some things because I'm not the one to be played with. I'm not the one to be used to insinuate things where people get to coming for me. I might as well just go on and start talking about it now. Since I have 4 people and this was really like a tester. Thanks for the person, the individual, or actually a few individuals who helped me to go live because honestly, I didn't even know how to go live. Give me 1 minute. Thank you, Pooh. Who knows? This could have been meant to be. But yeah, I might as well just go ahead and talk now. I have 5 people in here. I was really testing it. Um, yeah, I'm not the one to be played with. As you all know, last year around August, it was in August of 2025, and a little prior, well, rather prior to August 2025, I was cool with Sheena Speaks, and I was cool with everybody. Like I initially was just here as a subscriber, and I'm still a subscriber. And I ain't going all the back in history with her, but I didn't like her style. I knew she was doing things uncouth, and still supported her. Not that I supported the things she was doing, but there was a uh, the straw that broke the camel's back was when I felt like she was taking advantage and using a situation. I knew she didn't like Vibes. Vibes was very much aware of it. Um, but anytime she wanted to come to Vibes' panel, she would reach out to me because Vibes had her blocked. Can you tell Vibes to unblock me? And I would tell her. And when it came down to her grandson situation, Vibes helped her on that as well. Good morning, Gemini. And so, you know, Vibes didn't have to do any of it, but she did it on my behalf, on the strength of me. And the one thing I don't like is somebody to use me to get what they want, and to use someone else, and then it makes me look like I could be taking advantage of that person. Like with me being in the middle, Vibes might be thinking, shoot, Golden might be playing me. And look, and I'm giving this woman stuff to help her, and then she's going online trying to bash me. Well, I want to go ahead and address some things about the Octavius situation. She and Octavius, as you know, were not cool. Octavius had uh, gone online and exposed her with Willie Smith. I remember asking her, who's Willie Smith? I didn't know about her history with all this stuff that was coming out. And she was like, as she calls everyone who talk, now I know her, my troll. So, good morning. Good morning, Gemini and Karma. Oh, hey, MGO. Good morning. Thank you. Was that MGO I saw? Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't MGO. So anyway, basically, when she was having issues, so one day we all know that D Dirty, she is pretty good at what she does when it comes to striking and hitting channels. Um, so we were talking about it because Sheena's information was all out there. So with us being on the phone, she's like, yeah, I was gonna see if Dirty could do it. She was like, call her. Well, I wasn't thinking because see, when you I wasn't thinking like, oh, she's trying to use me to call D Dirty. I'm like, okay, because I was supportive of the situation, and I felt bad for her, and I was willing to help her, and especially I was willing to help her because this individual was harassing me for no reason. So at this point, this person is my enemy. I would not have even gotten involved. As anyone, if anyone who knew me, they would know that people were fighting and all that. And when it came down to me getting involved, I didn't because I was just trying to be a neutral party. I wasn't trying to be involved with that. So like when Vibes and Sheena was fighting and all that kind of stuff, I dealt with Vibes separately than I dealt with Sheena. We all know Sheena lies, but she cannot, and if she has, she's a liar. She can never say that I've ever been on the phone with her to talk about Vibes. Of course, she's going to try to say something about Vibes, and I'm not going to feed into it. And the same with Vibes. However, um, so it was that. So when it came to this situation, and this guy just started like harassing me. At first, it seemed like he wanted to be cool, but then all of a sudden, he would go online and harass. And I'm like, hold up. I ain't did nothing to this man. And I don't know how people just randomly choose people. But I guess it's the same thing when you're walking down the street and you get robbed. Like out of all people, they choose you. So, anyway, I know I jump around a lot. I don't have notes because this is my first time and this was really a tester. So Sheena was like, yeah, call Dirty. Call Dirty. And I was like, yeah, okay, let me call Dirty. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, yeah, we got to stop this. I'm feeling bad. It now went to her, now to her grandkids. You know what I'm saying? And she's feeling sad. And I have compassion. So I called Dirty and she's like, hey, Golden. And Sheena's on the phone and she's trying to ask Dirty about, as the phone was ringing, as I was calling, she was like, because I ain't got no problem with Dirty. That was like a red flag. because I know anytime I've studied her enough to know anytime she says she ain't got a problem with something, she has a problem because she wouldn't even like, I mean, like, who doesn't? I ain't got no problem with, like, randomly out of nowhere. I ain't got no problem with Karma. 'Cause I ain't got no problem with Pooh. Like, who would just come out and say that? If you don't have a problem with anybody, I mean, you know, all the people in the world, and all the hundreds and thousands of people that you know or know of, you're not going to just be saying you don't have a problem with them. But when you specifically speak on a specific person, then you know there's something that could be going on with this. And that was a red flag. And I'm like, well, why would she say that? This is what was going on in my mind. So D was like being cool, but I could tell D wasn't really into it. And she was like, well, you know, you can go ahead. And she was like giving her some brief instructions on, you know, you could just go ahead and just strike him. Whatever it was, D wasn't really interested. And I could tell. So we got off the phone. And next thing you know, we were on live. I can't even remember all the specifics about anything happened between that, but nothing really happened. But I just know next thing I know, she Octavius was live or something happened. And now she wasn't even talking to Octavius. And she went on and was like, she started asking Octavius. And I knew it was out of desperation. And I knew she was gonna use them. So I already know what was going down. So these false narratives that, you know, that she has spread it like I got mad about Octavius. She and I had a short phone call and we laughed about it. And I was like, yeah, by the way, I already know you trying to use Octavius. And we laughed. But I also stood on what I said. And I'm not trying to reawaken anything because at this point, Octavius ain't bothering me and I'm not bothering Octavius. Okay. But I am speaking facts about what took place, the details. Okay. So, anyway, for her to come out like that, and she already knew, she then shared the conversation about when I said and that we laughed about it. She knew I knew what time it was, but she was getting on this app trying to make it seem like I was so mad that she was dealing with Octavius when I already knew she was using him. And I am not the type of person who uses people, but it did make me think, damn, she probably used me just to get the vibes so she could get whatever she wanted to get out of her. But at this point, I didn't care. I didn't care because I wasn't cool with Octavius because, we're not going to keep bringing that up, but he was swinging for his woman and I had no issue with him. And it shocked me because YouTube world is apparently different from real world. I'm not, or this generation of people, I'm not used to men jumping in cat fights. And so he was doing the most. I heard he had, did whatever he did. And I was like, oh, I'm cool on this dude. Or I guess he cool on me. That was the end of that. So anyway, hello. Okay. I haven't been looking at my chat. I mean, hey, Rena and hey, Mimi. How you doing? So, anyway, that was that. Then next thing you know, she just got real dirty with it. You know how she had before when she was bringing me in the mix and I never said anything and she was trying to use me. I can't even remember all the details about it, but if you recall, I was on Vibes this channel and I never said anything. And anyway, we worked whatever that was out. But then she started doing it again and I'm like, she's going to continue this. She's already showed me signs before. I already know her character, but I was dealing with it. It's best for me to just cut it off. And what was the straw was when she then, now mind you, she wasn't even cool with commentary. Mind you, I still got screenshots where he was harassing her too, calling her monkeys and everything else. As you know, he was harassed and is still harassing people. And this is the part I don't get. And this is that people didn't see everything in the beginning, or is it because he's harassing specific people that they want to turn a blind eye on it? And I think that is what it could be. Okay, wait a minute. I'm on my backup page. I can't get chat on my main. Oh, okay. Oh, I see you are on your backup page. Okay. Oh, I hope you fixed that, Mimi. This is my first time actually going live, y'all. We got to put this on the books. So now that I'm going live, this might be a drug. I might get hooked. Like I got hooked on going on panels. I was never interested in going on panels. I don't know if I'm hooked. I'm not hooked on going on panels. However, that's another story. I started going on Vibes taught me how to go on panels. And I was going on it to support her. We all know the story behind that. And that was that. So anyway, type okay. Thank you. So what was the straw was that when she decided that she wanted to bring this individual, right? And she knew that I was cool with Vibes. I have compassion, okay, overall. And I knew the stuff he was doing was wrong. Yes, I was enjoying the entertainment of it, and not necessarily all the entertainment of it. I am going on the chats because I want to see what people have to say. I don't necessarily agree with everything, but I want to hear it for myself if possible. Now, some of the things on some of the channels, I would listen at their commentary to find out what was going on Sunny's chat, because Sunny had a lot going on and she would be on for long periods of time. And if you wasn't there 24/7, let's keep it real. Sunny would have some, she'll be cool 1 minute, and the next minute you find out you didn't miss some action. She didn't cut somebody out. She didn't did so anyway. To go on those other pages, I'd find out the 411. Not necessarily that I was verifying it, but I did, believe it because I, know I've seen some of, what goes on Sunny's chats. So anyway, she next thing you know, she had him on her panel, and I'm like, hold up. Now, this dude has bothered you, but you know that he has harassed me a lot. He has harassed me a lot because he knew I was supporting Vibes. I know the tactics. Okay, I don't like her. So she got this supporter over here. So I'm going to harass this person until they leave her alone. I don't work like that. There have been so many people who have dropped off from Vibes, and a lot of other people, some of you people, because of a person who didn't like you. And I'm not going down like that. I'm not about to satisfy their enemy. Um, so anyway, I didn't like that. And it's like, this dude been talking about you, and this dude has really been doing me in for no reason. I wouldn't do that to her, just like how Willie Smith did her. Now, I'm just talking about Willie Smith and I, we all right now. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, Willie Smith, let's keep it real. Willie Smith brought it really to the sector. There were people who would make comments, and I hear a little bit of that. But Willie Smith went strong. Willie Smith is the one who, next thing I know, Octavius was going live about her. And Willie Smith was all in the chat. And that's why I was asking, who's Willie Smith? Shit, Willie Smith didn't back down on her. Okay, so that would be like me all of a sudden kicking it with Willie Smith, knowing that I'm cool with Sheena and Willie Smith and did all this. And I felt like, why would she have this nigga, this Negro up here? Okay. And then on top of it, you doing it to be vindictive because you don't like Vibes. But you doing it, and I just didn't like that. And I wouldn't do it to you. Then he's on there lying and stuff. It's just not cool. Okay. And then we already know, and I've talked to you, and we knew and discovered what was going down with this dude. So yeah, I didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate it at all. And when I get pissed off, I do go off. And I'm realizing that some of that is coming in through this YouTube as well. And it's worse. I ain't gonna say it's worse, but it might be because I can't even get a hold of you, which is good because I'd be locked up. For real, for real. Like when you take me there, or even if I don't get physical, looking you in your eyes and cussing you out. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You being there is a lot different. All that foolishness you're not going to do in a person's face. So anyway, I went on her channel that day and I'm pissed and I went off. Then she started with she was saying, like how basically she was willing to, you know what I'm saying, be cool with everybody. And basically like she mature about it. Now, while she's saying that, her sidekick Donna be on her page talking about people who are still back cool when she herself, I've seen her over there on Nola's channel since she been back from uh New Orleans. So that's what it was that pissed me off. Now, I ain't said nothing about her family. I ain't did nothing to her. Now, this will go to show if anybody got common sense, where she was just pissed because now I'm ready to separate myself from her. It was like a person when they have a person when you like him, when you dating him or with him, and when you want to separate yourself, he gon' you know what I'm saying, do the most. Same with her. Now she's ready to dox me. Now she's ready to lie. Now she's ready to. She ain't brought no damn receipts forward. She was on her phone trying to scroll through stuff, and then her silly supporters. She's sitting up here, trying to narrate. And then it was somebody who came in the chat was like, basically, they see that she was full of it with her receipts because pull them all the way up, which I've already discussed all that. No, you requested these things, okay? And on top of it, then since Mimi is here, we didn't already went over this. Yeah, she sent me Mimi's baby. And I want to apologize to Mimi if she felt some kind of way, but I was never, I've already explained that. She was the one that kept throwing in Sonny's face. Yeah, you said all this stuff about me, Mimi's baby. I had never heard it because she goes to everybody's page. She has troll accounts, okay? Don't let her fool you. Remember, she and I talk behind the scenes. And so anyway, she kept saying it, and I'm like, what? And then I said, oh, I found a picture of Mimi's baby. And she said, send it to me. I wasn't sending it to her to talk about the baby. And that's why she can't say ever that Golden said anything about the baby, because actually we both said, oh, she cute. I was like, yeah, she's a cute chocolate baby. And I'm like, Sonny, whatever I said at the time, that was that. She can't show no kind of receipt where I talked about her. And in fact, she's a liar, but she ain't never came forward and said I was saying something bad about Mimi's baby because she knew it never happened. When it comes to, she decided to go on her rant. She had 1,000 people in her chat. Everybody wanted to know who Golden was. She pulled up from my Cash App. She said I was a paymaster, but she ain't showed the Cash Apps. What, me sending $5 saying good job, I enjoyed that chat, or sending her a text that said it, or whatever it was. Is that considered a paymaster? But then if the people who paid attention to her, ain't no way I would send anybody. She was online the other day begging for money. No way I would send her a dime. Because if you think that she won't do it to you, but she did it to somebody who she said she fucked with, she was cool with, talked behind the scenes with, she'll do it to anybody. She's the one. Because I got compassion. I'm like, okay, I'm cool with her. She called me one day when she was on that road, her car broke down. So reason why she probably can't go to her grandmama's house. She borrowed her grandmama's car. Her grandmama was tripping on her. And she told me her grandmama liked the other grandkids better than she liked them. Okay. She called me Golden, could you help me out with some motel money? And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't volunteer. I didn't even know she was having a motel problem. Only thing I knew was that people were calling the motel. So she talked to them and the motel was aware. And so when people started calling again, they just told her that she had left the motel, which was not true. She was still there. So that protected her and protected them where they didn't have to keep getting whoever was calling. They didn't have to get those calls coming in. And I sent her some, I don't remember what it was. It might have been $60, $80. She didn't ask to borrow it. And I didn't ask for her to pay it back. I wasn't tripping on it. And of course, she probably wasn't expecting for all those extra fees when her plan was to drive out there and make some money. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let me look at the chat. I'll be okay. Yeah, same with Platt. She, did like, my thing is, if a person is so bad, you don't have to lie on them. So because you got to lie on them, that just goes to show that really they're not the problem. You are. And you want to lie to get other people to believe the BS. But now you asking for money. So now you asking for paymasters. Because ask her, show me your Cash App receipts. $5 $10? Is that a paymaster or is that somebody giving you a tip? Like, make it make sense. So at this point, like the people who are following her long enough, they should know she's a liar. Don't think I didn't pick up on it. And if anybody noticed, when it came down to certain stuff, I didn't even insert myself into it when she would go live with certain things. I was just there to support her. I wasn't fighting folks up in that chat about her. If you notice, or maybe people didn't notice, I'm just there. Yeah, she stay asking for cash apps now, Pooh, because guess what? She been demonetized, and she's so jealous. Remember, I was out with my kids for my daughter's birthday. We was in Vegas, and that's when she went on her spree. People were calling me. I was getting messages. Sheena doxing you. You doxing me because I'm separating myself from you? Do y'all get it? Is that a reason to dox somebody? Golden don't want to be basically Golden don't want to be my friend no more. She don't want to be bothered with me. She don't want to fuck with me. So since she don't want to fuck with me, because all the stuff Golden did, I did all the research, I did all the phone calls to try to help her for this dude to stop messing with her grandbaby. Okay, if y'all remember, I was even telling Sheena, you got to do something about it. I really don't know much about this YouTube stuff. This was new to me. All I know is to listen to some music and watching videos. And then next thing you know, the group of people, we started helping some of them, you know what I'm saying? The interviewees. And then it just went from one thing to another to get all this involved. That was never my plan. And first of all, I'm not into fame. If I was into fame, you see me on TV. If I was into fame, my family and parents and stuff was into that stuff. I would never give out my mother's screen name, but you know what I'm saying? She has credits. As you all know, I even showed you a residual track where homeboy over there got mad because he had people thinking he was living off of residuals. And I had to show y'all them residual checks get smaller and smaller and smaller. Shit. So she stay asking because she ain't demonetized. If y'all remember, like this broad, one of her fans came talking about I'm the one obsessed with Sheena. No, she talked about me for months straight, and didn't really go live or anything. I let her go on because see, in my head, I'm like, the more she do, and if I decide to move forward with something legal, the worse it's gonna get on her because she won't stop. Then next thing you know, I get information and she didn't posted my daughter online. My daughter ain't got nothing to do with this. But I already know why she posted my daughter online, because she was jealous. Let's keep it all the way real since we're talking about it. You put my daughter's photo up and put her daughter's photo up. And let's see. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even into all of that. But see, because she's got a jealous spirit, I know what time it was. What you putting my daughter up there for? And let's keep it all the way real. Ain't nobody gonna do a damn thing to my daughter. And trust me, if they try, she ain't about to be no punk. I didn't invest in my child all those years for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. She ready to move or whatever it is, and there's probably some more to it than that. If you ready to move, you should have your moving money. All that hate train you done built for months on Marcus, you ain't stacked up enough money. You said how you was busy working and with your family. How come you won't call your kids? You got 3 kids and they work. Why you ain't calling them? Why you ain't calling your family? Why you now for people to donate and stuff is cool. If you giving commentary and they giving, but they probably ain't giving much of that because she didn't call me such a paymaster. And if you think a paymaster is $5 and $10, you definitely a bottom of the barrel hoe. That's crumbs. You can stand in front of a 7-Eleven and get somebody give you $20, but if you think that giving somebody giving you a tip is a paymaster, then that tells a lot about you. So anyway, that was that. People was like, damn, Golden ain't saying no. Cause you don't, you know what I'm saying? I might say something here and there, but I wasn't even reporting. No, let me go ahead and let me just keep it all the way real. I became friends with somebody at YouTube. I drove all the way down there. I surely did. People thought we was lying when Vibes kind of mentioned it. And I became friends with somebody. Okay? If you go down to that YouTube, you definitely can meet some folks. They got a lot of young people into tech down there. But anyway, To make a long story short, I ain't gonna even go into details about that. However, I let her know about Sheena. Okay. I never did report none of shit at Sheena's videos, which I could have, and she would hide them. I think I still got links to some of them. Because I was gonna let her go on and on and on and on. Some of the stuff she deleted. But I was sitting back. And I'm still sitting back. And sometimes I pop my shit and say what I got to say. But the reality is that lately, Sheena been quiet for a few months. And that's because I decided one day to go in. I just wanted to show her that I could do something to one of her videos. And she was in her video talking about me. Now, strange, one of her supporters didn't hear that. Like, you don't hear none of the videos where she talking about people. She could supposed to be talking about the mountains and she'll bring us up. Okay. So I went on and reported just to kind of show her that I will. And I noticed after I did that, she ain't really been saying that, but she been using her sidekick, Donna, to go on the wall and say what needs to be said. Or Donna is a volunteer, whatever it is. Yeah, she begging right now. That's what she doing. And like how she told y'all, she just don't want to get monetized. Keep it all the way real. She just don't want to be monetized because she could just do what she want to do. No, I got proof. I got proof. She tried to get remonetized and they declined it. Okay. And that's the real. She lying. She's lying. But like I said, like I think it's odd that her people would come on and come and bitch, y'all wasn't there last year when she was going on and on and on with me, posting my baby's pictures and shit like that. And then now she gonna talk about I need to address that troll page. I ain't addressing that troll page. I already know who it is. We got receipts with who it is, but we knew before then because the pay attention. Like now, the troll is back making moves. The troll. I ain't gonna even go no details with that. I'm not gonna even go into no details with that. But she don't know me, you know, like she thinks she do. And another thing too, she didn't know nothing about my businesses. I was all right with Sheena, but I noticed she talks a lot. She only knew my name because my Cash App had my name on it. Vibes used to keep telling me, change your name. I was like, I ain't worried about it because I really wasn't worried about it. I wasn't Cash Apping a lot of people. And the people who I was Cash Apping, they didn't know it was connected to Golden Signatures. She did because I was cool with her. So she decided I'm going to go ahead and give her name. She only knew whatever she knew or she thinks she know or the little that she's call herself spreading by Googling. And then they realized the Golden Signature was actually a business as well. You know what I mean? When I created this page, I wasn't, I'm just putting the name there. But to go around and say anybody with common sense, as far as the notorial part, to say like, yeah, she using her business to give out people's information, make it make sense. That ain't what notaries do. Okay, let's make it make sense. Anybody can do a search on somebody when they have their name. Then she said, yeah, y'all can go on and report. Yeah, go report it and see how far you gonna get. Because you can't report nothing unless I'm doing something illegal with the state of California. If I'm doing some fraudulent notaries or doing something to help people take folks' properties away from them or something like that or whatever it is, go ahead and see that you're not going to get a response or they're going to tell you they can't help you. And especially if you ain't no client of mine. And I wouldn't give a damn how many times she go online. The people who I deal with would not even waste time with a bum like her, wouldn't even hear what she's saying. And then they would know that it's a lie. Because what I do, anything I do very well when it comes to my work ethics and what I do as far as, working in business. And then that's when then some of the other ones were curious. They looking all into me and they looking, they'll never be able to find everything about what I do because a lot of it is in trust and trusts are not public. Okay. So for that, now there was that other dude. I already know who pulled up that information. He saw a property that was connected to me, and he went online that day. Yeah, something about that pop, you know what I'm saying? But you don't know all of everything, and you'll never know. You know what I'm saying? They so curious about me. And then that troll who's created that page, she jealous of me because everything that she had people wanting to believe about her, she like, damn, that's for real golden. And I've never talked about it, and I never will. I may throw out a few things or a few low, you know what I'm saying, when I'm saying something, but for a long time, I didn't even say much of anything about it. And anything that I really talk about, I talk about my past. And I do that for a reason. Because I'm not going to let anybody know what I'm doing right now for nobody to be digging into me. I do it for a reason. Just like we know a notary didn't marry for exactly. Now notaries can, but you have to have some separate. There are some notaries who have gotten the certifications and stuff to do it, but you got to get the certifications. They're not doing it because they're a notary. You know what I'm saying? They're doing it because they. That's just like a doctor. A doctor could be a notary, but they not uh giving you medical advice because, or you know what I'm saying, they're not doing notarial work because they a doctor. That's two separate positions. It's crazy. Good morning. So basically, she did what she had to do. Now, let me jump around with the Troy's world. And it really ain't about the Troy's world, but um basically when it comes to Marcus, let me back that up. When it comes to Marcus, her, along with some other people, and Troy too, he has not specifically called names, but he knows these people know who Marcus's moderators are. Now, first of all, if anybody knew me, they would know I never wanted to be a moderator at all. If you notice, why was I never a moderator with Sheena? I think they tried to spread that one time too. I think even Sheena tried to lie, and she lied and wasn't even thinking like, damn, I forgot Golden wasn't even my moderator. If y'all notice, I was never Sheena's moderator. And do y'all know why? Because I had already told her, everybody knew I never wanted to be a moderator. First of all, I ain't good like me. When you start seeing moderators who know how to do all that, I didn't even know how to. You know how I didn't even know. I remember I asked Vibes, how would they posting the same thing back to back? Like they may say click like, and then they'll do it again. I'm like, they ain't even had enough time to type it again. I ain't knowing nothing about, oh, you go in the chat and then and when you type it in and you click copy. I'm now even, this is how unsavvy I am about all this stuff. So when I'm seeing all these other moderators do, ain't no way I know how to do that. All I can, and if you notice, all I will do is say thank you for supporting or hit like, all that other stuff. And I really didn't even know how to hit and put links up in there and do all that. I kind of know how to do it, and I be wondering how other people be doing it so fast. Even in Marcus's channel, all I do is say hit the like button, and half the time I forget about that. I'll be in there chatting or just watching. So, anyway, when it comes to Marcus, just because a person is a person's moderator does not mean that they support everything. And can't nobody sit up here and say that I be going back and forth with people, fighting what they say. People talk about Marcus every day, all day long. If I was fighting for Marcus, I'd be swinging for everybody. And a lot of stuff is true about Marcus. But I'm not about to prove to nobody to show them I said what I said. But then you think I'm going to be sitting on a hate train all day saying the same stuff? When I see something that wasn't cool, I was like, or I'll laugh at it like, yeah, or whatever it is. Or yeah, he shouldn't have let Summer go in that Uber. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to, and at this point, I'm not going to keep explaining it like let them keep doing it, because all it's going to do is mess up the content creators who have created the false narrative legally. Because even if you ain't said my name, the fact that I got proof of all of the messages and what the people are saying about us, and we ain't said none of this shit, can't nobody provide proof of all this stuff that they said. It was motivated for them to do it because of you. Period. We all were watching ASI. How I became a moderator of Marcus's, it ain't like I asked to become a moderator of Marcus's. One day I'm in his chat. And he knows I've talked about him too. But he also knows I ain't built no hate train. And he also, it seemed like if I see something good, I'm going to say it. I ain't about to jump on no hate train, and can't nobody push me in no corner to try to get me to do, or if she don't do it, we gonna talk about her until she jump off. You can't do that to me. I got, I ain't cut, I'm not, I'm not built like that. I'm built like if you try and I see what you're doing, it's gonna make me support them even harder, just to show you that you can't and you ain't got the strength to try to control me. Because the one thing I know, I ain't about nobody thinking they can control me and dictate, especially somebody who ain't doing nothing for me. Even if they're doing something for me, they can't do that. So, with that being said, Troy has made some insinuations. One time, Vibes, I know we talked about it before. Somebody was saying something, and he was like, basically insinuating like Marcus is paying us. So what? Paying us so for us to not to talk about him? I mean, like what? Paying us for what? Paying us to support him? Like some ridiculous stuff. So when it came down to the day when Feisty was on his channel and he was questioning her, we talked about it that day on Vibes' channel, and I specifically was laughing, and I was, knowing he was BSing. But now that you think about it, now that it's all over, just because he said he was just going to imitate Marcus, that don't mean it's the truth. When he asked about Marcus's thing size, we talked about it that night on Vibes' channel. Okay? Next thing I know, he's on this thing where he going to think now that he going to make everything be content. Like, is this helping your little pockets that much? Where you think like, oh, this is an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So he went online talking about the flying. I had to get this I got the transcript on my page because I wasn't thinking about it no more. First of all, I didn't even talk to Vibes when she said she's going to go live and she wanted to address it and to clarify it. And she didn't go no further with it. She wanted to first hear from him to see if he was talking about her. And if you all recall, I was like, yeah, he was. And, I am the person who wanted first find out, but I was like, we was the ones talking about it. We his content creators, and you know what I'm saying, for you to even create this story to think because Marcus addressed it that his people had to tell him, when Marcus is in your chat and in your so why would you pull us and you and Marcus as BS? So you think Marcus is there watching you all the time, so now you're gonna say his peons and flying monkeys. So now you're trying to create it where you got your now 10,000 whatever kind of subscribers, you got 5,000 to start coming from me, and I ain't the beat to come for it like that. You ain't about to think you're gonna start bullying me and try to create some false narrative. Yeah, Marcus said it's some truth in every joke, and that's what I know. Like when people will say something and be like, hey, I'm just playing. You know what I'm saying? They ain't always just playing. They just don't want to, you know what I'm saying, comfort. They just gonna, try to help you where you won't feel so, you know what I'm saying, feeling like you're being attacked. So, calm you down some. It's definitely a lot of truth in jokes. Oh, thank you, son. You went to the store?
Yeah. I just got water.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, anyway, exactly. There's always some truth to a joke. So to sit on there and that Marcus watches your channel, but you gonna come out when you got these silly people who are Marcus hate hate on the Marcus hate train to talk about, and then they they're not thinkers because you're the leader of this. This is your flock. Because somebody in the thing should have said, well, how you know? I didn't see, I must have missed that live. How you know Marcus's people told him? Marcus ain't had to get that from us. He got that from the horse's mouth. Just like we heard it, he did too. He goes to your chat just like you go to his. Did you tell your flock that you go to his? Because see, they seem to dislike anybody who gonna support Marcus in any kind of way. When Troy goes to Marcus's channel, okay, he'll drop down. He'll give Marcus his super chats. And honestly, I don't even think I've ever given Marcus a super chat before, but maybe once. And I think maybe recently. I don't even know if that was on Marcus's channel or not. Well, I made a comment or something. So you didn't give Marcus more money than his moderator. And when it comes to Vibes and me being her moderator, she knew I didn't want to be a moderator either. But she gave me that wrench she's already explained it, so I'm not going to even go with it. And hey, I was willing to go ahead and just accept it and just do it for her. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, any other person who I'm a moderator for is because I was in the chat. Next thing I know, I looked and saw a ranch. And that was that. So moderating is not one of my specialties. So anyway, now with this Troy situation, you know, when we talked about it, his flunky, I mean, one of his supporters, Jesse James, she hit the panel, and next thing I know, she was going on and on. And if you all remember, she wouldn't let her get a person get a word in. Then when Marcus came on, she going on and on, and finally, next thing you know, I'm on Yarvo's page. It's a whole nother subject. And it wasn't even the same day. And we were talking about some other things. Next thing I know, Yarvo, she was on Yarvo's panel. She didn't, you know what I'm saying? Change the subject. She trying to like let everybody know I'm a Marcus moderator. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, she like, oh, I was supposed to tell everybody, hey, I'm a Marcus moderator. It wasn't even about that. But what she didn't even know is that she's saying that where Yarvo is cool with Marcus. He been dealing with Marcus for years. It wasn't even about Marcus. We on a whole nother subject. And the day she went on there and followed and harassed, and she was really indirectly harassing me when she came on that panel, because we were talking about men and DL stuff, and I was talking about the DL epidemic and all this stuff. Wait a minute, let me see. I see some, DL epidemic. Hey, Copper. I was talking about the DL epidemic and everything else, and here she come on there about some BS. The day she came on with that BS, she never left that panel. She stayed on that panel with the foolishness, with the hollering and screaming. And you know what I'm saying? When Marcus come on, like people, when you see Marcus come on and people have questions, we want to know. We want to hear what he's talking about. You can't hear nothing because she busy hollering and screaming and cussing them out. It's just useless. She did that on Vibes' channel. And Vibes basically was like, no, that ain't happening no more. Especially somebody who don't even come and drop down in the chat ever. She just came from nowhere. You know what I'm saying with that? So, like I said, with the Troy, I didn't have a problem with Troy. But here she come talking about, Troy wasn't talking about you. Well, who was he talking about? He said, I didn't already posted it, so I can't, it's on my channel. And when I initially posted it, I did not tag Troy. But when I noticed that I already knew that he was, I had already suspected he was going to take my voice and create a video. And I said, that's exactly what he did. I know when I'm watching people's behavior patterns and stuff and how they move. And also when I was on his live, at one point I was thinking, damn, he ain't cut me off yet. So I'm just going to take advantage and just say all of what I have to say, because I don't have a platform. So shoot, when I get my chance to be able to do it, now I get to say everything that I've been thinking. Talking about the females, it's all jumping in he and Marcus's business, and he and Marcus is still cool, and whatever else I was saying, right? I didn't even realize I had went on that long. But I also know that from paying attention to his patterns is when the callers call in, after so long, he cut them off. It's like, okay, thank you for calling. And I knew he never did that. So I already knew in my head, okay, he's going to use this. Don't think I didn't know that. I already knew in my head that he was going to use it. But since I was already talking, hey, I'm going to talk. And that's exactly what he did. People don't know that I always think ahead when I'm paying attention to stuff. I already know what the person's going to do next. But then when I saw it come up and I'm looking at the comments, see, this is what I'm talking about. Where people are now are saying all this other stuff. There's people who didn't even watch the live. All they know is that they see this video clip. They don't even know why I'm saying what I'm saying, like the backstory behind it. That this broad called lying. And as far as me talking about him in Yarvo's chat, I was looking. Yarvo, he must have edited his video, because when I try to look for the chat, or I don't know, or maybe the chat is not available yet, it was a premiere he posted. And with that, I said what I said because I was really responding to something somebody else says. Like, for example, I'm like the type of person, I could be real sarcastic. Let's just say if they said, yeah, she ugly, and they might say, let's just say somebody say, yeah, because her baby ugly. I might say, well, that ugly baby sure do got some good looking parents. I might say something like that. So it'll look like, oh, she done said something about the baby being ugly. No, but you got to go forward and look at what I'm doing, and you can see that it's being sarcastic. So whatever it was, I can't even explain what it was because I said what I said and that was that. But she's obsessed. So she's now watching me like a stalker to even remember and know. Like when I was on his panel, I didn't even remember the specifics of that situation because like Vibe said he never responded or anything. So we just left it alone. That was a few weeks ago. So whatever it was, it was. But now it's like, damn, I'm going to find the video. I got to find the receipts to even know why I said whatever it was going on. And now it's definitely obvious. Like, who were you talking about? You know what I'm saying? It was basically, I know that night before we were talking about it. And now he said, oh, is this something general? How is that general? So I decided when he posted that, let me put him in a tag. And yeah, I make posts. What's wrong with that? Everybody else do videos for 1 or 2 hours. So if I make a post, imagine if I put them posts together, it would only be what? A 20-minute video? If you took all the posts that I created within a month, and I took those posts and said what I had to say, what I said on my page, this nigga and everybody else, they go online for 2 or 3 hours talking about somebody and then creating videos and all that kind of shit. Talking about the same people. But, you know, people got a problem with me going on my wall. You ain't about to do a damn thing. Like, make it make sense. Okay, wait a minute. Let me look and see. I'm about to look at the chat now. The sounds he was making when you was talking had me wrong. I heard him like, I heard him, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, so I already knew. Like, do you think that I didn't know what he was going to do next? I said, this nigga going to make a video. But he got me up there. And also, I've been paying attention to him. He don't let nobody talk that long. And I see people like, you got to give maybe people 5 minutes. Are you or his supporter, you that dumb to not know? He don't let nobody talk for that long unless it's going to be Feisty or somebody up there where they want to hear about him, or Feisty's mother where she's explaining the story. I ain't part of those characters. I'm not the mother of the family who got some information to tell him. He don't let people talk for that long. Since when have he let a caller talk for that long? But he let me. So anyway, let me go up here, y'all. Like we know, okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I can't take that lady. She liked to challenge men and very disrespectful. She don't just, yeah, she likes to challenge. She likes to, what I don't like about her, she's dishonest and she's a liar. And the thing is to be and that ain't just about being dishonest and a liar. Like you could be lying and be like, yeah, we went to this concert, but to lie on people to make them look bad. And then what it does is you're using your platform. And what happens is that you're creating a hate train. So now you got these people who are believing in you because they trust you and what you're saying. And because they ain't peeped out like they ain't, apparently, I thought way how we have peeped out her lies that everybody else has. And then they start harassing or making up lies. And then you get online and see all this crazy stuff. And then they tagging you and saying you the one. And you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. I got to start keeping up with the chat, y'all. Because now she got into it with my man on that panel. She get into it with everybody. And then she turn around and then try to be, I called them the mountain. And then she try to be a victim. It sounds he's making, okay, yeah, he edited the video. Okay, I can't say for sure what Troy meant. I took it as him speaking to Marcus supporters that leave him nasty comments. That's just how I took it. You nor vibes came to my mind. Well, that the thing is that day or the next day, Vibes went live to talk about it, or that night. It could have been the same night. Vibes went live because she was feeling some kind of way about the flying monkeys, and I'm realizing he also called us peons. And at the time, I kind of forgot, but it was basically what he was saying, like the content creators, like because it was something that we had talked about. So then it was like, how did he try to say that we were the, his, what content? How did you come about thinking that somebody His content creators told him. Marcus never said, yeah, my content creators or my whatever told me, but I know he heard, because he kind of referenced what he heard it being said, and nobody else talked about it. Everybody else is a Marcus hater. So, you know what I'm saying? It was just something like I can't even remember. I don't take Troy serious. He's a big ass troll, like a picking, aggravating kid. And that was what I spoke on that night. And that's why when I responded to it, I said I realized Troy be, clowning because he'll say something. He was reminding me of one of my cousins, like he'll be having a serious face. I do that too sometimes, but I don't do it online. But like in front of people, like we just talking, and I might say something, look over or look around, and they be laughing because they, you know what I'm saying, knowing, you know what I'm saying, I'm clowning is funny, but then they know I'm not really serious. And I mentioned that night on Vibes' channel. So I didn't understand why he came out and said that when we even talked about, like, I see he was clowning. Like another thing, when Marcus was saying something about going to court, they had some dummies in there really believing he gonna go to court. He was like, and I was laughing, and I talked to Vibes. We talked behind the scene. I said, these people really think he really sad about what Marcus said. I said, he ain't took off because of Marcus where he got to speak to a legal counsel. First of all, you could talk to a legal counsel at night after work during lunch break. I said, that he had a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment that was already set up. It just happened to be set on the already set up on the day, a day before Marcus did that. And we was laughing. I'm like, these people are so naive. Hey, Pie, good morning, and chat listening while cutting grass. Oh, hey. Pooh, the cakes really be looking good. They really do. And I ain't gonna lie. I was into cake decorating for a while, but sometimes I'm like, shoot, Pooh gonna get me back into it. But for fun. I really commend you because I already know what you go through, Pooh. Like to be able to do all of that to a cake, and people, when I was trying to do that, people they don't respect your hustle, your craft. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand that you're paying for people's time. They don't understand that you're paying for people who have the creativity to do it. They don't mind going to those expensive bakeries though, to be able to say, yeah, I went to this bakery. For example, out here, it is still like a bakery called Hanson's, and they were kind of like at the time, more expensive. Like now, a lot of people doing cakes and stuff now, but even like compared to a lot of the other bakeries, and they had like better like looking cakes. You know, they don't mind going to Hanson's, paying 500 to say, oh, I went to Hanson's and got this. And you be like, oh, you went to Hanson's, girl, you didn't spend money. But they'll come to you for the same cake. And you telling them $100 and they trying to get it for 75, 50. You know what I'm saying? To make you not even want to mess with, do it. Where you got to go through this whole BS. They don't take into consideration like the fact that you are creative, your time. Like how much time did it take for you to even put that whole cake together? The ingredients involved, the eggs, all that kind of stuff. I'm live, Glossy, because I was like, oh no, when Homeboy did that video, it wasn't even about that. It was like his flock. And then for people to be commenting, they don't even know all behind it. I got a whole obsessed broad, that Jessie James, where apparently she paying attention. She ain't the only one. It's another one I definitely know too. It's some more paying attention to everything I say. And let me also speak on that. I noticed one say, yes, y'all talking about her family. Before I wasn't even talking about that. But I do it sometimes intentionally. No, sometimes I might be making a point. But if I talked about my family, then you would really be mad because I've never went into details about everything. But yeah, I do it because I already know nigglets, they get mad. I don't ever have that problem when I'm dealing. And I'm going to be keeping it real. Either with people, higher class, black people, very few, and white folks, Asians. I don't have that problem because they got families too, and we just be talking. And actually, they be like, really? Wow. You know what I mean? They fascinating. They be wanting them on more, and I don't even be wanting to even, you know what I'm saying, touch on it. It be these niggas who ain't never had nothing, and they get mad. Anytime you have something going on with yourself or something, and that's the very reason why I've never been interested in doing business. I hate to say this. I love my black people, and one of the reasons is why I talked about Pooh about the cakes. This is the very reason why I don't like doing business with black people. I really don't. And my clientele ain't black. So ain't no way in the world you think you're gonna try. First of all, they know me and what you talking about and all them lies, they smart enough to know and they smart enough to do their own homework. But you would never be able to reach my clientele or the people who I deal with in business because they wouldn't even fool with no bottom of the barrels like Sheena. You know, I even saw where one of them was like, yeah, call the Better Business Bureau. What you gonna tell the Better Business Bureau? And then to be lying, talking about that I'm doxing, you better learn what doxing is. Doxing is what she did when you publicly put people's information online. Because by the way, since she did that, I get so many spam calls, but I'm not going to change my number. But that's could create a lawsuit where you start doxing businesses and for people to do stuff and it mess up my business where I have to change my number because I only want the clientele or personal people calling. Okay. I've had several people call me out the blue. Wait a minute, y'all. Also, anyway, with that Troy situation, the fact that he's insinuating those kind of things and to put in these people's head, and you know they slowing down because you know you be saying stuff already and they believe in it. They thought he was reaching out to his counsel and they ain't even put it together like, oh, he had a pre-planned doctor's appointment long ago. Just happens Marcus said what he just happens that happened during the time with that. They thinking he didn't really took off to go reach out to some legal counsel. So I said, I already know that Troy be clowning, but everybody don't have that same mindset. So now here they are saying all this crazy stuff. And you know, yesterday I was on one. I was ready for it. I was. And then I had a little drink in me too. Shit. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I already know. I said, now they're going to be like, oh, look at it. She comment. Well, you comment too. So I'm responding. And I did respond once this morning. I ain't got no drink in me, but it wasn't to like say, I was just kind of like, it was like, really, I was being nice. But I was like, you know what I'm saying? Let them have it. But you need to think about what you do and say before you start posting that stuff. And especially if you know you're misleading people. Because you don't necessarily have to lie on a person. But even if you're insinuating, people will take that. And you know what I'm saying? Good morning. Good morning, Drea. Good morning, everybody. I can't say hi individually. I'm driving. Well, be safe. Good morning, Golden. My sister, caterer in Alabama, and she will not work for our people. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That's why I commend Pooh. She be on with them cakes. It'll make you just lose everything. Like, after dealing with it for so long. Like, I'm just done. I just got it. I don't even want to do it no more. That's how I felt when I was decided I was going to be a property manager for my own properties. I'm not built for it. There are people who are built for it, and that's why they got property management companies. You know what I'm saying? Owning properties and being a property manager are two different things. Owning it, I'm cool with, but being a property manager, I'm not. Because I could share stories with you about that and the games people play. Wait a minute, am I? Oh, okay. So anyway, this is a test live, but I just kind of wanted to address a few things and kind of wanted to give people the backstory of some stuff, you know. And that woman is still going on, like when she was lying about, and when she was asking for that money, she knew that there were going to be people thinking about that paymaster narrative she'd been spinning forever, right? So now it's coming to haunt her because it's like, damn, now I need the $400 to move. Now I need the $400 to move. And them people been listening to me and listening to me call Golden the paymaster. She's now trying to make it seem like somebody was trying to take over her page. I have never even been on her panel, but until the day I went off on her and one other time, she wanted, now that we talking about that, she wanted me to come to her panel. Let me give you that backstory too while we on here. She wanted me to go to her panel. And I never had the desires to be on the panel. I just wanted to be in the chat. And I didn't want to feel obligated or make people feel bad, like as far as what the moderation goes. Because I'm over at this page, you don't like her, but then I'm your moderator over here. And you know what I'm saying? I didn't want nobody to be feeling some kind of way. However, she even tried to teach me how to go on a panel. When we were on the phone and I was trying to do it, and she was like, okay, now you do this and that, because she wanted me on her panel. Let's keep it all the way real. Vibes taught me. She's a damn good teacher. let's keep it real. And even the ones who got stuff to say about Vibes, if they tell the story, they will if they be honest, Vibes taught them a lot of stuff and what to do with their page. Vibes is good with that. Really, she need a page where she just teach people YouTube stuff because she's damn good at what she does. How the heck am I on the panel now? How did you know what I mean? And thank you for the person who had directed me today. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, who helped me today with getting on. But anyway, yeah, she tried. So the night I went on Vibes' panel, she don't like Vibes, but she was always in her bushes, and she still is in her bushes. She was in her bushes when Vibes had her blocked. That's why she knew she was blocked. Let me use Golden to talk to Vibes and unblock me. The only time she got unblocked is when I told Vibes to unblock her. Basically to give her a chance. Like, I really wanted them to work it out, but I see Sheena's one of them type, and when she has a jealous spirit, she'll start off back okay, and then she'll start the BS again. So she wanted to go on Vibes' panel because it was Willie Smith. She wanted to say whatever it was. Oh, no, Willie Smith went on hit the panel too. But whatever it was she was talking about. Anyway, back to the panel stuff. Vibes taught me how to hit the panel. And I was on Vibes' panel one night. And I hadn't talked to her. I didn't even know she was up. But she knew it. And she called me the next morning. She's basically like, I saw you was on Vibes' panel. I was like, yeah, I'm all like happy. Like, yeah, she taught me how to do it because Sheena had been trying to get me on the panel and had tried to show me how to get on the panel. So anyway, because I could tell she was a little jealous about that because, I was cool with her. I was like, okay, now that Vibes and taught me, I'm going to go ahead and go on Sheena's panel. And that was like my first time ever going on her panel because I was really just trying to, you know what I'm saying? If I'm on Vibes' panel and I'm her friend, Sheena cool with me, I'm going to go on and go to her panel. And that's how that ended up happening. But anyway, y'all know about Sheena, like somebody said, like how she did Platt. Platt want my cooch. The reality is you want Platt's because the more you let her talk, like she was trying to talk about me and my looks, and basically she kind of said she would choose Platt over me or something. She said one time. No, she was liking on Platt. And Platt said all that stuff was a lie. Platt ain't never did all that. Now Platt, you know what I'm saying, Platt is like a Drea. And what I mean by that is Platt, when it comes down to when she down with you, she down with you. And if y'all notice, Drea is very much the same way. She down and cool with you. She ain't about to play. She gonna be seen. She ain't about to let nobody do nothing to somebody who she cool with and like. Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute, Drea. I didn't know you was here. Wait a minute, there's some more coming in. Wait a minute. Hey, Nene. Hey, Cocoa Butter. Long time. Hey, Contagious. Okay. Dead Rose can't even teach a dog. You notice she couldn't even teach me how to go to the panel. She tried. It took Vibes Queen. Now, I got taught how to come live. I just said, forget it. I got taught how to come live unless with a text, okay? Now, I ain't gonna lie. I taught myself. I just was like, let me put some time into this. I had accidentally blocked some folks or blocked some people, whatever. And when I realized that I accidentally blocked them, I just left them blocked. I didn't know how to unblock some people. I didn't know how to do unblocks. So finally I said, let me just sit down and figure this out. And I remember I talked to Vibes about it before, but just never moved forward. And finally, I have to really do it again. Some kind of way I had to Google it and figure out a way how to unblock some folks. Yep, Drea with the chopper. I didn't even know Drea was, I thought, oh yeah, she did say she was driving. But like I said, Platt, you know what I'm saying? She's like one of those type of people where she's very loyal. And she was really down with Sheena. You know what I'm saying? And she was, because I can remember it was a time when Platt was kind of questioning me. You know what I mean? To see, like, I guess, verifying me a little bit when I was cool with Sheena. But Sheena's a liar. I can remember Vaughn. Vaughn was cussing out. Oh, Vaughn was cussing out Sheena, right? I wasn't even online for it, but I heard about it. I think how I knew about it is because I had whoa, went decided to go online and I saw where MGO and Vibes was talking about it or something. And I really didn't know much about or whatever happened or whatever Vaughn said. But all I know is I got a phone call and she basically was trying to insinuate that Vaughn was talking about me too. And I was like, so she didn't know that I had seen where Vibes and MGO had been communicating, right? And I'm like, I know damn. So I knew that Vibes had seen it because she was talking about it. And I know damn well Vaughn ain't called me nothing like that, and Vibes ain't told me about it. So, but she didn't know all of that. So I said, and after when she said something about that, I was like, well, I don't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? And when I hung up, I said, you know what? This B was gonna try to start up some trouble between Vaughn and I. She probably thought I was gonna come on my little community wall and cuss him out. And then he was going to come on my community wall and call me all kinds of names. And I was going to hate him and he was going to hate me because I was going to be under the impression that he had been talking about me because I got the information from Sheena. I was like, that bitch is dirty. Because then after she said it, then it was like, it was something else that made me be like, she did this on purpose. Because she then said something else. And she said, because I heard something she said she heard. And I said, well, if you heard all that, you need to go back to the person who you heard it from. And it was something she was trying to get out of me or whatever. And that was really, the person was Redbone. Okay. I believe. It was so long ago, but I knew she was trying to play me with that. And when I hung up, I was like, oh yeah, she really trying to play or trying to start some mess, to have me where I'm cussing. And then I realized what it was. Since Vaughn was the one who talked about her and cussed her out, she now want me to go after Vaughn, and where we could be going after Vaughn and with her together. Yeah, Platt is loyal. She didn't even want to post their messages even after Darrow's talked about her. And guess what? Platt still ain't said everything. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you heard about it. Yeah, Platt still never said anything. And it's a whole bunch of stuff. Like, when she was going on, first of all, she was going on and she was lying on me, lying on my family and stuff. Like I said, anytime somebody got to lie about everything about you, that's because they ain't got nothing on you. You know what I'm saying? Well, if you got to lie about it, then that just goes to show that the person ain't that bad. I ain't said much of nothing about her. Slowly but surely, here and there, I might throw out a little something. You know what I'm saying? And that's because she didn't did the most. Lied about even with my brother's situation. First of all, hell, we all got family that's doing something, but you ain't about to tell him to his face. And he like how I done heard about several people online who do drugs. I don't. She gonna say that she was on the phone with me, and then I'm gonna go ahead and tell it. My brother will tell you he been dibbling and dabbling with drugs since he was a teenager, messing with marijuana and all that. You know what I'm saying? Since he was a kid. I specifically told her, girl, she was online, right? And I was like in her chat or whatever. Now I'm gonna tell you, anybody who want to come, ain't nobody gonna come down here and fuck with them because they don't want that smoke. Let's keep it all the way real. They say that's what I'm saying about this internet stuff. They do all this stuff because they behind the screen and people don't know who they are and where they can't be found, but they can be found. And furthermore, like they talking about, yeah, some of the gang. I would never get the gangbang unless you come down here. Then the gangbangers will get involved. But I deal with a whole nother type of professional crew overall because I know how gangbangers are. They're not all the way professional. I deal with a professional group of people when I want to get somebody handled. Okay. Anyway, uh, when it comes to that, I was just telling her, girl, you was online, and I said, girl, I had to get offline. I was like, and I told him how I was basically what took place with my brother. And I realized that, damn, he ain't responding or, and I was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Something must be going on. And I realized I had to call 911, you know what I'm saying? And resuscitate him, bring him back or whatever. And come to find out he had OD'd. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he got high off of or whatever it was some bad shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If I've already shared with you all that My brother was a gangbanger. What you think come along with that? Crimes and drugs. You know what I'm saying? It don't take rocket science. Period. But that's what I'm saying. If you keep fucking with somebody and you gonna talk about some gangbangers, you jeopardizing yourself. Because if I was one of those kind of people, you know what I'm saying? But see, she know the type of or she thinks she know the type of person she dealing with. But if I was one of them type of people who didn't care about people's lives and didn't care about the consequences, they got people who are messy, females like how she is. She'd get dudes involved and hurt and taken out. I'm not that kind of person. I don't want to see that happen. Platt told her story and she used it against it. But guess what? She got a hell of a story. And the thing is that Platt told her story. And it's a whole bunch of people on this app who ain't telling this story. I'm one of them who can't tell that story because I don't have experienced it. I'm being for real. And now that I've shared that, y'all got to remember, I was raised in a large city during the time Los Angeles was on the top of the list of the most notorious city, especially during the gangbanging time. Real talk. I didn't even know until Copper told me. I'm thinking during the time when crack came on the scene down here, it was everywhere. And Copper said it, and I had to look it up. I was like, damn. Because she was like, no, it wasn't. They didn't have a crack down here in New York. And I'm like, what's she talking about? I did not realize it hit certain cities first. So Los Angeles was one of the very first cities, or the first city besides Miami, I think, that where crack hit. So I remember from the beginning. I remember from the beginning where these crackheads were actually working people, working for the county of Los Angeles, the state of California, the post office, like teachers, school teachers, bus drivers. They was like professionals. They did not know the result of this, and they brought that to the scene. I can remember when they was crack. It wasn't no such thing as no $5 crumb. So you had to be a working person to afford crack. The cheapest you was gonna get a rock for was $25. Okay. I share with a few people. Yeah, oh, okay, well, yeah, LA was the origin. See, I didn't even know. I didn't know the history behind it like that. I just can share y'all since we were the origin. I can share y'all the stories from the beginning. That's why I'm telling you. They called it a quarter rock. They didn't start selling $5 and $10 crumbs until they started getting all cracked out, lost their jobs, didn't care no more, and couldn't afford it. Now the dope dealers back then, they was for real balling, where they was able to buy property, do whatever, have 20 girlfriends, all that, a million baby mamas, and could be able to afford it. Then when them crack addicts started getting all messed up, shit, they couldn't afford no 25. That was the cheapest, $25 and up. They couldn't afford no $25 crack a rock. So now the dope dealers is like, we're gonna have to cut this up. We gotta mix it and stretch this stuff now, whatever, because they ain't got them $25 no more. Like the people was selling their nice cars, all kind of stuff, losing properties, everything behind it. Like for real, for real. And now that we're talking about it, during the crack era, they used to have rock houses down here. So you go to Rock House and you buy rocks. But the Rock House also had availability where if you wanted to buy the rocks, buy the crack, and you wanted to smoke, because a lot of people, they didn't, especially, I'm telling you, these are professional people, so they didn't want to bring that home to their families or to people, you know what I'm saying, that they getting high. So they would go to the Rock House and get high. And after they finished getting high, the Rock House had it available for them to get high and buy. Then they leave. You know what I'm saying? So I was growing up during that time and being a teenager and seeing the results of these base heads. We used to call them base heads. And they all out looking crazy, selling coochie, doing the most, dancing in the middle of the street. Man, please. And that's why I'm so shocked that people who were my age and decided to try it. It's like, man, we was over here laughing at the base heads. You know what I'm saying? And how did you get involved? I had a friend, we were friends like as kids and stuff, right? So she wasn't my best friend. She called me her best friend, but we were more kind of like family. Like, she would do some little trifling things too. But I dealt with her because it was more like family, and she was a friend. She was cute, everything. Next thing I know, she started messing with this dude who was a barber and everything. And I could tell he didn't look cracked out of nothing, but I knew his from his era. And I was like, I think he probably get high a little bit, but he able to maintain, he cutting hair and everything. what my suspicions were with paying attention to his behavior. He did. He didn't look like nobody said. He kept himself up. You know what I'm saying? But I knew, I just know certain stuff. And next thing I know, she was doing it. I was so shocked and disappointed at her. That be since I didn't go. I'm going live now. I can share y'all these stories. They had many crack houses in New York City, especially in Harlem, where I'm from. Hey, Nene. See, and I didn't even know that y'all got the crack on y'all on the scene after we did. Now, during the time when crack kind of came out, my parents separated, right? So we were living with my grandmother. And my mother, she didn't want to be staying with her parents like that. My mother worked, so she it's hard. First of all, she didn't drive. My dad drove. So it's hard looking for places on a bus after work. When after work, they ain't showing no properties at 6, 7 at night. You know what I'm saying? So really, in her only time to kind of look for a property on the bus would be on a Saturday, or she'd ask my grandmother to give her a ride. My grandmother be like, she ain't gonna be doing that no every weekend. You know what I'm saying? She already doing enough. Yeah, like I said, my family all live next door to each other. So, she got her husband, my uncle who's Asperger's autistic, she take care of, you know what I'm saying? She got us, her grandkids, and I had an active grandmother. She got her mother, you know what I'm saying? My great grandmother lived next door who didn't have a car, so she had to take her mother around and everything. My grandmama wasn't doing all that. Plus, on top of it, my mother volunteered at she actually was part of she helped launch it for a battered women's shelter. So after work, there were several days that she didn't even come home, and I stayed just with my grandmother at night. She spent the night at the shelter when they were launching the shelter, and helping women, battered women with children. Anyway, so she had found a agency who had listings for properties, and she would go down the list or whatever. And I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Jungle, but it's an area where there's a lot of apartments, which it was really upper class area. But at one point, after the Baldwin Hills Dam broke, a lot of Jewish people, a lot of white people, and not just that, but a lot of mostly whites, a lot of professional people, or people who had it going on, like they lived in that area. And when that dam broke, and a lot of people had to move and stuff, so those properties, I don't know if the owners sold the properties or whatever, but a lot of those people never came back. And probably that the reason when they never came back, they got desperate and they started accepting Section 8s. And a lot of them people from the East Side and Watts and stuff, they wanted to be in them areas. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a nice area. Oh, they accepting Section 8s or whatever. And that place turned wild. Okay. Anyway, um, but there were some nice places. And my mom found an apartment. It was a whole bunch of them listings. So she found an apartment in the Jungle, and she went on and moved in it. You know what I'm saying? Now, being that the Jungle was a rivalry area from where my brother was from, he really didn't. We were our grandparents' babies anyway, so we would live wherever we wanted to live. We came from an interesting family. We decided we wanted to move and go to live with our daddy. That's probably why I am with my son. Like, these people be talking shit. My kids is welcome to go to their other side of their daddies anytime they want to. Okay, and they can come on back. Now, y'all have already been told my son lives with his daddy, but for the summertime, he living with me. He's living with me for the summertime. Okay. So anyway, my brother, he had a room, but he really wasn't there. And uh, them people down there on the Jungle, it was a mess. You know what I'm saying? And they was having it where them people was selling drugs, and the drug dealers started having rivalries because a lot of them was in the Jungle. So some of the drug dealers was getting taken out because niggas be jealous of other niggas who make more money than them. Like how they mad at me because I share my little family story. You know what I'm saying? I know they would really be mad if I really went deep into it, because I just kind of touch on it. And I be saying a lot of shit sometimes just to make niggas mad because I know they mad. I do it sometime on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like how they say trolling. I do it on purpose to make them mad. She ain't because the responsibility. She ain't the only one who got family, who got money. Do y'all realize I'm 50 some years old, and and this is during the time when I didn't even talk about it, and I would go through it. So do y'all realize that this ain't new to me? Okay, let me look at the chat. The Jungle was in Training Day with Denzel Washington. See, I never did watch Training Day. That's a whole nother story. I don't be watching the movies. That's another thing. I ain't never even watched the movie that my mama was in. I had the DVD but never watched it. But I have not even watched the movie that my own property was in. I don't know if I even want to share the story and share the name of the movie. But I'm just gonna tell you that I have never even watched that movie. Okay, we got a hood in Toronto called Jungle. Well, you know what they call it, the Jungle. I'm gonna tell you why they call it. It's really Baldwin Hills. Well, the hills is at the top. They used to call it Baldwin Flats, but the reason why they call it the Jungle is because it's a lot of apartment buildings, and if you're not familiar with it, you're gonna get lost. And my mother, growing up, she went to high school over there. You know what? Yeah, and that was the high school she went to, which is not far from the Jungle. And they would find out about parties. And she said they Jungle used to be fun. They would go over there, and they would because they would get lost, right? And if somebody said, oh, they having a party, they'd be trying to look for the street or the building or whatever, and it'd be another party. And she said, girl, we go to a whole nother party and still have a good time. So if you're not familiar with the Jungle or how it's all set up, and they didn't have the GPS systems, and the only thing we had was that big old Thomas map book, which is about 100 pounds. Ain't nobody carrying nothing like that around. So that's just how it was, or you'd have to ask somebody, excuse me, what street, where's August Street? And they might give you directions. And when people trying to tell you, turn right, turn, you still might not even know what they talking about. They've been and told you so many turns, and then on the circle around in the cul-de-sac, by the time you get to it, ain't like you got no pen or paper. You ain't even what did they say? Turn left or right next? You know what I'm saying? So okay. Sorry, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. I didn't. Are you sure you want to stop? Okay, wait a minute, y'all. I touched something. I'm learning training. Okay, let me go up here. Uh, y'all make it a hit. Okay. Oh, I wasn't sure if that was the Nene from. Wait, yeah, that's Nene. Nene, that's our Nene, y'all. Training Day is a good movie. Okay. Hey, Glossy, I'm sorry I thought I said hello to you when I came in. Yeah, Nene, I'm so happy meth ain't hit New York City. It ain't hitting. Oh, that's what Mimi was talking about. I've always said if meth hits New York City, then the dealer's going to get it. Well, baby, meth is definitely down here. Been down here in Los Angeles. How is it that we getting meth before everybody else? And if they say it came from a lot of that stuff be coming over from Miami or something, how it came all the way across? Y'all closer to Miami than we are. How they gonna bring it all the way over here before y'all get to it? That's my movie, Drea. Denzel, no, he did his thing per usual. Oh, you're good, Nene. Good to see you. Mimi, okay. Mimi, he was fine. Oh, speaking of Denzel, y'all. My mama said to Denzel, hey Ruggs. My mama said that Denzel Washington is one of her favorite people, right? She said he fine. Well, I had taken her, well, I went the next day. Debbie Allen, she's got a dance studio out here, right? And every year she puts on this production, and it's called the Chocolate Nutcracker. No, it ain't called the Chocolate Nutcracker. Let me back that up. It's called, it's something like that. And I'm saying the Chocolate Nutcracker because my daughter, when she was a little girl, she had she went to try she auditioned for the Chocolate Nutcracker. My daughter used to dance, and she auditioned for the Chocolate Nutcracker, and she was chosen. At the time, I worked all the time. That's why I said I had to find me. And we didn't have all these online, you can work home kind of stuff. Everything you did, you had to get up off your butt, get on a bus or ride and drive. So, because of that, during the times when they would have rehearsals, I was at work. I couldn't get anybody to get her to the rehearsals. So, although my daughter was chosen for the Chocolate Nutcracker, she never appeared in it, right? I couldn't take her. I was like, oh well, you know what I mean? So anyway, Debbie Allen, during that time, Debbie Allen worked with the production at that time. Later on, Debbie Allen, she decided to get her a dance studio. My daughter was at another dance studio already, but she decided to get her a dance studio, and and from there she started teaching dance lessons. She's been having a dance studio for 20 some years now. So, anyway, Debbie, she took the idea because she used to narrate the Chocolate Nutcracker, the one that my daughter was supposed to be in. She was to work on a team with that production. And my daughter also attended dance lessons there too. She attended two dance schools. Anyway, so this production, I'm saying it's the Chocolate Nutcracker, y'all. I think I posted it. I can't even remember the name of it. But it's something similar. It could be the hot chocolate Nutcracker. Anyway, so basically, is the people in it. There's whites, blacks, mostly blacks. Colored people of color, and it's whites in the production too. So, but usually when you go see the Nutcracker, I mean, it's usually a production of Caucasian people. So, and a lot of people, especially in black communities, they couldn't afford it, don't know what it is. They think it's boring or whatever, like all of them New York production companies. So they ain't getting exposed to it. So, some of them are now because it's like the Chocolate Nutcracker. Ooh, now they want to go. And so they understand what it's about. Anyway, my mom had gone. I had dropped my mom off to go see the production. And when I picked her up, she's like, girl, I saw Denzel Washington, right? And I was like, she said, yeah, he and we was talking. I said, your face look familiar. So anyway, Denzel played that off. She was like, you Denzel. He was like, nah, I ain't Denzel. He's like, a lot of people tell me I look like him. So he played it off like it wasn't even him, right? But anyway, my mother at the time, she just said she kept saying it looked like him. But so my mother, she's not in a wheelchair, but she does sit in a wheelchair because she has COPD. So, with COPD and with the oxygen, you run out of breath. So it's easier for her. Thanks to cigarette smoking. So y'all think about that. Anyway, she was clowning with him. She was like, oh, because I was about to say, if you Denzel, you think I got this, need this oxygen now, y'all have to call the paramedics for me if you was Denzel. He all laughing and everything. Well, come to find out, she said it just didn't set well with her. And it was a lady working at the door or something. She was like, is that Denzel Washington? And she shook her head, yeah. Well, anyway, his granddaughter was in the production. So I'm assuming she attends Debbie Allen Dance Studio. But that was just something I shared with y'all since y'all talking about Denzel. Y'all saying Denzel just somebody when y'all won't believe that there's so many people who I don't even recognize or know who they are because I really don't be watching TV like that. Although I've seen Denzel and kind of know who he is, if he stood right in front of me, I wouldn't be thinking about it. We'd just be having a regular conversation like several others. And I didn't realize till later who they were. I didn't gave them folks advice and all kind of stuff, not knowing who they are. But anyway, yeah, let me see. So yeah, with the meth, oh yeah, the meth is down here. But and like I said, Copper's the one who put me on that. I didn't know that we was only ones down here with that crack cocaine. Pooh, I slept on Snowfall when it came out. I think I watched like 3 episodes, then I stopped. I saw a picture of Franklin. Who's Franklin? It was crazy. I hated it. Rich Rising, so happy to catch it. Hey Yaba, how you doing? And hello everybody I missed. Wait a minute. I know I missed somebody when I was talking. I think it was Tara and D-Rugs. And I've said, okay, when I finish this, I'm going to go ahead and go back. But anyway, when I know I'm jumping around, y'all. I got to get notes. I'm learning this thing. But when it came down to her, she all trying to talk. Oh, we going back to Sheena. She was busy trying to talk about my brother. I'm like, girl, my brother would have, see, he's crazy. We crazy. Sheena, you think you something? Don't come trying to play with my people. And see, since y'all, you know what I'm saying, ain't nobody proud about no damn gangbangers, but it is what it is. And what come along with it is that, like they have Crips, they got Criplets. Remember I told y'all about Monique's auntie? That's how I knew Monique was telling the truth when her auntie commented and I recognized the name. Her auntie is the one who started the Criplets. And that's why I be saying like these dudes, I ain't used to them trying to fuck with women and stuff. That ain't my generation. The gangsters didn't, the gangbanger dudes, if they hit a woman, they was messing with their own women. Well, if they were just abusive, they was abusive. But when it came down to some beef, The gangbanger dudes, if it was some females wanting to have some smoke with him, they'd be like, hold up, let me get my homegirl. They would go get the criplets. And guess what? These criplets are still around. And just like how they got old gangbangers that's still gangbangers, a little bit retired, they might not do much. They might get the little youngsters, the babies to do it. They got criplets like that too. That's still around. Okay, so Sheena, honey, if you want to keep playing and keep playing with my brother's name like that, let Vegas tell you, because Vegas is from Los Angeles. Let Vegas tell you how it worked. She probably already have told her how it worked. Anyway, so she decided she was going to use my brother's story, which she lied about it, to tell the story talking about she was on the phone with me. You were not on the phone with me when that went down. In fact, she was live, and when it went down, I had to get up off my live. And when I tell y'all I was pissed, because you know what I'm saying, that's my little entertainment. And he done brought his ass over here, then got high somewhere, and then that shit then fucked with him. He then got sick and wanted to lay down. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm realizing something ain't right about this. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? And I'm glad at first I was like, someone right about it, but I'm still all in the chat. And then it's like, hold up, you know what I'm saying? This YouTube, this something ain't right. Let me get up off this YouTube. So that's the story. Like, bitch, don't tell my story. But my thing is what my brother got to do with these people. And let's see who's going to come run up on them or any of his homeboys. You know, and then I hear like how she talking about she might take a trip down to Los Angeles. And bitch, what you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody scared of you. It ain't gonna go down with no Nola where it's gonna be like, I'm just into Jesus and let me try it. No, you coming down here to mess with somebody and it ain't gonna be safe. And you gonna go home without chosen. And you might not go home right away. And see, I will call the police afterwards, but it ain't gonna be because I'm scared. It's because I'm gonna teach your ass, bitch, when you come down here, not only you gonna get beat up and ain't nothing gonna happen to us, but you gonna go to jail too. Now you're gonna have a case down here that you can't afford an attorney to pay for. Okay, the speech of hers is disgusting for a grown woman, calling people's speech childish as wow. Is that what she said? Just like she doesn't want people telling her story, she shouldn't be trying to tell someone else's. But the thing is, Pooh, if she telling mine, she ought to tell the truth. She gonna lie about it. And my thing is what they gonna do when Sheena got a brother who's a dope fiend. And how I know it? First of all, I know it because you remember, we all right, but it's a relative. Um and they had commented one time and said something, and it was her brother. I think he said a brother, and he a straight out dope fiend. And now y'all saying, see that live she was on, I missed part of it. Somebody saying that she had seen him down there when she was in Denver. She claims she has to move due to her dog. That says a lot. Well, y'all remember that other dog she had, or she said was her daughter's dog, had attacked somebody. Remember the pit bull? She was on live that day. And then all of a sudden, someone down, she had to get off of live and come to find out the dog attacked. It was an article that was like, it was online. And come to find out the dog attacked somebody and they had to put that dog down. The city took that dog. Everybody needs to remember that her own ex-husband said, yeah, exactly. And while she be trying to talk about vibes or talk about whatever, then happen to be lying and shit on vibes. And I be seeing in her chat, like her people, how you gonna say anything about somebody bringing a guy home? First of all, like Vibe said, he was spending nights. He didn't really move there, but I mean, that was going to happen because I know them bums like that. You don't even know what's going to happen. They'll start spending them nights. Next thing you know, they living there. So he was already living there, but nobody knew it. He might leave a night or two and come back because the nigga was homeless and she didn't know it. You know what I'm saying? They in a whole nother different city from each other. But they like, how you gonna bring a man to your house you don't know or whatever? Whatever it was, Vibes watches her kids. And never have anybody said that he can't even say that he's ever watched her kids or took them off to a movie by himself. But ain't nobody said nothing about how you let a woman who you didn't know watch your daughter. He was an hour away driving back to where he was staying at the motels and where he was settled in, and she was watching his daughter. But what I'm getting with that is that how you gonna talk about vibes, but bitch, you was in your car with your kids trying to run after your husband and hitting him to cause accidents and jeopardize your kid. And these people talking about vibes, and this bitch was willing to get her kids hurt and killed behind a man who didn't want her no more. Make it make sense. I don't like the Marcus bashing that's coming from a place of hate and jealousy. I am a Marcus fan and supporter. Everything he do may sometimes be questionable, but it's his choice. That's true. And the thing is that I mean, people are gonna bash Marcus, but my thing is that to do it every day, all day long, it becomes more like mental health issues, where that's all you're gonna talk about, all the things going on in the world. And the thing is my other issue with it is that you're not doing it because you really believe that in the heart. Like with Psychology Eats, when she would come on, she believed what she believed. I mean, even though you'd be like, damn, with her, people would be mad because she would be saying whatever she's saying. And what she's saying is coming from a psychologist, not a sociologist. Keep that in mind. Um, but what she's saying is not, but what Sheena is doing it for is being vindictive. There's a motive, there are other reasons behind it. So if I'm gonna follow somebody who's hating on Marcus, it wouldn't be the person who's scorned, who's doing it vindictively, who's doing it because of something, and who's doing it because they wouldn't be doing it if some other things wouldn't have took place. That has to do with some personal stuff between you and him. And that makes the difference. It's very obsessive. I wonder if Pi is still here. I saw what Pi said when Donna called herself talking about somebody saying whatever. She's crazy because everything she be saying is really pertaining to Sheena's. Everything Sheena has done. So how you see it from everybody else who you ain't cool with the closest person who you cool with, or somebody who you closer to online, you don't see it for them. And Pi said, what out of 38 or 40 of her videos was about Marcus? And she was bringing them in because it was in the algorithm. And people, when you see something about Marcus or ASI, yeah, you're going to go over there. So she was getting a lot of numbers off Marcus. But the crazy part was she ain't even monetized now. Why she ain't monetized now? Remember, she lied. So that just going to show you she lied. And Platt was like, I didn't do whatever. She ain't monetized now because I met someone at YouTube who started looking at that page, and I told her what she was doing. I didn't even report none of her videos, and that was a reason why. Because I wasn't even thinking that even if the videos had been removed first, that they was gonna see it all. I'm like, I'm gonna leave it all up here, leave it all up there. Like all these comments I've been seeing when people trying to insinuate stuff, and then you know that your flock is stupid and they ain't gonna question nothing and everything like that, and then they start coming and attack. You gonna be financially responsible for that shit. And fuck all that alleged stuff. People got to learn that when you're saying allegedly, you're gonna be saying allegedly because really because this is what you heard and you don't know. But when you know it's a lie and you saying allegedly, because even when you say allegedly, people still gonna believe it. So you know what I'm saying? People think, oh, I said allegedly. They think they protect it. No, all it said. Wait a minute. Let me go back. I know I'm talking since I'm on live. Oh, I've been on live for an hour and 43 minutes. Sometimes we must take a side of our own personal truths, right? Sheena got a vendetta. She does. She's shown she have mental health when she drove all the way to NO and cried. Exactly. I be entertained with Marcus. Yeah, I'm gonna go up. I know I missed some of y'all stuff. They use that narrative about vibes over and over. Yeah, and it's old. And the thing is now I don't like the Marcus bashing. Okay, I read that. Yeah, and it's old. And I know people don't like vibes and all that, but And yeah, when you fighting with her and everything, but the party and for the people who fighting her, I mean, you gonna say what you gotta say. But the thing is then what happens, like for the ones who's just saying that knowing it ain't true, you know what I'm saying, or like certain stuff, like sometimes we must take a side. Let me see, absolutely. Play guy said before she needs to worry about her father's victims. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, worry about your father's victims. Like, do that. Do some commentary on that. Find you, since you say that notaries are the ones who can pull up people's information, find you a notary to find some of them victims and see how their lives have changed. See how their children were affected due to what they were subjected to. That'd be some good commentary. I sit in the bushes for it. Them people are probably doped out, dead, or you know what I'm saying, gone. You know what I'm saying? They probably abused their kids, or the kids had to be raised in foster homes, all kinds of stuff due to her mama and daddy. What the old folks say, Golden. Just crazy as a pitsy bug. Yeah. Pooh, I know you from Texas. Shoot, no, with the bed bug, it was night, night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Both my parents smoke crack. I would never. So, okay, so that's what I'm saying. And like how you said that, like when you, some people, like how you said you would never. Speaking of that, when I saw all the things and the results of that crack, I was like, ain't no way in the world I would be curious to try it. I'm just like, I talk my shit. I ain't, and I got a little nutty side of me. A lot of people think that I'm just some little square homie woman. If you let my men tell you how it was like with my daughter's dad, he was shocked. He thought I was a little school girl, not girl, but I was a grown one, in college. He thought I was a total square that didn't know anything. He didn't know that I've been very much exposed to all that kind of stuff. It's just that I chose, not to indulge. I was around it or seen it before. And so he even mentioned like he was shocked. Like he would say different terms, thinking I didn't know what he would be talking about, or it would say some stuff, and then I would be like, "Well, you talking about something?" He was like shocked in the beginning, like, "Damn, she know the terms, or she know what I'm talking about, or she know about that what they doing over there." That's just how it was. The dudes in the hood thought I was a good girl. I was a good girl, but I'm just saying, like, I was a decent female. And them niggas would be like, I'm finding out now that I'm as old as I am that I didn't even know these dudes was looking out for me. Like, one of the guys told me, he's like, yeah, I used to like you. And he was like, and I was told, no, she off limits. Don't bother her. So here it is, and the niggas wasn't even trying to flirt with me like that in the hood. Anytime I met dudes, it was on another hood. Now I understand why, because they was told to leave me alone. Like basically, they knew that the niggas wasn't good for me. You know what I'm saying? Period. Bumped into another guy. I was at the Chick-fil-A drive-through, and anyway, I had to wait on something. Yeah, I was in the drive-through, y'all, that day, and they told me to park, and they would come out, and it was a security because it was something. I don't remember what it was. So anyway, the security was started talking to him. He was standing out in the drop parking lot, and now he's like, "We just talking or whatever." And he was like, he knew I was mad about something they did. I had to go back in the drive-through. It was something, and so he came over there, and I'm like saying something to him. Anyway, we just having a conversation, and he was like, "You look familiar." And I was like, yeah, whatever, And I was like, you don't know me. He was like, yeah, you look like somebody. And I was like, I wasn't in the hood. I wasn't out there like that. I just look familiar. No, long story short, I was familiar. And as we talking and talking and talking, come to find out we knew the common ground. And he was like, man, I used to have a crush on you. And again, I was told, nah, leave her alone. She off limits. So that's why when I be telling y'all that they don't play about me, I be for real, for real. Where they like I see them, I bump into them, like them old school dudes or whatever, and they be like, everything okay? And I'm like, yeah, like what's supposed to be going on? Yeah, ain't nobody bothering, I'm straight. I was like, okay, well, where to come get us, or here, take down my number if got a problem. Okay, wait a minute. Some more coming in. I said I meant what the old for. Okay, wait a minute. I already read that one. She told her audience she can get monetized again and expose her own lies by showing her account. Yeah, yeah. She can't get monetized. She can get, well, put it like this. She tried to get monetized and they declined. She ain't told that part. Either one. Oh, they both crazy. Okay. I smoked, would never do it again. Well, oh, hey, Grandma. See, Grandma, you know what I'm saying? Like I've heard people say that when you try it, it's an addiction. Like I said, I saw like the results of that. And that's why I was surprised at people. Like when we was in high school, I've seen them like, damn, you know what I mean? Y'all knew, y'all saw, but I guess, the temptation. And like I said, I had a friend, she knew, honey, she thought she was all that. For real, for real. I was always the laid back one. Like I said, people didn't even know my family owned those properties, nothing. All that kind of stuff. They just thought I just lived over there. You know what I'm saying? I was real laid back and because you know what I'm saying? She was I ain't gonna say she was. Let me back that up. Now I'm confusing her with somebody else. But no, she would think what I'm saying about when she would think she was all that. She didn't even like she didn't even talk to certain kind of people. Like, ooh, she would be throwing her nose up at folks. Like, I talk to anybody, drug addict or not, because they got stories to tell, and I know that they're going through stuff. If y'all only knew, like, I talk to some of these homeless people. They'll come and knock on my door sometime. Okay. So I'll talk to some of the homeless people or people I see out on the street and stuff. They know my name and everything. You know what I mean? She would be the type that wouldn't even have a conversation with them, to not even think that they probably, you don't know what they went through to be in that stage. And a lot of times, even the crazy people, something happened for them to go crazy. And a lot of times they be intelligent as heck, and being intelligent and being real smart to turn your ass crazy. You know what I'm saying? Or being too smart for your own good. That's what my great grandmother said. You're too smart, or you're too smart for your own good. Anyway, yeah, that's a hell of a thing. And like I was telling them, like, I can remember back in the day when crack first came on the scene. They think no, them crackheads, they were professional people. Doctors, lawyers, people who had government agency. That's how they was able to afford it. It wasn't no $5 crumbs. It turned into $5 and $10 crumbs because afterwards they started losing their jobs and couldn't afford the $25, the quarter, the cheapest rock that existed was $25. But anyway, when she first told the story of her dad being a pimp, she was excited and making it seem like he was cool. And now you got so much to say about what Mark is doing. Yeah, you can talk about your daddy. Talk about how he, teach some people about his upbringing, how he turned into a pimp. What happened? Exactly. And I'm going to tell you why she thought it was cool. Because people thought pimps were cool back in the day. It was kind of cool to be a pimp. I don't know what kind of pimp he was, but I'm just telling you, like the Superfly days when them niggas would be dressed up, hair pressed and curled, driving a fancy car. I had an uncle who was a pimp. And I remember he was living in Vegas, and it was like a star. I can remember when he would come down. This was my uncle on my dad's side. Everybody would get all excited like he was a movie star. He'd pull up in his Mercedes, and he would come like with he might have two women. I remember one Thanksgiving. And the thing is, my grandmother, she condoned that. He was her favorite. Okay, that's a whole nother story with that. You know what I mean? Anyway, he would pull up and it was like, he coming, right? And it was like, oh, okay. He might be late to it, but when he came, he pulled up in the Mercedes. And I'll never forget one Thanksgiving, he came and brought two of his girls, two women. But I know they had to be his girls. They all had on matching fur coats and stuff. So yeah, they thought that shit was cool. And she apparently living in it thought it was cool. Thank y'all for the likes. Oh, thank you, Nene. Mimi, I don't know how to make no moderators. I don't even know if I'm going to be going live like that, but I'll figure it out. I have to go. It's been nice hanging with you guys. I'm happy I caught this live. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Nene, for showing up. I wasn't even expecting you. I really wasn't even expecting really not many anybody. I was just like, let me go live. Because I'm like sick of this. Ain't nobody going to be using me because I'm a moderator of Marcus's where all these people think they're going to be coming for me. And then it's like I'm going to be swinging left to right to left. Let me just get to the root of the person who's, creating this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And let them be an example if you want to play. Take care, Nene. Yep, I had to leave my hood to date too. What was that? Oh, Copper. I'm telling you, it wasn't that I left the hood, but I'm just saying that when I would meet the guys, they would be from other hoods. It would just be that way because it wasn't like I was really dating no guys in the hood. And you know what I'm saying? Now I know why. Shit, them niggas was cock blocking. And I'm telling you, several people have told another one of my friends. See, now that I'm on here and I got to get my second phone in here, I didn't got my son that other phone. I'm gonna have to be. I'll call the people because they probably just as they don't know nothing about no damn internet. Y'all got to remember, we come from another era. We really wasn't even using stuff like this. That's why it's cool to see older people who are on it. Like, oh, okay. Like my mama, you know what I'm saying? And I know how my kids feel about me when I be trying to, hey, show me how to do this. They don't be feel like being bothered. My mama do the same thing to me, and I know the feeling of my kids. I be just acting like I don't even know what she talking about because I'm like, I ain't about to be sitting up here trying to show her how to go on to check no damn email. Somebody taught her. It damn sure wasn't me. Like one of them people she bothered half to death on the phone for her for an hour or two when she trying to take care of some business because she sure do got her an email now. Thank God I didn't have to be the teacher. Yep, I had to. Okay. Yeah, congratulations, Grandma. Have a good day. Nene, have a good day. Blessings. When I saw blessings, I said, that must be Bishop. Hey, Bishop, thank you. Mel, how you doing, girl? Okay, they talking to Mel. Thank you, Pooh. My brother and I are twins, so I couldn't even lie to dudes about not being his sister. You finally found your channel. I finally found your channel. Drea, girl, it's been rough. Oh, Contagious, I hope things get better for you, too. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Grandma. After I read it, and I said, okay, I know what she meant. K3 Mother said that's what happened with him while he always got in trouble in school because he was too smart and not being challenged. Yeah, when I heard her say that, I was like, I know exactly what she meant by that. When I tell you my brother, he'll say he's an educated fool. He actually say he don't can't nobody sit up here and be thinking they gonna tell his story. Because if y'all have my brother come on here, you know what I'm saying? He ain't when them kind of people ain't, they done been through it. They ain't got to lie about nothing. But my brother, he was extremely intelligent, okay? And when he got to public school, I think in the first grade, um, Los Angeles Unified School District wanted to um, test him to see if he was a genius, right? I ain't gonna even tell you my daddy's story because one time I tried to share it and they was clowning. I think it was that dead eye. It's like, nigga, just because you had a old dumb ass daddy and you come from a dumb family, everybody ain't dumb or everybody ain't, you know what I'm saying? Just because you didn't, like, they think, those kind of people, they think that when you tell a story about something that you must be lying because they think that every black person is uneducated. Every black person was poor. Every black person that, they couldn't even be middle class. Every black person was on food stamps and welfare. Every black person, how was somebody, not, you know what I'm saying? That's just like an MGO's kid said, oh, yeah, my mother was extremely highly intelligent. And they start laughing. And she already said that she is part of Mensa. So you know she's intelligent. We know without her even saying anything about her being being able to qualify for Mensa. So, anyway, but my father, he was a trip that my father was extremely intelligent too. And he was like you know what I'm saying? Like how she said, he was that same way, got into a lot of trouble and stuff. He shared with me. He was even in Catholic school. And I was sharing with him, damn, if I tell y'all the stories, because then if I'm telling you one story, then I have to tell you another one. I'm going to jump to my father real fast and hit on something. He was sharing with me how he would get in trouble a lot in class. And he said, and he told me, he was like, man, they be teaching the other kids, in the class, whatever. And he said, I already would know the stuff already, or I've been caught on already. And then I'd be bored. And then I start doing shit in the class. And you know what I'm saying? Getting in trouble because he got to be subjected and sit through all that. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, my brother, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't the type at the time when he was young. My mother said he was really a good boy, you know what I'm saying? But he was really extremely smart, and they wanted to test him for to see if he was a genius. And my daddy was like, "Heck no, I ain't gonna have a white man in my business." He from one of them '70s. But I started thinking about that. I said, "Now how he ain't gonna have a white man in his business, but you now got your kid in LA Unified School District." LA classified. If you got your kid in LA 5 Unified School District and it's a public school, you got the white man in your business already. But I guess he wasn't even thinking like that. But yeah, my brother, he didn't really get into a lot of trouble. He was getting involved in little things as he got older. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reason why I ain't going for all that shit. What these people be finding these excuses because, like, you know what I'm saying? I just know from my own experience. Uh, Wait a minute. Anything that he got involved in, it wasn't because he was being a follower. He just got involved with it. And you know how they have parents be like, oh, they over there following behind him, that person a bad influence. That was one thing our parents did not do. Like how I hear these parents blaming Marcus for everything. Them kids was already caught up. Now there it is, K3. I was out the house. So the thing is that with my brother, he wasn't getting involved in juvenile trouble and stuff because of the kids. He just was doing it because he was part of it. And he was one of them kind. Oh, he was in gifted and stuff too. Never mind all that. We talking about the academic part. He was in gifted classes. So when he started getting into trouble and he was getting involved with gangs, usually the gangbangers just don't go to school. And a lot of them be illiterate. They've been and dropped out of school or they half illiterate, right? He was one of them gangbangers. See, I didn't even know this part, but one day he told me, he's like, yeah, well, sometimes they would be hanging out and ditching and not going to school. He would leave the group, and they already knew because he was a smart one, right? They didn't even. It wasn't like he let no peer pressure laugh at him, like nigga, you want to go to school? You know what I'm saying? At a certain time, he said it was certain classes he liked going to, so he would leave his crew, and they already knew. He would go to school to whatever class it was, one or two classes, and come back. You know what I mean? So he was like one of them kind. He gonna still go to school when he wanted to for his certain classes he liked and still go hang out, smoke cigarettes, and mess with whatever they was doing back then. But people be thinking I be lying and stuff when I tell them I've never tried marijuana before. Marijuana is like casual stuff now. You know what I mean? Like you'd be surprised at people who smoke marijuana. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like smoking a cigarette. And I just never back then they made it like marijuana was a drug, which I did all the research. We all know it's an herb. And I remember in college, I did a whole term paper on it. But at that time, because marijuana was considered a drug and you had to buy it from somebody dealing, or you had to have your own plants illegally, like my daddy used to have. I just didn't want to get involved in none of it. So honestly, I've never tried marijuana before. Now I have plants. I have plants in them. I give my plants away. You know what I'm saying? I give them to my brother or anybody who want them. But you know what I'm saying? Anybody who want the plants, because I know, and anyway, out here it's now legal. But I'm just saying, um, I've never even tried. And ain't nowhere in the world I was gonna try no cocaine or nothing else. None of it. Yep, she promoted her dad like he was cool. Yeah. Jerry curls for coats and Fleetwood Cadillac. Who's that, Drea? Exactly. Well, I'm even going before Jerry curls when I talked about my uncle in the 70s. It wasn't, Jerry curls came out probably in the very late 70s, that very early 80s, 80, 81 or something like that. Back in them days, them niggas had perms and pressing curls or afros. But they did have them Fleetwood Cadillacs. You laugh because I forgot about the Fleetwoods. Thank you, Glossy. You support Golden. Drea, she thought she was the shit. Damn, it's Nene. What the fuck? My blind ass. Oh, okay. I still own two Fleetwoods. You got 72? I had and it belonged to my aunt, a 1962 Cadillac. I never did. I drove it a couple of times, but I kept saying, okay, I'm gonna go ahead. It wasn't nothing wrong with it because see, she kept her Cadillac in the garage. It was just that I had too much going on. Anyway, somebody ended up stealing that Cadillac while I was at my other house, and it was in my backyard. You know what I mean? It was on my property. So anyway, with some tenants. And I think they had something. They did have something to do. And I'm even gonna say thing. No, they didn't. They tried to get somebody to steal it, but one of my other tenants called me. It was something that happened, or the guy who I was working for. Anyway, they did steal another one of my cars. But anyway, but the Cadillac I had, the 62, it was a 4-door. And I see a lot of them 62s, and I'm realizing that I found out the 2 doors are more valuable than the 4-door. But that Cadillac was in the original paint. You know, when you have a garage, you know what I'm saying? And that thing didn't even have 100,000 miles on it. That Cadillac was the going to church, going taking care of, you know what I'm saying? Going some nice places, you know, and every once, you know, and going somewhere or whatever. But she had 2 cars. And that's why at one point I had 2. Like one is your work car and one is your other car. You got to remember, and back then with black people, they wouldn't she would, you know, she had her businesses and stuff too, but she would work, you know, for the white people, but she wouldn't, or did not, whatever kind of work she would do, if she would do anything outside. But she had told me too, you never take your good car, just period. You never take your good cars to work. Like how these niggas want to get these Cadillacs or Mercedes and Hummers. Y'all got to be careful about taking your real good cars to work, because they got people who are jealous and feel like, oh, she can afford that. Next thing you know, even your boss, you come driving something better than them. You don't know who you fooling with. It's good to have 2 cars and have a work car and one where you really don't take to work, where, you know what I'm saying? Unless everybody is kind of driving a real good car. But she's the one who taught me that. You be careful about your cars you take to work. I had that issue too. That's why I finished school at 15, just to get locked up. Oh yeah. All my mama's kids are gifted in advance in school. Yeah, you know what? I guess I was average or a little bit above average, but I ain't gonna lie. My brother, you was a nerd too. Yeah, I mean, I loved learning and stuff. But I ain't gonna lie, my brother academically, he was smarter than me. But when it comes to life choices, y'all know who was the smartest. Marcus would never be involved with these people if the parents and family were more involved, period. Exactly. Because now that we're hearing the stories, now I didn't heard K3's story. Facts, your brother and I was similar. I definitely went to school for certain class. Oh, you was the same way? While they was cutting in somebody's crib the whole day. That's how, exactly. Most of them are running away from something happening in the home. Yeah, they are. And the thing is that if everybody listened to the stories, they all done got thrown out some kind of way. Now we know the story with K3. I knew something. He was, you know what I'm saying? He was misbehaving. His mother told it. He hit her. She wasn't having it. He was out the door. We already know with chaos. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's something with that, because you see how his attitude. His grandmama ain't taking all that. And that's why I said something ain't right about that, because grandmamas is crazy about their grandkids. They'll throw them damn kids out. But you talking, you the grandson? Oh no, they gonna protect that. They gonna protect the grandkids, and especially if you the grandson. So you know what I'm saying? You the undesirable person. That's why that woman couldn't take it. You're hard to live with. He might be easy going, but he hard to live with. He got to live by himself. Then we talking about Josh Mean. There's a lot going on with her. And like I said, for her mother to be sitting there watching. I know that somebody was disagreeing with that, but I'm just saying, or making it seem like, so I'm just, you just talking. Everybody ain't talking, just talking about their kids. You don't want to see your kids out there. I know of too many people or several people, their kids is out there and they won't, uh, especially like even if their kids is on drugs, they might have a day where that is heavy on their mind, and they might say, "Come on, I'm gonna go out there and look for my daughter or my son." They just want to see them or see if they just come home. So you mean to tell me like ain't nobody just capping for internet? You know what I'm saying? Like I felt like with Josh Means' mother, she really was interested in her daughter. She's sitting here watching it. She done found out about all these channels. The same channels that I only know about because Vice Queen has shared them for me to know about them. So you done found all these channels and you watching your daughter, she ain't really that interested. She just don't like I'm going to tell you what it is. Whatever it is, they probably wanted it to be a lesson for Josh Mean where she just be out there or whatever. But they probably wasn't expected for it to go this far. And it's like now you would think, oh, she gonna get tired and come back, but she got Marcus now. When is she gonna get tired? Because she got somebody helping her. They probably thinking she gonna get tired of struggling, tired of being hungry, and she'll come back home. Well, it ain't gonna be no tired of being hungry because Marcus gonna go to the drive-through or wherever and take her to Waffle House. So you know what I'm saying. But you can't be blaming him, and you reason why you the root of the problem. You the root of the problem. Stop blaming everybody else. And at this point, she grown. So even though her mama is the root of the problem, she got choices. You know what I'm saying? Either you gonna be you know what I'm saying? You want to use that as an excuse to why you do what you do, or you want to be better. So okay, let me see. I started using cocaine at the age of 9. Oh my God, you got a story. And use every drug known to man up until age 25, even as a police detective. Age of 9. Now, my brother did tell me he was smoking marijuana like about 8 or 9. I mean, about 9 or 10 or something like that. Um, but so you didn't even have a choice to make to know. Sound like you was smoking it when everybody else who got introduced to it. If you tap the emojis, okay. Right, twin. I used to watch Intervention, Soft White Underbelly. That stuff was so heavy. I had to stop watching. That's how I was watching. That's how I think Marcus came in the algorithm. I was watching Soft White Underbelly um, initially, and when I got time to tell you how I stopped watching Soft White Underbelly when I started watching with Marcus. I can't watch all of them like y'all be watching Real Right Uncut with Ghost. I know about it because y'all done shared it, but I ain't never really watched it. I used to watch it every once in a while, pull up and chat. I like to watch stuff that I can kind of relate to, and what I can relate to with those. Okay, Soft White Underbelly was the first, so I was gonna watch him even if I couldn't relate. But it was relatable because it was in Los Angeles. However, Soft White Underbelly's interviews, I used to watch him, but he be having hour interviews. So I kind of like it with Marcus. Well, that wasn't even it, but now it's like that. Like I rather watch Marcus 15, 20-minute interview versus Soft White Underbelly have a whole story, unless I have time or if I'm driving and I'm, you know what I'm saying, listening to it. But when I got introduced to Marcus, and the reason why I started more with Marcus and his is because I can relate more. Not that he was in Atlanta, but because he was interviewing more Black people. And then Soft White Underbelly is more diverse. He's interviewing everybody, but the stories of being relatable, like you know, what I'm saying, being from Black families, it was just something that was a little bit more relatable to me. Then when I hear all these unright so and so and all this other ones, I kind of watched another one here and there, but it's like this gets overwhelming. If I have to watch all them people, I'd be watching that shit all day, and I really don't have time. Well, I could watch Marcus, but I didn't got caught up with this sector stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's only 24 hours in a day. I got to sleep. I got to spend time with the family. You know what I'm saying? And I be neglecting that because I get so involved with this stuff. But um, yeah, I still kind of go back over there with Southside One Underbelly, but I can only do one at a time. Even when I even saw Pull Up and Chat, oh, I could kind of relate to Pull Up and Chat because he was in Houston and a lot of my family is in Houston. So, or in the east part of Texas. So that was how I was relating to Pull Up and Chat. But other than that, I can't do them. Y'all be talking about all them other channels. I only know about them because of y'all and what people are going through. Hey, Thug. Hey, JP. Contagious. Okay, I think I already spoke to you. I'm learning this. That stuff used to hurt my heart so bad. It did, Mimi. I would cry like a baby. I had to take a break, but it would really make me have compassion for people. It really does, and that's why. I mean, it's. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I hate that I have so much compassion for people because in this world, these people will take advantage. In this world, with having so much compassion, it messes with your pocketbooks, your wallets. And then when these people come in here and then you find out they lying about something and all that, you know what I mean? Or part of it is true, part of it is not. I just don't like that. They start pulling heartstrings. I'm gonna tell you one story that really got to me with Soft White Underbelly was Amanda. And it was because Amanda was about the same age as my daughter. And I'm like, dang. And for her to be into cocaine, I'm like, now this is, come on now. Cocaine, I mean, crack. Crack been around for way too long for somebody in this age bracket to be messing with it. And she was so pretty. And not because of her being pretty, but she was pretty. You know what I'm saying? Even if she wasn't pretty, I'm just saying her being so young. And she was smart too. See, them smart people and stuff, they get bored and they start messing or doing stuff, all kinds of stuff. And I felt so bad. And then for her to die on us. And what it was that those head injuries. Remember, Amanda used to be getting beat up and everything. And there was times she would get beat up and the paramedics would come and she wouldn't go to the hospital and stuff. And people don't understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even good to get involved with physical fights if you can avoid them. Or if a person trying to fight you, if you take some good lessons or if you just know what to do to know how to hold them down where you ain't necessarily fighting them, but they can't really do nothing to you. Um, because you can, what I'm saying, end up behind bars for murder just for uh hitting somebody. So you know what I mean? So you can hit somebody in the head and injure them and they can just take their last breath. And I think that's what it was with her. She had those injuries. And it eventually she never had any kind of medical attention with them. And she started having, they said she was complaining about a headache the night she died. She was having that headache. I know somebody else who ended up like that. They didn't die, but they had some head injuries from in the past. And then they were kind of a little incoherent. But they were taken to the hospital and they had to have some surgery to their head. Luckily they did because they would have eventually been gone. Same kind of thing with Amanda. Hey Wade, how you doing? Long time no. Okay, I got to start reading these chats. I had an uncle that was a car dealer in South Carolina that lived in my grandma's house. And being that I lived with my grandmother. Oh, so you got a hold of his stuff, huh, Bishop? Right, Auntie. I remember your story. I grew up in foster care in a group home, in and out of the system in New York. Wade ain't been around in a long time. See, Wade, I could go on and on like on these lives. We can start talking about some collector's items, all that kind of stuff. Uh, Nova made me stop watching. I forgot about Nova. Yeah, and her mother Tiana, whatever. That girl, you know what I'm saying? She ain't number 14, 15. If I went live and start driving around and went down, see, they don't want to mess with me because I've been in, did some stuff and got accidentally so involved in this YouTube. I've been in, I'd be put on the map for real. If y'all go down Figueroa at night, I've been down, there have been times when I be driving And I think one time I was going to put the camera on and I didn't do it. And I had decided to go down Figueroa and I was on Vibes this panel, but I didn't even tell y'all. And I was like, I ought to put the camera on so maybe they could really see. Because y'all hear about Figueroa, but y'all ain't never been to Figueroa before. You know what I'm saying? To really see these women out there. Figueroa done got real raunchy. These bras, they used to wear their little short skirts and stuff, right? These bras now be wearing swimsuits and high heels. They damn near naked now down there in Figueroa. I'm like, damn. But I guess they are now because they got so many of them out there. It didn't even used to be like that. I guess all these, and the thing is, they from all over the country. These people come down to LA. Like even Skid Row. Skid Row ain't all LA natives. A lot of them people are from other places and they come down there. But anyway, so these people didn't, I guess, heard more and more and more about Figueroa. They know okay. And when I tell you, when I say they saturated, they be on these corners with these offs, and they be, one day I'm gonna go on, like I'm gonna go and put the camera on. Since now y'all didn't fucked with me, and I'm live. Oh baby, it's about to get like my daddy used to say, all the way live. Okay, let me see. Nova made me stop watching. Okay, oh my God, is what my yeah, that's way. Nova in too deep. I don't really pay attention much to Nova, but I know she definitely deep. That little girl need to be. She, I'm saying, in summer camp some dang where. Oh dang, Wade gotta go. He not, and I didn't even know he was here. Through Soft White Alabama. Yeah, I guess Marcus ended up in all the algorithms because I was watching Soft White Underbelly, and then when COVID hit, and I was like really chilling on doing a lot of work. And because I didn't want to be bothered with no damn clients and going to their houses or meeting up. You know what I'm saying? We all scared we're going to catch COVID. And out here, like in a lot of other states, we was for real shut down for a long time. Our kids didn't go back to school for 2 years. Let me see. My son, COVID started when he was in 8th grade, right? For all of ninth grade, he was at home. So he went back to school for 10th grade. So we were almost out. Yeah, well, for like a year and a half, for almost 2 years. And so, you know what I'm saying? And some people, and even when they came back, the kids had an option. So they kind of slowly, you know what I'm saying, worked the kids back in. The kids had an option. And some of them kids never went back. But so we was really locked down over here. And that shit was depressing as hell. And I was busy just watching Soft White Underbelly and listening to my music. I really wasn't, you know what I'm saying, doing much work or, you know what I'm saying, working with my business much. And I wasn't dealing with a lot of clients because I wasn't trying to catch nothing. I bought so much of that hand sanitizer and mask and all that kind of stuff. But next thing you know, one day, Atlanta Street Interviews came up in my algorithm, and I was watching it. And when Marcus, when he talked about how it happened, that was during the time I started watching him, like for real, in the very beginning, because I watched his first videos. You know what I'm saying? And I remember I went to his page, and he didn't have a lot of videos, so I was able to watch all of them. So, and I was not subscribed. That was a thing about me. I wasn't subscribing to folks. And I'm like, you know what? I finally said it don't make no sense for me to just keep looking, going. Let me just go on and subscribe. And I finally did subscribe. For a long time, I wouldn't even subscribe. I was just going to his page watching. Yep. And they recommended for the for ASI. Me too, Copper. I can't focus on too much. Cause you know what I'm saying? I do got a life and it's hard. Like and the ones who's working and got families, how y'all able to keep up with all the drama that's up through ASI? I don't even know how y'all do it. So, yeah, I'm saying, like, man. Okay. Oh, hey, D Rugs, RRU has gotten really boring. Oh, real right and uncut. I did like okay, pull up and chat. Yeah, like I said, because I like this, but I didn't really watch pull up and chat. I can't do them both, but I would watch every once in a while. And when Marcus went out there to meet up with him, I kind of watched him a little bit. But the only two characters I know is the ones that Marcus met when he went down there, which they ended up on the map. Crystal and Skrilla. The Amanda story. Yeah, I guess I'm behind y'all. Okay, let me read everybody. I'm reading them, even though I'm not reading them loud. Wait a minute, damn it. So there's a Mimi and a Nene. Yeah, Mimi and Nene. Nene, that's our sister, and Mimi is our niece. Nova took me out. Yes, Bishop. Uh-oh, y'all, I'm behind. Let me go to the bottom and see how behind I am. My man Flex Spot. I lived it. Okay, wait a minute. You talking about something? The Liberty. Well, you talking about Flex? Wait a minute, Bishop. Are you talking about Flex? Extra room with nothing but cleaning supplies. Who got an extra room with nothing but cleaning supplies? Ghost is born. Wait a minute. Getting into YouTube. See, y'all, I could talk all day, like even about some gardening. I never really was talked about it with a lot of people because people are not into gardening. I got to remember I was running a lot of grandmamas and stuff, so we had a lot of plants, and our landscaping was pretty because we had a lot of garden bushes. Like, see, I'm going around. I'm talking to contagious now. When you posted them elephant ears, man, that brought back so much memories because part of our landscaping we had elephant ears. I can't talk about elephant ears to everybody because I ain't, what I'm saying, nobody talk about that. And if they know about anything, they might talk about a rose bush, but that's about it. That she would buy a bunch of stuff and would be the first online. Wait a minute, I just skipped a lot. The trap house on Atkins and okay, that's Copper that was talking to you. I made plenty of rest at the White Castle and Galaxy Motel. Okay. Oh, he made plenty. Oh, of arrests there. Now wait a minute, Bishop. You said something about Flex. You talking about Shanice's husband? Yeah. I went to Costco. Oh, Mimi. See, we can talk about some Costco. You already know that's one of my drug addictions. Cleaning supplies, girl. I had already spent some money on there, but I remember I was supposed to go to Costco yesterday. But I didn't. I kind of chilled and was talking my shit online with them people who was saying all that stuff and having me a little drink and whatever. Uh, I went to Costco and said, girl, I got to go to Costco. I was supposed to go yesterday and I'm supposed to be going today. I got to get some paper towels. I had already got my cleaning stuff. Used to trap out of that house. Ooh, well, Copper, if you used to trap out the house that Bishop used to make arrests at, girl, you better be happy Bishop hadn't put them handcuffs on you. I could tell you a story about that. One day I was with my grandmother on my dad's side, and they had been trying to put this family reunion together, right? So they would have these meetings. So my aunt and my grandmama picked me up. I really don't fool with my father's side like that. And that's because of my dad. My dad was cool on his family with a lot of stuff. He preferred for me to be around my great. Although my mom's family didn't like him really, didn't really like him. My grandfather he was easygoing and cool and would tolerate him, but they didn't really like him. But he wanted his kids to be more around my mom's family. But anyway, I was over there and they had this family reunion and everything, and uh, one of my cousins, he had stopped by with some guy he knew, and the guy who he knew recognized one of my cousins, and they was talking and shaking hands. Come to find out, the guy knew my cousin because the guy had gone to jail. And either my cousin was a sheriff. So either he just recognized him because out here they do have correctional officers uh in the prisons, but out here at LA County they're sheriffs. They're real policemen. So he recognized my cousin. Either my cousin arrested him before, or he no, I think he was one of the sheriffs down at the LA County. And so just when I said that, it made me think of that. It's a small world. You gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? How you treat. Apparently, my cousin treated them okay because they shook hands and was laughing and talking, and then they finally went on and told how they knew each other. Sam's is okay. Yeah, some about Costco I like better. Bishop wasn't going to arrest us. Police couldn't get in there when I was there. Bishop, now you see Copper talking mess like you wouldn't have been able to get to it. That flex. Oh, you said flex spot. I used to cop from there myself. Oh, Bishop was like, shit, I wasn't over there. I was a customer. I was still going in Target when we were supposed to. Wait a minute. Man, I'm going to have to see. Man, I didn't got lost. Long live Flex had the biggest dimes of the. When I saw the word flex, I thought you was talking about the entertainer Flex, and with me knowing he was from New York, I was about to tell you about Shanice. I started making my own pine cleaner before I go get my stuff. Oh, y'all talking about Costco? I'm gonna figure it out about how to read all these comments while I'm talking. What's her name was good at that? How she could be online and as she talking, she'll be reading and commenting, going from one comment to the next. I gotta perfect that. I gotta perfect that. So anyway, I'm just talking. I done said a little bit of a lot of stuff. What about? Oh, it ain't nothing bad about Shanice. I was just telling you. I remember when she was a. Uh, Shanice said that Flex is a zest ball. That's what she said. No, I was gonna tell you. I remember when Shanice was a kid. She used to. I had some friends who lived. No, they didn't live on shit. They lived on the block of my great grandmother, but they lived like around the corner from me. And I would go over to their house, and they were friends. She was best friends with Shanice, and Shanice would be over at their house all the time. I never really did hang out. See, that's what I'm saying. When somebody get to talking about somebody as a groupie, do you realize how I could have been a groupie? I could have been up over at their house all the time and Shanice that was the part. But now I know how she probably ended up. I don't know how she probably ended up with a license. Shanice had her a Nissan Sentra when she was like 13, 14 years old. And I thought, you know what I'm saying? And now I know how she probably got a driver's license. I'm sure she had a driver's license at the time. You had to be 16, but I know now that if you are under 16, but there are ways, like if you work for your parents' business, it's different ways how you could do it, because I had thought about doing it for, I think, my daughter, where it would have been, or if you lived in the house where your parents needed you. It's like there's some certain ways where a kid can get a driver's license earlier than, the law says. So that was probably how Shanice had it. Because I used to be thinking, dang, she driving around all around town at like 13, 14 years old with no driver's license. And she got her own car. She had a Nissan Sentra at the time. It was a brand new, but and now I know how. But no, it wasn't nothing bad about Shanice. But I was just thinking about that because one of them bras going to talk about I'm a groupie. First of all, I'm from Los Angeles. Okay. And the areas that I lived in, when people know about LA, there are certain hoods that are like real gutter. And then there are certain hoods where there are black people there that are a little bit more together, but they call them hoods. It's still not, you know what I'm saying? So I came from the west side, and the hoods from the west side are more decent than on the east side or other areas. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it was. So where I lived around a lot of black celebrities. So don't get to trying to call me a groupie when I could have. And my mother and my family was in the entertainment industry. I've seen so many people. As I mentioned to you, my daughter, She had uh, uh, auditioned for something, and Debbie Allen was the narrator of that stuff during that time. You know what I'm saying? Where Debbie Allen and her husband, and they real cool people. Like when y'all see them on TV, they be like for real cool. Her husband, real cool people, real cool down to earth. That's the kind of black folks I like. And that's the type of family I came from. We weren't from no uppity, arrogant, oh, I'm bougie. No, my people was down to earth and cool. Yeah, Copper. These people talking about some like that broad over there talking about a Marcus groupie. I look at Marcus just a person with a following and a YouTube channel. I don't even view him as no celebrity or somebody to be a. I ain't never been no groupie. But the thing is that like, what was her name from Good Times? When we was kids, my friend and I ain't gonna see if I get to saying that. Well, we lived. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Rochester, but he was a celebrity back in the day, and we used to. He used to be 2 blocks down the street from me. Okay, and his street, it was a cul-de-sac, like a circle, a dead end like street. And they called it Rochester Circle. I used to go. We used to. Well, my mom. I used to go with my mom over there to parties and everything. And my friend, her brother was friends with Rochester's son. And come to find out, what's her name? She real pretty. Thelma from Good Times. One of her husbands, her man, they used to live right across the street. We used to go over there because we would be waiting for her to come. Because I wouldn't know, you know what I'm saying? I wanted because I thought she was so cute, a cute teenager. And she lived across, like, y'all don't know. Where Marvin Gaye died, where he lived. We used to walk past this. My mother and we would exercise. He might live like half a mile away from where I was from. We used to pass by Marvin Gaye's house all the time. Like, lady, please. You know what I'm saying? My son's friends. I didn't even know they was even celebrities, red carpet celebrities. And I'm talking to them people. You know what I'm saying? It's like I could just go on and on. Friends whose father I didn't even know was part of Earth, Wind, Fire. I mean, we can just go on and on. Mother was friends with Chaka Khan. You know what I'm saying? The celebrities my mama know and knew. You know what I mean? There was Ikeettes. Y'all don't remember, even know Ike and Tina. They had some Ikeettes. It was 3 or 4 women. My mother was friends with 2 of them and good friends with one of them. So even if I didn't even know the celebrity, we knew how to get close to the. My grandparents was friends with a lot of celebrities, or their children were celebrities. My mother was in the industry. I mean, she wasn't tough, but that was her thing. She said she kind of stopped when she got married and had kids and had to go on and go to a regular job. She got his pockets factors. Now, Bishop, you said that Flex. God, I didn't know Shani said all that about about her man. I keep forgetting. Wait a minute. Getting to watch that Earth, Wind, and Fire. My mother was just telling me about the Earth, Wind, and Fire documentary, and she was trying to call me and ask me about my friends. Well, they were from Chicago, but I knew them from in junior high school. So I think they moved down here in elementary. We all attended. Well, one of the sisters and I, we attended school. We were at school together. Her other sister, I know her too, but they weren't. And we attended in fact, the junior high school I attended was in Hollywood. It was the same junior high school that the Jacksons attended and a lot of other celebrities. I'm fine. Oh, y'all know Monica Calhoun? She and I, we were in the same grade level. We attended school together. Oh, Brandy. I didn't even know that. Brandy attended that same elementary school. But anyway, and see, like how Brown over there like clowning and laughing. I ain't got to lie about this. My god sister and Latoya Jackson were best friends. Latoya is her daughter's goddaughter. And she and Latoya, they attended the same junior high school I attended, but they're older than me. And she shared it with me. All the Jacksons were in school together. Like, how are they all in school together when it's only 3 grade levels? Latoya was behind 2 years, and you know what I'm saying? But they put them all together in the same school. Latoya was low key too. She and Latoya were best friends. And she used to see the Jacksons running around in this, on the school campus or whatever, and the girls was all excited about them because that's when they during the ABC times, right? And she said that Latoya used to come over to the house and spend the night. And she would go over there, and she said, and one day she was over there, and see the Jacksons, the boys, they was doing a lot of work, so she really didn't see them a lot when she would go over to the house. And I'm thinking she said one day they was in the swimming, and they was kind of kicking back in the backyard, and all of a sudden she said she used to always lie and tell people because she attended school where the Jacksons attended. She said she used to always lie to people. And they're like, "Oh, you attend that school with the Jacksons?" She's like, "Yeah." And she would be lying, saying, "Girl, I be going to their house and stuff, messing with them. They kids, junior high school." And she lying to folks, telling them how she be going to their house and all that. Come to find out, she wasn't even lying and didn't even know she wasn't lying. She said one day she was at the house and all of a sudden she noticed the boys coming through the back, going in the house. And she looked and she was like, "Wait a minute, Toya, you didn't, girl, you never told me they was your brothers or they was your, you know what I mean?" And Toya just never didn't want her to know. Maybe she didn't want people to know because she didn't want girls to be trying to be her friend just for them. But just come to find out it was. But yeah, Toya was her best friend. And when she had her daughter, my god sister had her daughter, Toya named her daughter. Hey, MGO, I don't know why I initially thought you was in here. Rihanna and Drake. Wait a minute. Rihanna. Oh, yeah. That's Copper's in-law over there. Rihanna. Copper said, Copper, you did say that Rihanna is, what's his name is your relative, right? My first was a teacher, and she scared me for life. Wait a minute. What was your first for as a teacher? Y'all remember the little girl on the Dark and Lovely Relax? Yeah. I don't remember the little girl, but I know they had kid. Wait a minute, let me go back. She said, "Let me go back. Hold up." He was a billboard. Well, y'all talking about y'all first, the person y'all first was crazy about. Wait a minute. I can't believe that Hall Williams never got his teeth fixed with all of the money. Who is Hall Williams? Is he from the Earth, Wind, and Fire? Now, see, that's something you're going to have a conversation with my mama about talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire. Now, I do know that music because we were subjected to it. My first was a whole model. He was on billboards, Vibe magazine, and Source magazine. She said that years ago, and she's still right there with him. Oh, you saying Shanice said that years ago? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like these men don't have to lie about it because there's so many women who are all right with it. But you know what though? Flex, I do like Flex. He's an easygoing type of guy. Like I ain't never met him before, but I'm just saying like I like him. I like him. Okay, so what you saying, Bishop? Your first crush that you had was on a school teacher? Okay, wait a minute. 9 years old, Copper. You know I love me some Rihanna. Y'all bear with me. I'm gonna be having to learn how to read, look at the chat while I talk. For real, because I don't want to get behind. For real. Okay, let me just keep on talking because I can't catch up. I'll have to do it later. Anyway, I remember you. I remember you saying that, Copper. Okay, Fenty takes all my money. Yes, MGO, she was gorgeous. A lot of women on those perm boxes. Yeah, they was cute. They was pretty. And you remember the Soul Train would be advertising. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I wish we could go back to those days because them people was, I remember always thinking they were some pretty women. They had their hair pressed, or maybe they was wearing a wig. I don't know. But a lot of them, most of them had their hair pressed and perms and stuff like that. Oh, what Copper said she had her crush in preschool. Well, yeah, I think we just talked about that, Copper, because, my first boyfriend, was about 5 years old. And his cousin, which my brother's older, his cousin was my brother's girlfriend. She had a major crush on him. And before he started dating, she was taller than my brother, too. I remember as a kid, she would be riding her bike, coming around past our house, calling his name. And she used to piss me off. And you know how little kids, I was a little kid who thought I could whoop some ass. In my head, now this girl taller than my brother, right? And when she would pass by our house and calling his name and stuff, I'd be like, shut up. And I was ready for it too. I was ready to whip that big old girl's ass. Okay. And anyway, they ended up all, I guess, all becoming friends and everything. And I would be going over there with my brother, and she had a little cousin, and that he became my man. And that's back in the day when parents would be friends with each other. My mother ended up meeting their family, and then my mother became friends with the family. And up until this day, um, I had lost contact with the folks. I didn't even know my mother was friends with them. And one day I was with somewhere, and she was like, "Oh, that's you. Y'all know my name, but you know what I'm saying." She was like, "That's her right there," and she was telling me who it was. I was like, "Huh?" I didn't even know she was still in communication with them. That was decades later. But that was back in the day, like when you had a friend. Y'all remember this? A bishop. Do y'all remember when we was kids and when you became friends with somebody? I know people do it now because I end up friends with some people, but it's still not the same like back then. When your kids became friends with some kids, when you end up meeting the parents, you became friends with them. That's how it was in my family. And my mother ended up becoming friends with a few, not all, but a few of my friends' parents. And ended up becoming more friends than I became. So yeah. Anyway, y'all, I ain't gonna be on for too much longer. This was my first one. This is for the books. But it was just like I was like, I ain't about to keep having nobody play with my name where all these old fools think they gonna be coming for me. And you know what I'm saying? And that ain't about to happen over here because I'm gonna make you financially responsible with all of those comments and stuff, and people coming to my page with that shit. It's getting screen. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna have screenshots to prove like your commentary. I'm just somebody. I ain't trying, and I'm not a person who's out there. And then to be doing it, and they under the impression it's something else. Can't nobody sit up here and say that I be fighting for Marcus. They talk about Marcus all the time. Now, if it's something I kind of disagree with, it would be with anybody. Well, like, no, it didn't happen. And usually when it's something, it's because somebody got the story wrong. And I just don't like misinformation. Because what happens with misinformation, that's how the lies get started. Even if it's some innocent misinformation. You know what I mean? It could be, no, he wasn't in Atlanta at the time. He was in Florida. Does that mean I'm fighting for him? And it should be true about what he be doing. So what am I fighting and arguing about? What, it's because you want me to be on the platform cussing them out, or is it because you want me to say, motherfucker, take my mod stick? I didn't ask for the mod stick. And for anybody who's been knowing me from the beginning, you would know, like I said, that I never wanted to be a mod. That's because I just wanted to be in the comments section. And because I don't even know how to moderate like that. And what I mean, like, I can't do what Mimi know how to do. Let's keep it real. And what Glossy and them know how to do. With all them damn emojis and how y'all be all that and thinking of stuff to say and I just, you know what I'm saying? That ain't my specialty. Everybody got something good they can do, and that's just one thing I can't do good. So when you see me be a moderator, all you gonna see me do is say like, share, subscribe, thank you. The castle appreciates your support, and I learned how to just give a couple of emojis with the hug. And guess what? It's gonna be the same kind for each person. When y'all see me in Marcus's chat, I be forgetting to even say like, because I'm really into the damn content. Yeah, Mimi one a bomb ass moderator for real, for real. Mimi was the first one I saw doing that. I was like, damn. And when Sheena had her, I was like, shit, she the best over there. You're right, Mimi. I'm a good mod if I needed you as my substitute. For real, for real. I'm telling you, I didn't even know. I had to ask Vibes how they be doing that. Like, cause I would see y'all, even with Glossy in there, when I be seeing y'all, y'all would say something, and it wouldn't even be not long later. It would be, I'm like, how they do all that and type all that and it be the same way each time. And my Vibes was like, they basically had copied it probably. And I was like, how they do that? And I was, one day I was just trying to figure something out. I was like, oh, that's how they do that. Now I just saw something accidentally where I saw something pinned and I was like, what? And I noticed that something I had was pinned with one of the moderator things I had said. I don't even know how to go back to whatever it was I accidentally pushed. And then I started thinking, oh, this is how they do it. They got certain things that they say already pinned. Now this just happened the other day. I don't even know how to go back to it to even kind of figure it out. And I got so much going on in my life. And then with this added stuff, I don't even know how to. I got to have a day to just sit down to try to focus on it. Yeah, copy and paste. But then y'all switch it up and y'all have something else y'all didn't say it before. So then, like I just said, just the other day, I noticed it must, something popped up with I accidentally pushed. And it was something pinned where I saw three different things that had been pinned, which apparently it was accident or I didn't know I did it. So you'd have to give a moderating class one day. For the moderators, $10. I teach you how to be an expert moderator. Shows. So yeah, anyway, these people with all this and this saying stuff, they don't know what they're talking about. I can't keep on swinging around. You know what I'm saying? I be fighting the world. And then I'm commenting, trying to get it all straight, man. Y'all don't know. I ain't used to this YouTube shit. And I know it's crazy, like, to keep responding to the shit. So I say, I'm gonna just even stop even looking at the dumb shit. Let them. I can't try to make everybody put everybody on game. Shit. You keep a template in your notes so you can always go back to. Girl, I don't even know what you're talking about. A template in OneNotes. I remember on my other phone I used to keep notes, but I ain't even sat down long enough with this phone. I've been having this phone now for 2 or 3 years to even figure out where the notes are. I remember thinking, where are the notes? That'd be have to be a day where I just cannot come online and I just have to practice on my phone. But I'm telling you, I just discovered by accidentally touching something, and I noticed three things that was pinned already. And one of them was the something that I said when I had did a copy and paste. And I'm like, oh, this is where all that stuff is. And then I start thinking, that's how Mimi and them be doing this. They have it already pinned. Because I even trying to figure out how they switch up the sayings, and I didn't see them say it, and it's verbatim. And it's the same emojis, ain't nothing. How did they even type that fast to do all that? So that's what I'm saying. Me be a moderator, all you gonna get out of me is some generic. Hit the like button. Then I'm gonna try to act like I'm fancy. If y'all notice, and I'll put a little like thumb. If y'all notice, it's the same way. Ain't nothing changed. Hit the like button, share, or something like that, right? And then I'll say, then I eventually added on, like with Vibes Queens. The castle appreciates your support. Then I found because I knew Vibes was liking the emoji. So I start finding a few little emojis to add in there and then some little dollar sign. Man, and that didn't come along till later on. And like I said, man, I can't be moderating. And with Marcus and stuff, for me, I've noticed that when he be live and I am doing a little like trying to look at the chat, I be trying because Marcus be, you know what I'm saying? Like the other day, he's like, where's my moderator? Yeah, I'm saying it was something somebody asked him about. Did he sleep with Truth or sleep with whoever, right? I missed all that because I was trying to, well, I was multitasking already and I'm listening to it. But the thing is that me trying to handle a chat and listen and watch where he going and what they doing, man, that's a lot. And the day that I was moderating, I would even cut as fast as he hit that weed with that Mexican. I just happened to not even be looking at the chat. I would have missed that because that was fast when he hit that weed. Wait a minute, I know I'm missing something now. We definitely got to raise our parents to teach them technology for real. My kids, I know I imagine that. The reason why I'm been chilling on my kids now about helping me with stuff because I know my mama be getting on my nerves. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to help put no damn. If I help put you an email together, I'm gonna be the one having to teach you how to do the emails. And so she know I was always like complaining and everything. So she finally went on and got it together. Well, however she got her email. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think she didn't gave her passwords away to her email because she don't even know what she talking about and doing. Luckily, she ain't got no real business on the email. Over 100 times how to send Apple Pay, and she still can't remember. I know you be smacking your lips. That's why I said I got to, leave my kids alone. Now, I think I just asked my son something the other day, but I leave him alone only because I know my mama get on my nerves with the little bit I know how to do. I now just lie and say, I don't even know how to do all that. Like yesterday. She had my son helping her. I was like, "Ooh, thank God!" And he was over there. My son, real cool and everything. He real easygoing, so he didn't mind helping his grandmama. Plus, you know what I'm saying. But I was like, "Thank God he was with me." Where he got patience. Imagine that. I ain't got patience for that. And then I'm on here trying to look at this YouTube stuff, and these motherfuckers over here trying to come for me. I can't do all that. On my phone. I'm not standing in no banks. Man, I do mostly everything from the phone. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, well, no, 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 no. See, my mother, she still make phone calls. I ain't gonna lie. I be feeling sorry for them people. Because I be listening to her. Because, see, she think I don't know how to do some of it, right? And some of it, a lot of it, I don't know what she talking about. But I be feeling sorry for them. And then sometimes I be fussing at her in the background. And I know them people be happy. She be on that phone for an hour or two trying to have them walk her through some stuff. And I'm like, and then she'll ask, I said, didn't you hear when the woman told you? Now, I heard when she told you something, something. I know they be relieved, right? But they don't know I be setting them up because at least they feeling like, ooh, she got somebody cussing her out about it, right? But they don't know I'm doing that too, so they won't hang up. You know what I'm saying? And they got to deal with the problem versus me, okay? She be paying her for her bills over the phone. I'm like, I ain't even about to even try to help her and tell her all she got to do is, try to set all that up where she can just do it by herself. Let her go on every month and that give her something to do and be calling Macy's or whoever else, telling them to pull this out the account. Let them, rather them than me, to pay my aunt's phone. Girl, I didn't even know they still had places set up to pay. Nothing in the store. But yeah, for real, for real. Now I do pay my bills online, but all that extra stuff. One thing I only do for her is that I be buying her concert tickets and stuff. But luckily, she can go to the box. I'll just take on more time. I said, you just go into the box office and pick up your tickets at will call. Because I ain't about to be helping her try to figure that out, how she can use her phone and have it on have her tickets online, on her phone digitally. I ain't going through that. I am not. So, okay, wait a minute. Y'all talking about, yeah, without them bills? But I remember back in the day when I would pay my phone bills. Yeah, we would go to the store. You could go either to the AT&T, Pacific Bell, and all that. They would have places where you can go and pay, or go to the store and pay. Them days is over. But it was cool back then. And for a long time, I was like resistance with them trying to make me pay online when I wanted, like real, not even thinking how much more convenient it is. Yeah, Copper. Now I ain't that, all that straight to the wallet and all. Oh, when I do go to concerts, let me back that up. I just go online in my Oh, I do have the Ticketmaster app, so I just pull it up that way, or I go through my email and do it. But all that wallet stuff now, I ain't that savvy with that. But I will go on the app, you know. But with her, I ain't even about to even give her that idea where she gonna start messing with me trying to figure out how to do all that. When I buy tickets for them, like next week, I don't know if she and I going to the concert or my uncle gonna go with her, but I had got her some tickets to go see Smokey Robinson and Gladys Knight. I ain't about to do that. You about to go stand in that line at will call. Shit. Not me. I ain't even about to even tell her that you can she got that option. Yeah, we have Pacific Bell, Atlantic Bell. I wonder if it was because of y'all being on the East Coast, like Atlantic Ocean. And you know, we have Pacific Ocean on our side. So maybe that's how they came about it was Bell. What did MGO say? Oh, I thought she had was gone. Lines are the devil. They are. But I ain't gonna lie to you, shit. Some yeah, lines are definitely the devil, but when I'm in Costco, I don't mind standing in it. Cause that's my store. For real, for real. I think that's how I end up catching COVID that time when COVID was out, was being up in Costco and standing in those lines during the time of COVID. Your mama left. Well, he might be down that way. You better go online and see where he is. Cause then my mama, that was Smokey was her band back in I guess in the '60s. I remember we had them. We had them albums and 8 tracks and stuff. So I noticed that Smokey was on, going to the Hollywood Bowl and Gladys Knight. I was like, oh, that's a cool little setup. Now my grandmother, she was alive. She liked Smokey too. Gladys was her girl. But see, we know some of her stuff, because Gladys was her girl. So that's going to be a good concert. So that's why I'm thinking I might go with her if I feel like being bothered. You know what I'm saying? I might go with her next week to that concert. But I bought 2 tickets. Y'all had Southern Bell. So I guess they named Bell depending on where you were. I wonder if they got a Northern Bell because we had Pacific Bell. And back then, I think I was sharing with somebody who I think I was sharing with my son. Shoot, back then, them phone companies having a phone was for real, like for real. Like if you got your phone cut off, they was like a monopoly. It wasn't like with cell phones. Well, shit, I'm sick of Verizon. I'm just gonna go on to you know what I'm saying, AT&T or go on to Boost Mobile. Like you got options now. When you had a landline, Pacific Bell was the only place you could go at one point. So if you fucked off, had messed up your relationship with them and didn't pay that bill, you just didn't have a phone. I had Pacific Bell. And then I think finally it was a law that came into effect where they couldn't be monopoly and they had a few choices and a few other little companies came through. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, it was for us, Pacific Bell. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because if Mel's saying she had Southern Bell and she down there in the South, then that's telling me that it depends on because Atlantic is over there on your side, Copper. So that's telling me that, and I had Pacific Bell that they named. It was a bell, definitely, but they named it according to the area. Yep. So that's what I said. These people don't know what we went through. And remember, for those who knew, I remember before there was a such thing as call waiting. Imagine having only one phone. Imagine where if you got teenagers in the house who's calling and talking to their friends and boys on the phone or whatever, and girls on the phone, that phone was gonna be busy. Your friends is gonna be calling in, them kids having tied up. So back then, people would get 2 lines sometime. Sometime it would either be, you know what I'm saying, they had the phone back there with the kids where they had their own phone number. Then when you got a lot of kids, imagine that where they fight. Yeah. Because I remember I had some friends, they would be fighting over the phone. You've been on the phone for 30 minutes, man. I want to call my friend. Man, that was a mess. And you know what I'm saying? Them phones would be busy, and I'll never forget. Yeah, the busy signal. And then it would be your friend's mama or your auntie or somebody who be trying to call. They be getting mad because they know that the kids must be on the phone and they trying to call to talk to your mama, your grandmama. They would make an emergency disruptive call. So what would happen when you be on the phone with your friend? All of a sudden, the operator would just come on in the middle of the conversation. It would make a noise, beep, and there would be like, there's a emergency call from a so and so, and then they would call out your number. Now imagine when you lying to the boys, and or you tell them, "Oh, I can't give out my number. My mama don't want me to talk to boys." You don't want the boys to have your number. They gonna call the number out. You have to hurry up real fast and hang up so they wouldn't hear what the operator said the number was. Yeah, they sent it to interrupt the call with an emergency call. Now, if you on the phone, or if you're, you know what I'm saying, or for the those whose parents didn't add the call waiting when call waiting came in effect, but your phone don't have call waiting, but you listening and eavesdropping what your friend and she talking to somebody, or you just on the phone with your friend and they talking to somebody, but you don't want them other somebodies to have your number. That operator gonna snitch if you don't know about it and not to hang up real fast, so they won't hear the whole number. Man, it was difficult back in the day. So, but if you had three-way and call waiting was separate, you might have the call waiting, but you might not have a three-way. So you had to get the both of them. So you have your call waiting, and then you have your three-way call, so you can make more than one call. Man, it was something else. Life was hard. And that's why I understand. See, now that's why I understand what these kids playing these games and shit. All the opportunities. That's almost kind of like, imagine how it was back in the day. Imagine the people who was free from slavery if they was able to watch the foolishness now. And these lazy kids and all this bullshit. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Stones. Ooh, I remember when Star 6 7 came out. And it didn't come out everywhere because I remember my friend, she was talking about Star 6 7, but she had gone out to college, right? And then she started talking about it. And she's like, yeah, they don't have it out here. I think either it was when she was in college in Vegas. They might have had it first. Yeah. And she was saying, I was like, what's that? And I was like, we ain't got it out here. But ooh, when I found out we had it, I was like, ooh, girl, we got it. I remember when we came out with caller ID. I think I found it too. And I had to throw that thing out. They had the little caller ID box. And people who didn't know, you see the number on the caller ID. But then, for those who had to start 6 7, man, please, we didn't came a long way. I remember when I grew up in Alabama, the phone company would have like 4 homes on one line. Oh, I ain't never heard of that. How would they have four homes on one? Oh, how would they do that? Now I'm mad I wasn't around to know how that was done. Wait a minute, MG, I couldn't give out my number to boys, so I would find them my best friend's number, give them my best friend's number, and she would call me on the three-way. Then she would allegedly go go watch a show or something while we talk. Look how Joey put allegedly, but that's what I'm saying. So guess what? If the boy was on the phone, and if you didn't have a call waiting, and then your auntie called because they to do an emergency breakthrough, he gonna find out your phone number if you don't know it, especially the first time if you wasn't hip to it. You know what I'm saying? And so what you would have to do, like what my friend would have to do, I would be having my three-way going. And with my friend, she would be the one listening and we'd be talking or whatever. She would have to hang up real fast. And don't be prank calling nobody. And that shit happened. So you couldn't use the phone if someone from another house. What? I ain't never seen that before. In the country, many homes would be under one phone line and number. I didn't know that. Now that's something new to me. Girl, that was a mess. Four people, girl, I could imagine the neighbors complaining. Your daughter be on the phone all this time. We can't even, Lord, y'all ain't even knowing, especially about rotary phones. I can remember my grandmother would not get the push button. Cause you remember, like it's still they would have places where you call, be press one, or the push button was more convenient. My grandmother loved her princess phone. They had the princess push button, but she loved the rotary one. Man, I had to go get me a little phone so that if I wanted to use, when I go to my grandmother's house, I'd have to plug in that to do the push button. I think I got a push button one for my friend, or the backup phone for the kids whose parents would unplug the phone at night. Like I go to my grandmother's house, and when she get tired of my ass, right, she unplugged that phone. I was like, cool. My friends had hooked me up with the backup phones. This is when I was in high school. I just go ahead and plug in the backup phone. She ain't got an idea. I'm still on the telephone in the living room. Man, I said these people be doing this trolling. They don't know. I used to be a prank caller. If I really, I'm like the ones that come to your page and talk all that mess. If we can do that all day, you know what I'm saying? Uh, Rotary phones seem so romantic and vintage. It actually, now that I look at them, it had like a little class to them. My mom would call on holidays and couldn't get through. That's what I'm saying. And you talking about four houses? The only way I would want to share a phone line with three other houses is if I'm dealing with some senior citizens who don't talk to nobody. Ain't got no grandkids around. Or people who hate phones. Because senior citizens back in the day, they really didn't like phones. A lot of them, well, let me back that up. Some do. But I know, like my friend's grandmother, she really didn't like phones. You tell her what you have to say, and she cut the phone off. Like, all right then, well, you go and you enjoy your day now. And if you still trying to talk her, she hang up. You don't even know what else you saying. Remember the phones that have the base attached to it, could rest on your shoulder while you talked without holding it in the hand. I think I know. Wait a minute. One that had the base on the show. I think I remember that. That was around when they was trying to be a little bit more fancy. That's what the phone company did in the 70s. That must have been, women. Was it a small country town? Because I was in Los Angeles. We wasn't about to be sharing no phones with nobody. If anything, there were people, when they had like kids and teenagers, they get a second line because that phone was like, what I'm saying? My friends, they would be fighting over their phone. You can't have too many teenagers in the house and got a phone because everybody want to talk to their friends or everybody want to talk to their boyfriend or girlfriend on the phone. Ward, Alabama. Okay, see, maybe it was out during that in that area. That's interesting. I ain't never heard that before. Where several households share. Girl, something like that was down here in this city. People would be getting taken out and fighting. Neighbors would be hurting each other for real about their phone. My neighbors would have to be all men. And when I mean men who, men usually don't like talking on the phone too much. Where they would allow me to just go on and do what I got to do. I'd have to be the only woman in the community. Because, women, we going to talk to our friends. We going to talk to our men and all that. But my neighbors would have to be people who don't like phones, don't like to talk too much. It was like that in the Caribbeans too, especially in the rural area. That's what I'm saying. It must have been like that because I've never heard of that before, for real. And my great grandfather lived in the country. Well, yeah, it was the country to me. It was a small town in Texas, and they had their own phone. What was definitely different though when I went down there, I had never seen nobody burning trash before. We can't burn no trash out here. We've been and got put in jail. And I remember when I go down there, they had that dirt, and my step great grandmother, She be out there and they be burning that trash with a rake. That was my first experience seeing that. Remember using voicemail to feature a favorite song? Girl, don't even talk about that. Okay, we would pick it, just hear people conversations would say that's Sibel grandson. Listen, they were from Delaware. Wait a minute, you would pick it up. Oh, you could hear the conversations? We would pick it, just hear people conversations. To do go that far, that was called tapping in the phone. Wait, I'm missing some number. My brother and I used to prank call. Girl, y'all don't even want me to tell y'all about no prank calling we used to do. We didn't. Wait, man, please. That was my thing. And then it got to the point where my mama knew I was prank calling. My grandmama knew. I was even prank calling my own family members just to see what they would say. You know what I'm saying? I've prank called. I remember I used to prank call my cousin, which he was like my age, and I had my friend calling, or I would, calling and stuff, and prank calling him. He'd be on the three-way calling his friends, and it would be a mess. But I ain't gonna lie. One time I called my my grandmother on my dad's side and prank call. My auntie and them was picking up cussing, they knowing that they cussing me out and my friends. Yeah, I couldn't imagine it not having privacy with the phone. I wouldn't be able to even talk. Y'all remember the belts that used to have your name go across? Which belts, BB? Now shoot, I'm starting to think you older than me. Man, I was prank calling, but I used to get caught because I was doing it so much. So like I said, my mama and them knew. But when it came down to my cousin, that's what I said. I don't think I shared that with you. CJ remind me of him like a pest. And my mom said, like his mom, she was, back in the 70s, I guess messing with them pills or something. So he was, I guess you would call him a crack baby. They wasn't no crack back then, but whatever they was doing back then. So he was kind of like real hyper. He would get on the kids' nerves. So he was getting on the adults' nerves. But my uncle and them, which was his grandparents, my grandfather's brother and his wife, they mostly kind of raised him at one point, but he used to just get on our nerves. So I was having my friend, we prank call him, right? Because he talked on the phone and did all that kind of crazy stuff too. And so one time I was about to prank call, and because my mom and them, he got on their nerves too. That was the only time I knew they was down for me to prank call. I never forget when my mama was telling my grandmother, "Be quiet. She about to call, prank call my cousin," right? So like what mama tells her mama to be quiet so I could prank call. But that's interesting what Jen is talking about. I gotta look into that. I ain't never heard of nobody who had to share phones. I'm telling you, Jen. Like, look how long I've been on my cell phone talking on this internet. I could do that with all my friends when we was teenagers. Girl, please. And could you imagine all four households with that was teenagers? I guess that's why they used to sneak boys in the house. Ain't nobody had time to fucking play, share phones with everybody. We just gonna sneak you in the house, away from your parents. And see, when I was a teenager, now a lot of women are going to work. It wasn't where your mama was home and the daddy was at work. And you know what I'm saying? So during school hours, you could sneak a boy at the house because the parents was all at work. But for those kids who had a parent at home, you just had to go take your stuff somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? The latchkey daycare, yeah. And the thing was, I was crazy. I wanted to be I was a crazy kid. I thought it was cool to see the kids at school with a key wrapped around their neck. And then I would be seeing them walking home. I'm like, dang, I never got to do that. Yeah. I ain't never been a latchkey kid. My mama always had some damn, and the crazy part, I always had a daycare and shit set up for me or my grandmother. And even it was times when my dad wasn't going to no work every day. It wasn't like he came to pick us up. You know what I'm saying? We went to daycare. So I never got to be a latchkey kid at all. The first time I was ever able to walk home from school is when I got to junior high school. And you know what I'm saying? More independent. And when I catch the bus and walk home. And the first time I was able to walk home to an empty house is when my mom, during the time when my mom and dad separated and we lived up in the jungle. Man, I never had my own key. I got my own key when we lived in the jungle. Never had one. And then once I finally was able to hang out and shit, you know what I'm saying? My mama at work, girl, I remember I tried to get one of my friends to see if she could come over after school. And I was like, girl, and in the apartment we lived in, we had a pool. I was like, girl, we can go swimming. So one day her and she and I we went to the same daycare. I had been knowing her a long time. It just happened she started the same junior high school I started. So her mom picked her up one day and her mom was like, I guess her mom wanted to see the environment. Remind me now, I'm thinking of how I would have been. I guess her mama said, shit, she ain't about to be hanging out in the jungle with this girl. All these apartments and folks. We had a secret spot where the key was hidden. Yeah, that contagious. Mel. That reminded me of, remember it was like what's happening or something where people would put the key up under the plant or up under the the rug right in front of the the house. My friend's landlord, she told her where to how to hide the key, like a spare key. She told her find a place in the dirt, a secret space in the dirt where you know where to go. Dig some dirt up and put your key in that and put the dirt back on there. Because everybody, for the most part, already know when they want to rob a house, the first thing they do, they used to tell people, to rob the house, they already know to look up under the mat in front of your door or under a flower pot. So, like, because one time my friends, they lost their key and they had to wait for their landlord to come and, open up the door for them. It was an old lady and she told them what to do. Have a spare key, find a place around here in this dirt. Remember where that place is and dig a hole and put your key there and put the dirt back on top. Vibes was dead wrong last night how she flipped out for saying someone was live. She also read her chat and completely understand what she read. Then got in her feelings. I wasn't there last night. Yeah, yeah, fake rock. I don't know. I haven't even watched her. I had my own key in elementary and lost it like every other month. Girl, I would have been mad. Now you done lost the key. Ain't no telling who got a key to the house. Well, I'm sorry you felt whatever way you felt, but I wasn't there. And, that's just part of the commentary. You know, everybody might not agree. Like, vibes don't agree with everything. How, a lot of people don't know that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, when you become friends with somebody, like with this Marcus stuff, that don't necessarily mean you agree with everything, but that don't necessarily mean you gonna be fighting and showing off in front of everybody because you disagree. And I've tried to explain that many times. Like, whatever Marcus is doing, it doesn't necessarily mean we agree with it, but it's just like your children or your family and friends. You might not agree with everything they do, but you don't ain't gonna be creating a whole hate train. You gonna be on them and kind of let them know what it is, what they doing, but that don't mean you don't like them or care about them. You know what I mean? Then they gonna do something you gonna be proud of, and that's just how it is. And I'm sorry, however, whatever she did, you felt that way. But like I said, Vibes and I, we be on that panel together. But that does, how somebody saying that we kiss each other's, you know what? So that just goes to show how people don't know how people can work together. That's like you have a business partner. Do you actually think that people who have a business together that they're going to agree on everything or agree with something that somebody does? Like let's just say you going into business with real estate. And I'm giving you an example because I have been in business with real estate. Your business partner might not necessarily want a certain tub in there, and you might think, oh no, I like this one, or you know what I'm saying? You might, I mean, it's like even with your spouse. That's your partner. And you and your spouse might not necessarily agree, but y'all still work it out. So I mean, that is how it is. Vibes don't necessarily agree with everything I say and do, and it's the same, but we not going, and I'm sorry, whatever, but hopefully you still support her. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna have to read. I didn't know she even was live. The first live she went was on. I didn't even know she was live. I wasn't even on YouTube. And then I checked. I was like, oh, she live. And I know she was going off about Maya, but you know what I'm saying, and K3. And I don't agree if they are. I don't even really know all the story, but I know from my understanding, I ain't gonna say I know, but from my understanding, it's supposed to be where they were asking Thump for money and then also online. And like I said, I do believe it's some scamming going on or some lying going on, but I don't know all the details of it because I have not given any money. But I also understand for those who have, because that's how I was feeling about Monique. Look, I can help you, but don't be lying. Nobody wants to be lied on. It's just as well as how Allie stated that Allie and Bishop and them, they were their issue with West Indy because they had given money. Like once you start giving money to folks, then you start feeling like somebody to play you. You don't appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And but I do like I remember like at first I was like telling Maya because I was like she was talking about how he didn't did this or that, and I was like, you don't deserve him. But now that I'm kind of seeing K3 a little bit more, I just kind of I know they full of it, him especially, or I guess her too. But I kind of still like the little kids. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if it's the babies that have I've kind of feel for or what it is, but I don't like nobody being trifling. I don't like that character flaw for real. Just saying it happens often when she reads her chat, then misunderstand what she's reading. You must ain't never been to Sheena's chat before, because I'm a clown on her too. But I'm gonna be honest with you, like when it comes to reading, that's the reason why I don't like this. That's the part of technology I don't like. Like how she's talking to you, but then you talking, but you got to shorthand it and stuff like that because you ain't trying to type too much or it ain't enough space to. It can be where you misread something or it's misunderstood. That's why I never really like texting. Now I'll do it, but initially I couldn't stand when nobody texted me. Man, you got to call me. I don't even want to do all that typing and texting because you know what I'm saying. I want to know what you're saying. I got to hear your voice. I got to hear how you saying it. So but I'm sorry that it happened like that. And I'll talk to her. I don't know. Uh, but when it happens, you need to make it be understood because I've never, you need to address it like in the chat because I've never known of anybody to feel like she misread it. Um, it happened about it being often when she reads her chat, then misunderstands. So when that happens, you need to address it like right away so that she can be aware of it. Because I do know that you can, but you ain't been to Sheena's chat. Not only do she misunderstand it, she can't even read. Did she block you? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that that happened. I don't know what happened, but I apologize if it was innocent. It's just like Marcus blocked somebody day before yesterday. He did it to somebody else, and then it was misread, and I told him to unblock him, and I told him to unblock him like right then because not only because it was misread, and then that person was one of his members. She was in green or whatever, but he did that. That's why I see it's like even with me. That's why now people ought to understand why I write long posts. I know it could be overwhelming because I don't want people to misunderstand stuff or like when you're responding to stuff. And that's the reason why. Because people don't might not know totally what you're talking about. Like yesterday, Marcus was in Mexico, or the day before yesterday, one of them, and somebody was talking about. He said something about the person's teeth, right? Marcus thought he was talking about his daughter's teeth and blocked the person. And I was like thinking, I was like, is Marcus sure it was when he said her teeth that he was talking about the daughter or the lady behind the counter? And I was like, and then I kind of asked that question in the chat. Are you sure he wasn't talking about, you know what I'm saying, the lady behind the counter? And then come to find out he had to talk to the lady again. And when she opened her mouth, I was like, oh, he was talking about the lady behind the counter, not her. And then somebody else had to trying to let Marcus know it was the lady behind the counter. But now, you know, Marcus didn't block the person. And I didn't even feel like telling him maybe unblock him and all that. I just left it alone. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's like the board, you know, just leave it alone. Hell, I didn't know who the person was anyway. But yeah, with that misinterpreting stuff, it's like when you're reading stuff, you can really, people misinterpret you when you just talking. So reading some of that stuff. Oh, you did tell her. But you know, when I went online yesterday, when the part of, that I caught, she was like upset. And so I just kind of was in there for a little while. Well, I was there for the end. And I just went on and moderated for her. You know what I'm saying? And when she's like that, it's like, you know, let her go on and vent or whatever. So I don't know. Apparently she did it and I didn't see it. You know what I mean? Actually didn't see it. I wasn't there. Several content creators misinterpret the chat and or read things wrong. I see it happen constantly. Yeah. That's what I said. Imagine if she misread that, you'd be very frustrated as Sheena, honey. You would have been got cussed out a whole bunch of times. Because it ain't that she just misinterprets. She just can't read. Then there are the messy people in the chat who intentionally stir things up for the drama. Yeah, and I noticed that with Troy's chat, his people like drama. They like drama until the drama start coming to them and they start getting highlighted. And I'm gonna tell you why they like drama. Now let me read this other one. That's why I write longer than average comments too. Right, for the full comprehension. And that was my reason they be talking about Golden over there writing a chapter book. And with me having that law knowledge behind me is why I do it too. The attorneys who just kind of like taught me those things. Like I would be talking to one of them, and like, and then she said, and they'd be like, who is she? And they've done that to me. Like I literally had like attorney friends, right? And they've done that to me, and I've had, now it's like I gotta go into more details because she can be anybody. They, you know what I'm saying? Like we all kind of know who you kind of talking about, but you just can't assume. Um, let me see, not trying to sound, but there are a lot of people in this chat who lack comprehension. Subbies and yeah, MGO. So then there are, okay, I done missed all of these. So what I was gonna go to is that Yarvo, right? Now, really, when I started going, how I got introduced to Yarvo is through Vibes. She was sharing, you know, like these other channels out. Really, I don't like to go to too many channels because it gets overwhelming. Now I got to take away, you know, and this shit gets addictive. Let's keep it real. You over here at Grandma Tracy's, then you over here at so and so. You can be on this shit all day long, and I can't do it. And I've literally missed out. I was late to stuff. You know what I'm saying? Getting caught up in the bullshit, trying to find out what's gonna happen next. So, I was go over to Yarvo's, and then you know he like how he had it set up is like he just had a lot of people on the panel, and a lot of people on the panel they talking about Marcus, but I didn't know how it was all set up. I really did initially think it was kind of like a hate Marcus channel, but I'm there to listen. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not here to fight for Marcus because I can't fight you because of your opinions. I can't fight you with the facts that have been presented to us. However, I do think some of it is hypocritical, and I'm saying this because some of the people who support King of Commentary, where Marcus is actually, even though they're barely legal, they're still legal. Even though the moral compass of thinking, oh, she's, you know what I'm saying? Our own personal feelings about it. You know what I'm saying? Because what might be cool to what might not necessarily be cool to the other, but it's still legal. You can see the wrong in that, but y'all sitting over there letting this dude just run wild as he not only harassed multiple people within the sector, mostly women, because his post about Ken Nola the other day was like he just basically gonna ignore it. He just gonna say a little bit of something. But if it was one of the other females, he'd be posting something up ready to go live about us. Okay. You can support that with knowing the details about this dude, hearing his victims come up, and with the receipts that we have seen, we know it matches. So you can support that, but you got a problem with Marcus, who is dealing, doing some uncouth, ethical stuff. But this dude actually was doing something illegal and taking advantage of his niece. And then we hear about the Haitian girl, but I'll talk about that another day. Anyway, when I was on Yarvo's channel, and the other day, and people was getting mad because Yarvo was trying to clear house, and you know what I'm saying? And they was like, I'm leaving, I'm go, or whatever. So they over there at Troy's, right? But see, what they don't know is funny, like, just because you're hearing something that you don't like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you could just go ahead and voice your opinion. But for the most part, Yarvo's chat and let, you know what I'm saying? It just happens, his his panel be full of a lot of people who don't like the stuff that Marcus does. But because he didn't shut down some stuff, you mad, or because you didn't heard Yarvo address an opinion about something, or because he say he all right and cool with Marcus, you mad? Well, he explained he been cool with Marcus. It's just like with me. When I talked about Marcus, I'm just gonna bring this up. This is as an example. When I talked about Marcus, about him letting I didn't agree with him allowing Summer to jump in a Uber because she wasn't really in no condition to. And you know what I'm saying? That don't mean that uh that doesn't mean that you ain't okay with him. You know what I'm saying? It's just that you didn't like that move he made. And lately, you know what I'm saying? Like, other than that, as far as with how he's moving at this point, that's just what he do. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's just his get down. As far as I'm concerned, it ain't nothing I could do about it. Ain't nothing we can do about it. And if somebody who think they can do something about it, then do it. I can't stand the hypocritical about it. You don't want these people to get taken advantage of, but you're not trying to do anything to get these people away from him. And that's the way I move. Like, if you don't like something, what somebody doing, you got to figure out a way how to pull them away where they won't be his victims, as you call it, because they thought he was on the hate train with them. Yeah, that's the crazy part. And I'm gonna tell you why they thought he was on the hate train. Because really, when after you think about it, Yarvo really don't talk. He just, sometimes there have been times when I don't even think he even be there to even know what's going on this channel. Like, he might step away. He just let people talk. And so that's kind of like interesting to me, because if he cool with Marcus, it's like, oh, but Marcus understands how it works. You know what I'm saying? He has shouted out Skinny and Pi, and they haven't had their own opinions about him too. But it's just, I guess it's not what you do, it's how you do it. Like my great grandmother used to say. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna be a hoe or whatever it is, like, have some class with it, or do it in a way where you know what I'm saying, discreet about it, or whatever it is. If you're gonna be on the dope, then hell, don't be out on the street and the sidewalk and doing crazy. Go on in your house. It ain't what you do, it's how you do it. So yeah, they got mad at him for that. Instead of saying, now, if that was the case, I would have been mad initially. Because initially, when they was having fun with him, I would be in there, and everything would mostly be about Marcus. Like I said, I'm there for the content. I'm listening, wanting to know, you know what I'm saying, something I don't know. Or just listening at the commentary. I don't care about listening to the commentary or how people feel. You know? So that's that. And the thing is Marcus understands the position. Like, now, if it was a situation like, okay, I ain't going, you know what I'm saying? And like when they start doing like how it would be when I was friends with Sheena, and she might start talking about vibes, I just would, You know what I'm saying? You can't stop a person from talking how they feel about a person. So if you friends with two people who don't like each other, you just kind of step away from the damn you know what I'm saying? You just don't comment, or you know what I'm saying? You just let them do whatever, and when they done, then you might come on and chime back in. That's how I was been doing. But when it comes to like somebody with Marcus with that type of platform, Marcus, he understands his position. You got all of these people. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's different. And he understands. With him being understanding, I'm gonna be there. And I was never chatting, and I wasn't fighting nobody. I can't stop a person for feeling how they feel about it. And you know what I'm saying? Because I understand why they feel it's wrong. And that's just that. I mean, like, what more are you gonna do? So, yeah, they start tripping the other day and leaving because if you don't say what they want to hear, but here's the thing, y'all don't go, to certain channels, right? It's only a few channels now that will talk about Marcus, right? So at this point, even Marcus told Troy don't, because I guess Troy was kind of, you know what I'm saying, had a cape on for Marcus the other day. It was something that happened, and Marcus was telling him, Troy, you know what I'm saying? Basically, he don't want his people to start switching on him. Like, don't be basically, it wasn't verbatim. This basically he was saying, don't be protecting me too much because look what happened with Yarvo. He didn't say that, but I'm just saying that was a good example. Now, I got to thinking the way they also down with Troy. If they only knew how much Troy do support Marcus. As long as Troy doing whatever they're doing, they're gonna just stay over there and be happy and having fun. And now it made me think about it after what happened yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I'm saying crazy. Now, with Sheeta's situation, some of those people are not totally, they do want to hear about it, and she got the new crew and stuff like that. But some of them people like are just there. Like, I've already paid attention to their character. They're not necessarily there for straight Marcus hating. They've been there, over there. They just now subjected to it or whatever. And there were some who didn't agree with him. But even like her old school ones who didn't agree with him, they not like, you ain't gonna see them too much into it, but a few of them, few of her old schoolers. You ain't gonna see them too much like just going on and on and on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? But they got some obsessed ass people out here for real. Let me read the chat. I'm skipping some stuff, y'all. Y'all forgive me. Yeah, how they got mad and Yarvo being said that he get his new mic is gonna be more structure. Yeah, they was getting mad. Can't help. I like Marcus how I met him. I can still be opposed to what he does, but he has to deal with the consequences of his actions, not me. He has local news content, so he be busy. He was letting everybody talk shit for a long time. They don't like he does order now to keep his channel. Yeah, let me talk about Yarvo has a newborn. Yeah, I thought he had a baby. I would hear. He's relieving his wife and tending to his baby during the panels. Let me tell you, D-Rugs, let me tell you what the Yarvo thing. He had already spoke on that they had somebody trying to, he had people trying to mess with his channel and report it and P-bomb it and all that kind of stuff, right? So he tries to protect his channel. What people don't understand when you are running a business, and I'm going to say that if you have a channel, and especially if you're getting monetized, that's a business. And they get mad at stuff. They don't have to be the ones suffer from the consequences. It's the business owner. Or they don't have, they can't understand. You don't understand everything about why people do what they do. It's like even with businesses. We get mad. Like, I've worked at businesses. Next thing you know, they come giving us a notice of things is going to be changed in the rules. And you do get mad. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're used to one way and they trying to switch it around at anything. You get mad at the banks when they start taking away some of your benefits of the account or whatever it is. But that's because we're not on the other side. Okay. And he ain't about to let these people mess up his stuff, because guess what? If he allows them to mess up their stuff, they're not going to compensate him for it. Okay, well, Yarvo, how much were you getting off this channel before you got demonetized or, or you lost this channel? They ain't going to be like, well, you know what? He used to let us come on here and talk mess. We're going to make sure that every month, he gets compensated for that until he able to find a way to create another stream of income. They not doing that. You can't let people mess you up and your whole family up and your livelihood because they mad because it's not going to go that way. And he said that because it was too much cursing and everything, whatever was going on. You know what I'm saying? They was able to just do what they wanted to do. And the reality of it is that Jessie, you know what I'm saying? She's so obsessed with Marcus to the point where when Marcus does come on the panel, yeah, we want to hear. He's the person y'all talking about, so let's hear what he got to say. We want to hear how he thinking, you know what I'm saying, how his mind is going. Soon as he get on the panel, she messed that all up when nobody get to hear anything that he got to say. Because all she doing is cussing, and every time he start talking, it's a waste. How do you even do an interview or be able to get anything out of that if every time you know what I'm saying? Like, he might be somebody you dislike, but you got to give them a chance to talk so people can hear like where he coming from, how he thinking, where his mind is. And that's for anybody. Okay, let's see. Facts, Goldie, only if people knew. They not obsessed with Marcus like she is. Right. I don't agree with some of the things Marcus do, but we all fall from grace. He's human. That's true too. Yeah, Metal Slug came on the panel showing a firearm and not even speaking. See, I didn't even see that, but that's what I'm talking about. If somebody came on the panel with a firearm. Now it's like, you know what I'm saying? That's going to be messing with his channel. So he got to really do some thinking and evaluating this situation. He's got a panel now. You could go on the panel. They could go on that panel because he allows anybody to go on. But you just got to behave. And I know people might snap a little bit, but if it's constant all day long, every day, and now he's hearing from his people, like not just one person, but a lot of people saying the same thing, is you have to evaluate it. And it's not just a channel, it's a channel that he's getting paid. It's business. You got to evaluate the entire situation in hand and think, okay, I got to make some changes. These people are coming to him for a reason. They got people who want to try to run your shit. You know what I'm saying? And you got to also be like, hold up, I'm the boss around here. Because there will be people who will try to run your business, to fit how they want it to go. But if you're getting complaints and it's the same ones, you really got to. And then on top of it, you already know that some things have been happening already to your channel. Yeah, they got mad. Now they all of a sudden they hate, dislike Yarvo. But the reality of it is they don't know that Troy understands. They don't know how to really read between the lines of stuff or when he's, saying stuff. Because he ain't about to let it go on his channel. It's just like Marcus was on his panel the other day. Troy watches and he know about Jessie J, but how she is. She wanted to come up on the panel. How he know about Jessie J? For him to ask Marcus, is it okay? Because he already know. He didn't already seen the behavior. He just ain't saying nothing about it. And Marcus basically was like he didn't mind as long as he went, but he didn't feel like all that hollering and shit like from a hard day work. And then here she come with all of this. You can be able to let a person know how you feel about them. Like I know sometimes you might go off, especially when something just recently happened. But after some time, your head is together and you're able to say, okay, that was yesterday. Okay, today let me let him know. Until they say something crazy to you and then you flip again. But this bitch, she'll start off with the craziness. It ain't even like she'll allow him to get her to that point. And she's the only one who dislike him that always want to be on the panel when he show up. So when Troy asked Marcus, basically Marcus said he didn't care. But guess what? Troy never allowed her on that panel. Because he cared. He ain't about to let her mess him up. And another thing, too, since they feel like that about Yarvo, wait till they find out that their favorite CC actually supports more. He's just like anybody else. Now, he has a platform where sometimes he'll go a little overboard too or whatever, or he has a platform where he's talking about Marcus and the people in the chat are saying whatever. But at the end of the day, Troy financially supports Marcus. How do I know? Because I've seen it. I've seen it on multiple occasions where Troy will go to Marcus's chat and super chat him and put a little message there and all that. So why they ain't upset at Troy? It's like when these faceless CCs stay behind the camera and do good soon as they come from behind the camera, it all goes bad. You know what? That you may have a point there. Once they come in front, because Marcus was doing good, but we didn't know about all that stuff that was going on. The only thing that people didn't like about Marcus at that time was how much he was paying them. Like when people start talking, yeah, he only give $10 or whatever. But when Marcus kind of explained some of it, initially I did understand because I understand business. When Marcus first started doing this is really a channel that accidentally became a channel because he said that he was just working and while he's out there and people just sharing with him his life. And I know how that goes because people have said things to me about their life. They will open up to me about stuff because I'm not I don't judge people like people might think. Um, and I understand, even if I'm not in their life, I understand or I know somebody who might have experienced it. So he said that he had decided, hey, I need to start recording these people. He probably didn't even initially pay the first people. I don't know. But then he started giving them $10. He was just a working man. So you know what I mean? He just gave him $10 and put it on YouTube, and it wasn't even making money. He said all of a sudden it started popping. So, like I said, it was accidental. He wasn't thinking he was gonna be this big quote unquote big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that when you do these videos, and now that I'm hearing about how it can be in yellow or red or whatever, you really don't know if you're gonna get paid for it or not. So you got to take into consideration of the ones that you have losses. When you get losses, these people claiming Marcus is making all this kind of money, but when I'm hearing people say that 1,000 views get you about $5 or $10, I start calculating that. Okay, so if it does 20,000, you know what I'm saying, $5 time 1,000. Okay, time what? Time. Let's just say what for 20. That'd be about what 200. About $100, or you know what I'm saying. That's how I don't know what they get paid. I've Googled it, and I think it might be about between $5 to $10. It depends. You got to take all that in consideration. They think that he getting millions of dollars, and you got to look at how many views is there. So when you take all that consideration as a business, you got to take in consideration how much gas you're using, how much time, because a lot of people don't realize time is money. You know what I'm saying? And when you first invest in the people, you really don't know how well the interview is going to do. And then you put that money in there. And you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think maybe he ought to give a little bit more money. And they like, these people are giving up their lives and telling their life stories. Well, you got to also take in consideration. And then I'm finding out a lot of people be lying. And then the ones who are, it is what it is. They can still get paid to tell their life story. They can go on and create their own page and tell their life story. It is a whole bunch of people who haven't heard it, but I mean, it is what it is. So let's just say he make $100 off the video, because I'm not going for that where people like he making thousands off the videos. I've heard too many other people say they only made like $5 or $10 off of 1,000 views, and then I even Googled it. So you got to take all that into consideration. So if he feeding them and doing all this, well, damn, he got to make some money too. And that's the way I look at it. I'm looking at it in a business aspect. How much is your your employer paying you, and how much are they making? You can't keep on calculating their pockets. And when people like with Feisty, whatever she has accepted, I really don't know what she get paid, because I've heard him say, and I think she kind of admitted that she get more money than the rest of them. And whatever kind of money she getting, when you put in all the factors of what he doing, because then she bring along folks on top of it, so he got to pay for them too. So for on one video, with all the people that's coming along on the video, and then like this tragedy nigga, you got to take care of her man and all this, get him rooms and all. That's the reason why I said with Marcus, he need to stop what he doing. He needed to be business. First of all, leave them people alone. I've said it before. If you want to screw them, hey, okay, it's okay with screwing them. But don't feature them on your channel. That's where the problem comes is. These people won't even know who you about this homeless stuff. Most of them damn women, these women are people are homeless. If you living with somebody and living with your mama, you homeless. That ain't your place. And your mama could throw your ass out like K3 and all the rest of them then got thrown out easily. Because it ain't your place. Even if you paying some rent. Okay, why you ain't got to pay no more rent? Marcus need to just do business. Interview them and let them send them on their way. When we go to Target and buy them clothes and Costco, once we walk up out of there with that food, they didn't send us on our way. They ain't coming back. And that's the way he need to do them. All that extra stuff. No, you give her you're going to give her more money because if you giving her money or if you giving her money, then you're going to go buy her some food. Then you go so whatever you calculate all that in and just give her more money. Where then it'll look fair because these people are only looking at it for she said he only gave her $50, but you ain't calculated the room. The room is like $70, $80, whatever they said, right? You ain't calculating the food. And then when she got tragedy too, he got to buy food for him. You ain't calculating them little rainbow clothes. So no, she getting more than the $50 or $60. However, he just need to give her the money where then when he give her the money, they'll then see, he is giving her a fair price. And let her go on about her way if she fuck off the money and that's just on her. Next time you get some money, you know what to do with it. Like how it is with our jobs. Shit, if we don't pay our damn bills and we go to the dope man and shit, that's on us. But we just better be available to do what we got to do for their company so we can make the money. And if we don't, we just don't have no money. That girl be calling them all in the middle of the night like he her daddy, like some shit your kids will be doing. And he be up, going up out there. But also, he going up out there too because he thinking, oh, shoot, they got something going on. It's some, he thinking of his pockets, It's some content. So although he's going to get paid for it, but the thing is that she does call him in the middle of the night. Where it then turns into business. Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm talking about it. Wait a minute, let me read the chat. Y'all gotta, even LA Vlogs was doing so much talking. People thought it was his channel. So why do you think he was cut off if he was allowed to speak freely so much before? Yeah, he wasn't being silenced. Yarvo was just protecting the channel. Right. But Golden, I'm confused how people didn't know Yarvo and Marcus were cool. He still allowed them to have a platform to say whatever they wanted to say. So I don't know why they all got mad. So, right. So my thing is now that you know he cool and he already explained it. He explained it another day that he been knowing Marcus for years, or Marcus did. So then that is just to tell you. But if he been knowing cool with Marcus for years, but he allowed all this to go on while he cool with him, why y'all tripping now? Now y'all to be in your head understand. Oh, okay. He just opening. He just being a non-biased person. So whatever, it ain't like okay today. Now I'm cool with Marcus. You know what I'm saying? So bye. His issue was, I remember him saying it was about the kids, which Jesse is the one, I believe, who started saying something about his kids, and Marcus didn't like it. So it's like, no, we're not going to do that. Let's just keep it on Marcus. And that's the truth. You don't like Marcus because of Marcus, not because of his kids. You don't like Marcus for his behaviors. They acted gangster. That's just like when the gangbangers down here, once they start having rivals and stuff back in the day when I was young, they'll go to a house and shoot up the whole house. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't care. They was, what I'm saying? They was vicious. Everybody got to go. And that's what I'm saying. See, they ain't really gangster. So why are you trying to play gangster over there? Because see, when it come down to some real stuff, you ain't gonna want that to happen. Feisty heard what they think, what Marcus is making off her video. Yeah, that's why she's Feisty is allowing. Yeah, right. You have companies get a big bonus for, and they give the workers any money. No, they give a pizza party. Right, right. Marcus, yeah, he started off I think $5 or $10, whatever. I think he now, he didn't up the price or whatever. And now I guess he probably feel like too with him putting everything on the Cash App, even if he only give whatever his platform, he puts their Cash App on his platform, so that helps them get more money. So honestly, now although it's like only $10 or whatever, the fact now that he puts that on, and don't think Foxy and them don't know the benefits. If I bet you if you were to pull Feisty's Cash App down, she didn't receive more than y'all thought. And I'm gonna tell you something. How y'all think she met Ant? For the ones probably people weren't paying attention. She met Ant because it was random. She brought who I don't know who it was, probably K3. She took them and she paid for their haircuts. How much do Ant charge for haircuts? What Ant said, what, $100 or whatever? Now I don't know if he, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it was, Feisty paid some money. Ain't nobody ever thought about that. Feisty from her Cash App. Feisty paid for 2 haircuts. I remember Ant or somebody saying that she brought, and that's how she met Ant. It's crazy to think he owes homeless people a rent tab just because he can take his daughters to Mexico. Yeah, so that's another thing. You think because I'm taking care of my family, you're going to be like, well, yeah, he doing something. Well, I'm supposed to do something for mine. Mine's supposed to eat caviar, lobster, whatever. What you mean? And they going to go to Waffle House. And if they want something like this, they going to have to use their money to do it like everybody else. I'm going to tell you another thing that I trip off of when people say he need to get a job. What they think he doing. Although he's smart enough to know he can't totally depend on it. That's why he started going to different avenues. That's why he started deciding he was going to be an electrician, because he some wake-up calls when he lost that Facebook page and stuff like that. Because really, although he's running his business, he's using somebody else's platform who could shut down the whole Facebook. I mean, not Facebook. YouTube could go bankrupt and shut down. Let's keep it real. I don't think people realize this. And hopefully, like everything they didn't put on that channel, they might want to have a backup on their phones or on their, on their computers rather. Because if, let's just say YouTube decided they was shut down and all your stuff is on YouTube. I've always said it's just another CC to me. I don't think he's a celebrity or nothing. Right, Glossy. I must be behind. I don't like or dislike the man. He's just another CC who mixes business with pleasure. That's his problem. Mixing business with pleasure. Well, he starts off at $40. Okay, so let's just say Ant charged her $40. She paid Ant about $80. Feisty ain't even in no position to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? But she, you know what I'm saying? She doing it with her Cash Apps. I do feel like the remarks people have made about Max, the girls, and T are completely uncalled for and unacceptable. They should leave them out of it. Yeah, they shouldn't. I'm going to tell you why they should leave it out of it. Because if people start really investigating on them, see, a lot of people think that they can't be investigated just because their name is Shay Shay and they got an S on their avatar. One thing I know is that, especially when you meet people, you can get your people to give you all the information you need. Or if you do it the legal way, you could go ahead and do subpoenas, and then from there find out, after you find out the IPs, do subpoenas to whoever their internet network, whoever that IP is with the internet network. It was something like that somebody had put me on game with. And people think they can just really hide behind these screens and never be caught. And if I was one of them type of people who had the real time, I would do it just to show somebody. And I'm going to do something. I ain't going to even tell y'all. I've been letting shit slide. Just to teach a person a lesson. Now, what if they found out all of that and they decided to put your people and start talking about your people and going all the way deep? You ain't going to like that. Like if you have the beef, just keep it between y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if our parents ain't shit? You know what I'm saying? What if me? My parents and did some shit. Our parents and did whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it could have been. You know. So yeah, it ain't fair. It ain't. It's not fair. It really isn't that they're constantly doing, especially with the kids, because they really innocent. They ain't got nothing to do about what their parents is doing. They really don't. You know. So and yeah, don't nobody want nobody. I don't trip off of people like when they say something about oh her daughter because they don't know my daughter. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't appreciate nobody doing it in the way, and they all. And I don't nobody. I'm not Marcus. My kids ain't never been on this camera, and to be posting my daughter's pictures. Yes, she grown. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't gonna have nobody messing with my what you posting her, and then somebody screen shooting it, and they got her picture. Although it was, you know what I'm saying, she got public pictures, but it wasn't public. They wouldn't have had it. So now it's connected to, oh, that's Golden's daughter. A lot of us parents take our kids on vacation. Right. Like you mad about that, but I'm gonna tell you what now, I missed something. Was it the Dead Rose talking about the remarks have been extremely colorist compared. I'm gonna ask y'all this. Let me read these chats. Comparing to a monkey, Flavor Flav and Tyrese. It's clear what's being attacked. Yeah. Brainwashed white supremacy. Right. Mindset. Plan on getting ethical hacking certification. Damn it, Copper. I think I might get one too. Just for this. Just because of YouTube. Like, what does the person's family have to do with anything? If you have to go that far, you've lost the fight. Cause it ain't got nothing to do with them. Oh, Mimi, Target and Costco. Man, I used to go when I would be in between working and stuff like that, and after work, or if I just want to get out the house and away. Target was my place. I was going to the dope man when I go to Target, and baby, you better believe I was going straight to the $3, $5 section first. When they started that up, you don't know how much stuff I have. Where I get to thinking, oh, somebody's this. Oh, if I have a party, man, I'm gonna buy. Oh, let me buy this. This is cute. I might be able to use it for something else. I don't do Target like that no more. And I'm gonna tell you what made me stop going to Target as much is during COVID, and they start putting them rules down so many can go in. You know, it messed my whole thing up. Talking about the mask, and I was like, see, uh, kind of good. COVID was a bad time, but it definitely helped in that area. But guess what? It then ended up having me have other addictions. But anyway, have to have tough skin when you are, yeah, in the limelight. Exactly. And that's exactly where I didn't plan on wanting to be the limelight. I wasn't trying to be. So unnecessary to Doc's Golden, but got nerve to wonder why her family was Doc. Right. But see, she did that. It was some jealousy or something behind it. I didn't do anything to make her want a Doc. She got mad because she knew that she was losing Golden as a friend. So she gonna get mad like a scorned boyfriend or something. Where they get to doing the extras or scorned girlfriend. Where they get to doing the extras and the most and decide she just gonna, thinking, well, I didn't got done, so I'ma just do her. I did the same at Target. They set that up by the entrance. Oh, okay, I ain't too far. Yeah, they did that by on purpose. As soon as you walk in, before you get all the way to the back, to the right, in the east part of the damn store, down south or north, you been and had a whole basket full of stuff. That Dollar Tree is the same way. 99-cent store. You walk in, okay, I got to go up in the Dollar Tree because I got to get a gift bag to put this stuff in before I get to this birthday party. Before you walk out of there, that $1 is gonna turn into $30. Yeah, she says she like women too, but she says she don't like me. Thank God, but it was something she liked about me because she was definitely mad, and she also mentioned it before. I really did like Golden. I'm not saying she said it in a way like girlfriend, but she was mad that Golden wasn't gonna be her friend no more. And my thing is, she went online asking for money. And the reality is, all them people better think about it, because see, when Mad Day come, they gonna turn into paymasters. Well, all them people gonna have to think about it anyway, because I wasn't giving her no money like that. Like I said, that's why she ain't gonna post her cash apps. Paymaster giving $5 and $10 for tips. Maybe that's why you needed the $400, because if you would have shut your mouth, people would have been giving you tips when you was on there. All the people who hate Marcus and was down for it, how come they wasn't giving you no tips for bad mouthing them? You know what I'm saying? How come Donna didn't give her the money? The way Donna be swinging for and lying for and all that kind of stuff. Donna, where the fuck was you? Why did she have Donna? I would say Lindsay, because she say Lindsay's her best friend, but the reality is Lindsay ain't dumb like Donna. She even did some dumb things and lied for it too, but she ain't as dumb as Donna. Lindsay know that Sheena be lying like I did, and I was knowing too she was wrong. But y'all didn't see me supporting her lies. I just kind of stepped back and let her do her thing. I wasn't like, that's right, yeah, and going out on the page. What I didn't like is that what was wrong was her, somebody fucking with her family, the baby. And somebody, and really, I probably wouldn't even got involved with that if that person wasn't fucking with me for no reason. And then gonna talk about that was because I was supporting her. That ain't no good reason. She got all those subscribers, but you gonna choose me out the bunch, and I ain't even her moderator. No, it was more to it. That was because he wanted me to be over there with them. He wanted me to be their friend. And because I was over there with Sheena, that's why he was fucking with me. I know how that go. We're going to keep fucking with them till they just say, I'm going to leave her alone to stop them from bothering me. That's how Vibes has lost some moderators who just was tired and didn't want to be bothered. And I know that's what they doing to me. But they going to find out, because they doing it, they really going to make me do the opposite. The more you doing it to me, the more I'm going to go on and hang on in there with Marcus until he start messing with some girl or some youngsters, boy, whatever, underage, with full knowledge that they underage. Then that's when I'm gonna separate himself. Now, the Dead Rose is over there fucking with a nigga who married an underage girl, and he's still lying about the girl talking about, and she in jail for some kids. Nigga, tell the whole story about the shit. Because when he say she in there about some kids, people gonna automatically think she did something sexually to some kids or she beat up some kids. Nigga, tell the truth. Who's at Dollar Tree? Wait a minute, that's how I'm at Dollar Tree. Yeah, end up spending all that money. And the crazy part is you be buying a little this and a little that. Man, I be having so much stuff that I ain't even never even used. But the fact that it's $1, it's like, oh, or you get to thinking about the future. Oh yeah, because when this time come up, or just in case, some just in case kind of stuff, you'll have all kind of shit that you ain't even thought about. So yeah, that Dollar Tree and them Targets and stuff, man, it'll mess you up before you get to where you gotta go. And I'm gonna tell you something too, like what happened to me. I was in Dollar Tree somewhere. I had I had bought all this stuff and realized, damn, I didn't even get or even look to see if they had it. But I know they would have had it. I ain't even got what I had planned on coming in here for. I had to have a lady watch the basket and hold my stuff for me to go get what I came in for. How I ended up getting everything but what I came in here for. It's like that, man. It's best to stay up out of those stores. I even was reading where, like, when you go to the grocery markets, and especially like people, I remember reading where it's best to don't go in the in between aisles. Go strictly on the last aisles all the way around. And if you do notice, on the end aisles is where the fruit and vegetables are. Then you go to the back part, is might be where the meat. And on the other side, if you notice, like, the most important stuff is on the ends, the cheese and dairy and all that. All the other stuff, the canned goods, the cookies, is all in the middle aisles. Then the psychology comes into play when you stand in the line. You ain't thinking about no damn Tic Tacs, no, you know what I'm saying? No bag of Gushers or whatever they got going on. That ain't even what you came here for, and you ain't even thinking about that. That's the psychology part. And because it's just $1 or $2, you grab a few and throw those in there too. And since you already grabbed one bag of them little chips, instead of just going to the chip aisle where you were, or, you know what I'm saying, and grabbed a big bag. Okay, well, I didn't got a bag, and then let me get a bag for the kids. And next thing you know, you didn't buy. You know what I'm saying? It's psychology. No, it's not a dollar. Wait a minute, everything $1.50. See, that's why I stopped going. I thought it was $1.25. They had went up. Oh, and that ain't even all. They got stuff now more than $1. I went in the Dollar Tree. That was what it was. They played me for real. The Dixie plates, they had like a pack for like 50, a pack of 50, right? And then they had like the solo kind of cups, right? And I was like, oh shoot. And I be liking the little paper goods and stuff. That means less dishes, right? And then I was wondering, but I didn't even question it. I was wondering why the total was coming out to be, kind of higher, but I wasn't even tripping because I'm just like, shit, I guess I didn't got more than what I didn't thought. Because everything is $1. Until I looked at the receipt later on in the car and I was like, $5? So now it ain't even the Dollar Tree. I mean, it should be that name, Dollar, that's over. It ought to be Dollars Tree or Dollar Plus Tree. I ain't knowing it went up to $1.50 because I said I was gonna stop doing that stuff, trying to get away from it. You know what I mean? Because I knew it went up to $1.25, but I do know when I went in there. So I guess it's $1.50 now. I didn't even know. But I'm telling you, last time I went, unless it was been $1.50 and I ain't even paid attention to the receipt. And sometimes I be knowing the numbers don't sound right. And instead of me looking at the receipt right there and holding up the line and stuff, it's just like shit. Because I know I didn't came in here for one thing. So if I didn't came out with a whole bunch of stuff, I just didn't came out with more than I thought. Yeah, they got to change some stuff. Because if they've been $1, hell, economy and hell prices, think about it. Like the 99-cent store. I remember the 99 cents. I think 99-cent store started down here in California, in LA or whatever. I remember the 99-cent store I remember it was a 99-cent store in 1989. They didn't have a whole bunch of them, but I remember seeing this 99 cent and it stayed there, 99 cent only. If it was 99 cent in 89 and we talking about 30 years later, come on, houses then jumped up, cars. You know what I'm saying? They like shit. It can't be 99 cent no more. It's got to be 99 cent plus. That's what it got to be. And what's it gonna be 99 cent is them dollar them. You know what I'm saying? Like they just had a it's the penny candies. And back in the 70s, they used to have penny candies. That's what's 99 cent now. It's 99 cents to 99 cent and up. That's what I'm saying. That's what it got to be because it's misleading talking about some 99 cent. But the 99 cent, the 99 cent only store, they shut down. But I remember I think 99 cent only was only out here. And I remember when I went to Texas, they started having them out there. You know what I mean? And then Dollar General. What the hell in Dollar General? When I finally went to a Dollar General, because see, most of those are like in the South, the Southern states. We didn't really have them, but I think we kind of got them now. Like in the Southern states, it was Family Dollar. I had never heard of that. When my brother's girlfriend from Texas came down here, 99 cent only was new to her, and he was telling her about it. She's like, "Oh, it's kind of like the Family Dollar." Well, I ain't never been to Family Dollar, but now I knew what she talking about. It was like, and he was like, "Yeah," or something like that. What's a dollar? When I hear the people talking about Dollar General and Family Dollar, and they talking about, oh yeah, I paid $5, $6. I'm like, well, what's the dollar? They got to put an S on that. Y'all, I'm about to get off. I'm realizing I've been on here for 4 hours, but I'm telling you, time don't wait for nobody. And it definitely, hey, what time is it? Hold up. Because y'all, I got to go. What time is it?
10:18.
10:18. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I still got time. If y'all got time, I do too. But in a little while, I am going to go. They're going to be like, damn, Golden went on for 4 hours. Now I see how quick that 4 hours can go. Golden been on for 4 hours. She didn't have his first live. See that lady? She talked too much. She was on there. They didn't know that Troy knew what he was doing. That's what I'm saying. They slow over there. That's why they tripping off of Yarbo. I'm gonna tell you how they slow. I caught on to that. When I was running my mouth, right? When I'm on somebody's panel, I be trying to get out as much as the stuff that I be thinking. Now, when I started talking about him and Marcus and all that fighting, that wasn't even what it was about. It was about Jesse lying and Jesse talking about whatever she was talking about. I knew what the subject was about. But I'm the type of person, shit, if I got the mic, let me get out as much as I can and address everything about her or about her stuff in general. You know what I'm saying? And I'm seeing in this chat. I'm about to get out all I can. Utilize this time. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I be thinking. So when that broad, that obsessed bitch, you ain't about to be obsessed with me like you are with Marcus. And I'm gonna tell you now, because the bitch might be in this chat. And I don't give a fuck about you reporting this goddamn thing. I ain't this YouTube page ain't my business. And the only reason why I created a YouTube page, because like I told you, that's why I wasn't subscribed to Marcus. Now I know why. Because I didn't have a page. I was just randomly going on pages. And I wanted to finally make a comment. And it kept telling me I couldn't unless I had a page. And one day I said, fuck it, let me create a page. So that's how I got here. Man, it's easy to go long. For real. For real, Mel. Girl, please. Girl, I can't even imagine being out there in the garden in that hot sun and be out live. But I'm just saying. Maybe I need to, because I need me some vitamin D and I need me some vegetables where I ain't got to be paying for organic bell flour, bell pepper, $1.50. I don't mind people who talk a lot of long as long as you say his stuff. So I'm just saying, like, I kept saying to myself when I wasn't watching the chat. I was gonna watch it. I said no, because they're gonna throw me off. Because I already know it's gonna people talking shit, right? Especially with me being a Marcus moderator. So I was just like, I'm talking shit, and I'm saying to myself, this dude ain't stopped me yet. He ain't interrupted me yet, right? I knew that that wasn't something that he do. I don't even watch this man every day, but I know when I've seen him, he'll cut the person off. Like, okay, yeah, thank you for calling, man. Let me go to the next call. Oh, I appreciate it. And then he'll go back to his commentary. But I think what made him keep me going is when I said Jesse can take Marcus's nasty ass D. Now here it is where they be like, see, she was talking about Marcus. I use terms that I hear other people use terms. I could be sarcastic with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about Marcus's dick and if it's nasty or not. I mean, all the coochies he done been in, that's nasty. But I'm just saying. You know what I mean? So I just take what how they think, and I said what I said. We could take Marcus's nasty ass dick and put it in her mouth and let it go to her throat. And I knew that caught his attention, right? So because he kind of went, you know what I'm saying? So he probably like, ooh, let her go on and just keep going. I knew it was like, damn, this nigga let me go on for way too long. I knew he was waiting, you know what I'm saying? And I said in my mind, okay, this nigga gonna use my voice for a video, like how he do everybody else, you know, for some commentary and some money. He ain't paying me for it. Like I said, they want to say, oh, Marcus, well, what the hell is Troy paying me? He ain't paying me for being part of his show. So anyway, but them people was like, "Ooh, she talks so long. She need to learn." Lady, y'all didn't get it. Y'all didn't know Troy allowed me to on purpose. I even saw one said it need to only be 5 minutes. Troy don't let nobody talk that long. You watching him, you a supporter of his. You know damn well he don't, but he let me talk that long. Why? Y'all ain't get it. And then on top of it, it's Marcus's moderator. That's the same way with Marcus come on the show. Jesse, shut the fuck up and let the nigga go on and talk and do his thing so we can have some good commentary. So I can then, whatever he done said, take a piece out of that and then do another little short video. No. So, you know, oh, Trader Joe's, man, please. Trader Joe's is another one. Let me start reading this stuff. Sissy, sometimes I can type in the chat and sometimes I can't. Oh, somebody, I was saying somebody else said that too about being able to type, and sometimes I think it was Psychology Eat says she sometimes she can't respond to some of her people. She had posted that the other day. Don't talk about Trader Joe's. Although Trader Joe's is more than $1, but at least they keep it real. You know what I'm saying? But Trader Joe's is the same way. I'll go up in there for one or two things. I think that was a store. I told y'all it was Dollar Tree. It was Trader Joe's. I was going to run in there to get one or two things, and I end up getting everything but that. Because there's certain stuff I like getting at Trader Joe's. Thank you, Jan. They didn't expect Golden to take it there. No, they didn't. They didn't. Do you know sometimes YouTube be notifying me? Oh, I'm glad you said that, Glossy. Mimi, do you know you sometimes YouTube be notifying me that you've mentioned me and I go look at the mention and it's nothing there? Right. Um, a lot of times people tag me and I don't see the tag till a few weeks later. And I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm cool with Capri, but I remember she flipped out on Mimi about that. But the reality is it happens to me too. And in fact, I just got a mention from Mimi just 2 days ago. And when I looked, it wasn't there. But I was like, I already know what time it is because I didn't went through this rodeo with YouTube. I then decided, let me see. I said, let me see, because I know Mimi be posting a lot, with the inspirational stuff, and I can't read them all because I get caught up because Mimi be posting a lot of it, but it be some good stuff. I do read them when I see them, but you know what I'm saying? But I know I don't see everything that come up from her. So I said, let me go to her page, and I didn't see nothing recent, and I was like, see, there they go talking about some Mimi mentioned me, and that was probably, that was long ago. They do that. Stop and Shop. I ain't never, especially for the produce. Okay, we ain't got no Stop and Shop here, but yeah, I do like to go to certain stores sometime for certain stuff. Oh, I got a troll in here. Where they at? Did they leave? Did I miss them? Well, they here. You know, you must like me, so now you're gonna hear what I got to say, and it is what it is. And see, it's a troll that I already know who it is anyway, who been doing stuff, and I ain't even been saying nothing because I got plans for that. Did they leave or did they delete their stuff? It's nothing serious. She thought I mentioned her and I didn't. Yeah, and she was probably thinking you was messing with her or something. I'm all right with Capri, but I knew what happened. You know what I mean? That it wasn't that because she was going through what I go through. And like I said, just the other day I got a Mimi for mention for Mimi, and it was some old stuff. I'm like, here we go with YouTube again, starting mess. Yes, she tripped out because she thought you had did something and then tried to take it back. See, we ain't got no. I've heard of Wingmans. I've seen it too, but uh we don't have that. HEB, yeah, I've been to HEB in Texas. I think I've been to one in Florida too. Did the troll got me blocked or something, Copper? Because I don't see the troll. The troll probably was like, okay, that's what YouTube needs to fix. If a troll, um, if it's somebody who got you blocked, but could come in your chat and you can't see them, like what kind of sense is that? Where you can't control what they doing? Well, this troll gonna learn a whole bunch. So grab a pen and paper, bitch, because now Golden is live, bitch. And guess what? You're going to grab a pen and paper because I'm going to be giving you some shit. Yeah, all them 1970s and 80s and shit. All them lessons, baby. Because, baby, my lessons ain't just 70s lessons, okay? My great-grandmother was born in 1908. So I'm giving you some 1908 lessons, bitch, that your mama should have gave you if you had one, or a grandmama. Because if you did, you would give Golden a little bit more respect, ho. Troll probably got all y'all blocked. Like, just in case she give y'all some wrenches to handle it, all of y'all getting blocked. Ain't no sense of being a troll if can't nobody see you, ho. So get to pushing, bitch. Right, right, Glossy. Who gonna come with my ass? The dead rose garden been and told y'all where it's at. So come do it. If that bitch can get people to get her over to New Orleans, then god damn it. But she can't get, she didn't have the $400 to move. Then god damn it, come on. Because you're not gonna get that experience over here. Ain't nobody, no spiritual women over here. Y'all know I cuss, right? But see, that's the difference. That's the thing too about when I be telling y'all about con artists. I gotta give y'all some stories, like for real, for real. I've actually lived in the home with con artists with my cousins and stuff. And that's why I laugh at these people because they be like, "Ooh, her mouth, ooh, so disgusting." I mean, I do curse when I'm expressing myself. And I remember one time they was like, "Oh, I guess her parents didn't let her talk at all." No, that's the problem. My parents actually let us express who the fuck we were so goddamn much that I say what the fuck I want to say. And they don't trip. I let my kids, but they don't really do much cussing. But I let my kids express themselves, you know? And I did it for a reason because I wanted that. So just in case anybody ever bothered them, they would never feel afraid to come to me or be scared, you know what I mean? Where that was just my thinking. Now I don't know if you know what I'm saying. I don't know if it works like that, but that was just my thinking. And because I expressed myself, hell, you know what I'm saying? My daughter didn't really curse. The shit she acted. I wish she would have just been a cursor because that girl had so much energy. And that's a whole nother story with her. You know what I'm saying? That girl had me working mentally and physically without cursing. But my son, when he was little, he used to curse. You know what I'm saying? Not like a whole bunch, but he will here and there. But when I tell y'all he's a good dude, when I tell you I have received so many compliments from when he was in elementary all through high school, where people have walked up to me like, "Oh, you are his mother. Oh, he's such a great." And when I tell you, even with my daughter too, she wasn't no bad kid in school. Like as she got older, I wouldn't say she was bad, but she would, she do stuff, and that back comes back to kids who are smart. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand. You know, when these kids be smart and they be in school and stuff, it's hard for them to be putting them in an average, regular setting. And really, like what I know now, if I would have known then what I know now, things would have been a better outcome for me and them. And since if I have grandkids, my grandkids, for the most part, will be homeschooled. They're gonna still be able to interact with other kids because I already have that set up. They're gonna be in activities, go to the park, all that kind of stuff. Maybe have certain few days where they do jamboree classes. They're gonna have no children. But and then they even got a group I found out of a lot of other homeschool kids. This white lady told me about it. See, a lot of black people don't know about them resources where she was like, yeah, they just think we just in the basement, but they got a whole group where their kids all meet up and they go to the museum on Tuesday. Because y'all got to remember, when you really homeschooling or people who know, you can utilize those benefits where the school will pay for you to go on trips, like going on trips on this bus with the kid or with the school. They will pay for you to go on trips and take your kids to the museum, to amusement parks. People don't know. They don't know about all that. So if I have grandkids, because you know what I'm saying, and especially when you got smart kids, I'm gonna tell you one of the biggest things, mistakes people make. Well, it's not a mistake, but when you be teaching your kids at home, which is a good thing, once they get in them schools, they above the other kids. I remember like with my daughter, she was a busybody, and what it is it's just in her. And also her dad was the same way. Earlier when Bishop was talking about that, her daddy was like that, extremely smart. I like smart fools. You know, they might be a damn fool in other ways, but they ain't dumb. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, don't take that word. Yeah, Golden says she likes smart fools. I'm really just talking mess. But what I'm saying, he did foolish stuff, but he wasn't no dummy. So he apparently did foolish stuff. Anytime a nigga fuck up on me and they know it, I call him today and he'll tell you. I'm jumping around, y'all. We talking about cursing. Let me jump with that. I guess because I be reading this chat and trying to talk. or trying to read the chat with the cursing. I done seen people talk about me doing some cursing, and I can curse, but I also know how to code switch. I could code switch where you wouldn't even know I was a black woman. I code switched so tough one time while I was calling my friend. I worked in Century City and so did she, but she worked in another building. So I was calling her to let her know I was on my lunch break and to come on out. So I called, used the phone booth, right? This is phone booth era. And all of a sudden I switched up and I was sounding like a white girl because I didn't want, she worked at one of those retail stores, right? And I didn't even want them to know that, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want them to know I was black. I could have just been a black girl who was a client. But I just wanted them, you know what I'm saying? They would have thought it was more of a client with me being a white girl. So I code switched. And the lady next to me at the phone booth, I saw her look again because she knew she was standing next to a black girl. And she tripped because not necessarily because black folks, they got black folks who sound white and people trip off of it, but I think she had already heard me talking. How the fuck I heard this black bitch and all of a sudden it's a white girl. You know what I'm saying? So don't think I don't know. I know how to behave in the environment. So if I'm cursing, then there's something going on where these motherfuckers deserve to hear the cussing. Okay? That don't got nothing to do about my assets, my knowledge, or nothing else. And the thing is, that's how those type of people get conned because they so busy worried about how sweet and nice the person is that they don't even realize they're a con artist. Now, when it comes to how my heart and how I have compassion for people who know me will tell you that's why I said the niggas in the hood was always telling people I was off limits. I didn't even know until now that I'm grown and these dudes is telling me about, oh, I used to have a crush on you, or yeah, I remember they told me, oh, don't bother her. You know what I'm saying? And this wasn't what the first time I heard it then, but me to hear it like several times, it's like, damn, these niggas was did that shit. That's why I couldn't talk to no. That's why, you know what I'm saying? The dudes who I knew was from other neighborhoods. Shit, they wasn't fucking with me. They was already told, get gone. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to how a person cursing and stuff, you know what I'm saying? I can see if they just like, bitch, fuck, you know, all that kind of stuff. But if you all notice, there are times when I don't curse and I'm like really just talking regular. And then it'd be something that'll trigger me when the trigger hits. And especially because they're not right there. And when the trigger hits is, or if I'm really just intentionally doing it, like when I know a troll is there and they want the attention, I might give it to them. Because the reality is, if I could go back and forth with the troll, I've literally had the troll where they disappear. If y'all have heard sometime when Vibes let me do it, because Vibes don't like all of that. I mean, like, no, come back. Where you at? They can't hang with me. Next thing you know, the troll disappear. So it's like, damn, it's almost kind of like with the boxing match. You know, I didn't beat you up. When the troll think they doing me, we can go back and forth all day. It's only, then you going to get tired of trolling because it ain't nothing else you got to say because you just trolling anyway. But now, hey, yeah, come on, let's go. Let's do this. Let's battle. And they can't. So, because, I can't really go back and forth, it's best just going to block them because I can't do what I do. I was once a prank caller. God damn it, I used to prank call all night long. So you think a little funky ass troll can outdo me? Come on. Come on. I got my mama here right now to tell you. She knew I used to prank call. Because I didn't got caught prank calling. Okay? Being stupid in junior high and high school. Shit. Okay, let me read the chat. Golden, you kill me when you say these people. I didn't took your words. I find myself saying that. And the thing is, I hope people don't actually take it personal. When I say these people, if y'all know, if it's be them folks, the enemies, or them people who be talking shit about us or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Unless you be doing it too, or shit have to shoot fit where it is the people. But now you know, and put it like this, if you part of it, then maybe you need to kind of like think about it. If Golden said it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, maybe she right about it. I don't know, but I don't be talking about specifically you. I didn't even know you did it. I'm just talking about when I be reading some of the comments and shit. And they be, like the folks in Troy. I know some of us go over to Troy's. I go over to them and I'm reading some of that shit they saying. You know what I'm saying? Like this broad, I think I've not been nice to her before, but I guess I'm a Marcus supporter. This bitch started talking crazy to me, and I saw a few of the little comments, so she going wild. I'm like, it be to the point where like, okay, bitch, come on, let's talk face to face. Fuck this. My grandma was a cussing woman. My mom, not so much. I'm fond of a cussing woman when it's necessary. Yeah, I don't do no cussing all that, but it be this kind of triggering kind of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? But see, my like I said, when I cuss, but I don't like cuss all that. Oh, motherfucker, I don't do that all day. It'd be days because I'm not in that environment, and I've said that before. I'm not in an environment where I gotta cuss or have to cuss a person out or could put a bitch in their place. Like they be talking about, like when I was cussing out that woman who kept on coming and fuck with me. Uh, they was talking about, yeah, she went something about win a drag. Man, we ain't did no fucking dragging in my day, man. You go take that with them youngsters. We ain't cussing out nobody to see if we gonna win. Only thing we gonna try to win on is a motherfucking fight. Not no goddamn who can cuss out. I'm not involved in that. I ain't trying to waste my time to be going back and forth to see if I'm gonna win. I'm putting a bitch in her place, and it's coming from the heart of whatever she did and how I feel, and that's that. So when you see Golden going back and forth, I'm not going back and forth to cuss a bitch out because I'm trying to win the fucking contest. Okay, that's for the ones who sit in the bushes and or the troll or whoever. So I want to get that clear. What's going on up in here? Hey, hey, VMC. We love a good cussing. Not you used to prank all night. Yeah, me. Shoot. Hey, pretty lady. Yeah. Shoot, when I was a teenager, that's what I'm saying. These trolls can't do nothing to me, baby. Pranking. Summertime come. We usually something we would be doing something. But I'm saying on our off times after school at night, especially at night, shit. We got that three-way going and stuff. We prank calling. We prank calling them boys or playing and their mamas on their phones and their mama answer it or something. Yeah, it'd be some foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it would be. We have sessions. For real, for real. So, like I said, them trolls, what they be doing, I will outdo them. I've outdone them, and that's what I said. Like they be coming in the chat, they're gonna only type for so long, and when they say something, I'ma say something, and when they say something, I'ma say something back, and when they be now I'm going in, saying whatever I'm saying. After a while, because their whole thing is to say something to make you like, oh, let me 24. No, I ain't gonna 24 hours because they ain't gonna be able to hang that long. They got to be the one typing. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I'm talking. But even if I type, they only gonna do it for so long. And when I start asking questions to make them answer, that's what I like most. Like when people get to saying stuff, I'm good at saying, well, how did you come up with that determination? Or where did you get that? And when they lie, they can't say nothing. Well, please direct me to the time when I said this. Well, can you share a story with me of the day when you saying I said this, or that I be always saying this? Because they just be saying shit. Then when you make them try to elaborate, they can't. Girl, yeah, shoot, some prank calling. So, like I said, if I was a prank caller, you think you could just come over here and just troll and say you're gonna get tired. And you're gonna go on this leave because it ain't gonna really work out for you. But like I said, they be these people, these little sanctified people. So, ooh, she got a bad mouth. Like I said, I don't curse all day long. It's an environment, and that's what I'm realizing. Your environment, when you're around a lot of foolishness and stuff, and people trying to come for you and all that, you know what I'm saying? Now I didn't got on the defense, or I didn't. Sometimes those kind of people, they can't relate unless you curse them out. And see, I've learned this in business with being a landlord. Tenants, they something I don't curse at them, but I'm saying like when you hardcore on them. Some of these tenants you can't be nice because they try to take advantage. So they only understand certain language. And that language with them is just being hardcore. It's being like the mean landlord or the strict one. What should I say? You know what I'm saying? Or they're going to take advantage. The same with these people in here on this YouTube. Some of these people don't deserve to be spoken to nicely, because they want to try you, or the only way they gonna understand where you're coming from is with some curse words. Hey, Yaba. Yep. So it is what it is. Y'all, I can't believe it's been almost 4 and something hours. Luckily, I started on this early in the morning because I was like, man, let me go live. And thanks to the person who helped me direct me to it. 'Cause I never could figure it out. But baby, now that I done came live, like when I really start doing something, it's gonna be, I'm just randomly talking today. But when if I do come back, it's gonna be some good content. Like in a little what's this, July? Next month I'm going to Chicago. So I might kind of do a little stuff there. Yeah, Mimi, I got to go to that Hello Kitty restaurant cafe. I've been to the one out here. I think they shut it down, but they said this is the biggest one. I got to get to that Hello Kitty cafe. I should come back more. Yeah, I think I will. You know, and kind of ride around. Oh, Chad ain't here. I messed with him about him saying I'm always in the car driving. Yes, Golden, I'm so happy you came live. I was shocked. I was shocked. I wasn't going to even do it at first. I'm like, oh, yeah, fuck these people. I said, no, I'm going to do it. And now that it's 5 hours long, if they just catch the first couple of minutes of it, they going to see. I got to address some things because I ain't about to have nobody thinking they coming for me. And like I said, I don't want to make them have to be the example. And not the people, but the head, the mastermind. See, that's why the mastermind always get more time than everybody else. The head, the leader. Thank you, Yaba. It's my first time. I ain't never had the desires to go live and all that kind of stuff. Y'all gonna be shocked the day I put the camera on me too. It's little by little, like me having this picture. I still say I regret it because I remember I used to just have a G on my name, right? And one day I was like, let me just go. At first I wasn't gonna do that, right? And so then I was like, I don't care. Let me just go. Hey, Lotus. Hey, Lotus Flower. And so then one day I decided to put it on. You know what I mean? And then I was like, when I start seeing how people do with the pictures and shit, even more and more, I was like, I kind of regret, like, but it's out there now. And then one time I decided I was going to go ahead and just mess around and then post a picture. And I posted one. And it was the day my son graduated high school. And we went to I didn't, we had went out and I don't know if I took the picture or I had one of them take the picture. And then I decided to post it up. Post it. And, I was accused of me, posting old photos. So don't be mad at me because I ain't drunk alcohol all my life and I'm all wrinkled up. Shit, I don't be mad at me because I ain't like that. Hell, might not be the prettiest in the town, but goddamn it, I ain't wrinkled up either. Thank you, Yaba. Who done made mad? Girl, all it took was for them to try to think they was gonna come. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it had to be they. It was too many of them. I'm like, hold the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So I got to put this in, go live, because I could have put it on my wall, and that's what I be tripping on. Like y'all talking about a wall. It don't take you, how much time did it take you to read my wall? So if you took everything I wrote for the whole month, even the shares, it ain't gonna even add up to an hour of a video. What y'all talking about? Is it a crime? That's what the fuck the community wall is for. Is it a crime to put something on the wall? Well, god damn it, y'all go complain to YouTube. Oh, that's what I was gonna tell you. I'm gonna be getting off in a little while. I'll share that later. Never mind. I was just gonna talk about like when you know people, you know what I'm saying, in different organizations and stuff. You definitely um get information and you can get stuff. I'm just gonna tell you just like that. You know what I'm saying? Or you know people like stuff they might do some stuff they shouldn't even be doing and go in that computer system and give you some information on somebody that's messing with you. And I'm gonna tell you just like this: Golden meets a lot of people. Every time I go out, I meet folks. Sometimes I'll be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? They be wanting my number. I'm like, damn. Speaking of that, this lady I met, she called me one day or texted me. You know, speaking of that, if y'all, you know what I'm saying, all the people I meet, shit, y'all just ain't knowing. And especially in the community environment I'm in. My daddy taught me, and I'm just telling y'all too who listening, just something to consider. My daddy taught me years ago, if you could try to move into an area or a community that's a little bit more together, you know what I mean? You will find yourself having a lot more opportunities than staying in a hood. You know what I mean? And so you might have to spend a little, like, even like when you have children, like people, they might say, oh, I can't afford to be in another community. So they stay there, but then they might pay for the kids to go to private school. When you calculate however much you pay for private school, or you just start shopping around, you'll find out that maybe it's going to be the same amount if you just don't put the kid in private school and move in that area and just put them into a better school. But you do meet a lot of people who will put you in different places and better places, or help you, get to better places, or they're in places where if you might need them for some information and some hookups, you got them. And that's just that. But y'all, I'm gonna get on off of here because it's what 10 something out here. It's later out there where y'all are. Because I gotta make a few runs. And I know it's gonna be, oh, well, I might as well stay a little longer. I'm gonna just put it in the books. 5 hours. Golden's first live was five. Let give him some, give everybody something to talk about. Dang, I told y'all she talk a lot. Bitch, I'm an entertainer. I give parties when I want to. But that be back to what Pooh talking about. I can't do that because see, niggas always want to try to shortchange you. They don't even want to give you. You already giving them a good deal. Now they'll wait for to go be able to brag about going over there, and they're gonna pay double that. But when it come to you, they feel like you ain't worth it. That's why I don't like doing business with them. I am going to miss you if you leave. Please don't leave. You was here earlier. You gonna have to catch me another time. I know you was probably handling your business and living life. Like I can't just be on here with this damn Golden. Cause I know you was up here earlier, but then I know you had to leave too. Yeah. People didn't understand when I would go on Vibes. Well, first of all, I went to I like I said, I got a heart. And for people who don't see it, I don't care. Because, see, the more people who know you got a heart, then you start ended up becoming victims to certain people. They're going to try to take advantage. Um, See, there go Pooh. We talking about them cakes and stuff. You know, uh, yeah. When people who know me, I give good damn parties. But I don't, it's a lot of work. And I got other stuff I got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like parties, people don't just have parties every day, all day long. Now, if it was a situation where, they got some businesses where they got, they might do that stuff every day, but I give some good damn parties. I was known for it. When my kid was in school, I just took over that shit in the classes. We had a birthday of the month. Shit. They knew my son's mama. Them kids was crazy. My son tell you that they be asking about Golden. How's your mom doing? Oh, your mom was so fun. Them kids will love me. I go to the school and it would be a birthday of the month, right? I come with the goodies, the goodie bags. Man, it was gonna be fun. And when my son had his first part, like I gave a little party. And when I say a little party, it's like a 10, 15-minute party, like at the end of the day, when he was in kindergarten, the whole school I found out knew about it. They was talking about that party. They was like, this is the best birthday party ever. Oh, thank you, Yaba. It was just that short, like, okay. my son's favorite, he some kind of way he was into M&Ms, and it was the red M&M character, right? So I had ordered like the stand up, the M&M stand up, right? I ended up going, I forget the name of that store. They didn't close it down. But I ended up going in that store, and at the front of the register, right? Well, that's the psychology part where you grab something you ain't got no busy grabbing. They had the little M&M thing, and it had like a little game on it, and then some M&Ms in it, and it was probably like $2 or $3, probably about $2 or $3 a piece, maybe $2. So I was like, ooh, I can do the little M&M party, birthday party at the school. I'm gonna make the goodie bag. So I end up buying all of those, right? End up probably going to another one of them stores and getting some more. So I bought those. I don't even remember all the specifics, but I ended up going to Walmart, and Walmart had the real like plastic M&M plates. They had like four for maybe $3. It was something. So I was like, oh, it was like cheap, whatever it was. So I bought like the sets of those. So when the kids, we put the little whatever on the plate, they got to take the plate home. And then they had that other little thing with the goodie bag. At Smart and Final, they had the M&M ice cream sandwiches. So that's what I ended up bringing. And they were kosher because he attended a school with a lot of Jewish kids. So, in his school, we had, I had to make sure everything was kosher. And what wasn't, that was a difficult thing. Like you have to put all the non-kosher stuff on one side for the kid. And them little kids, them little Jewish kids, they don't mind asking you. They be little. Is it kosher? So, anyway, it was cool. And I had my little M&M green, cause green with the lady M&M T-shirt on. I had got from Walmart. He had his little. He had his little red M&M T-shirt, and we had us a son. Where he at? I'm telling you, I didn't. That was just one party, but I'm telling you, shit. I used to when it came down to the events and shit. Golden would have that shit popping. When it came to the fundraisers, the moolah. I knew how to bring in the money. I knew how to market. I knew how to go to these stores and these businesses and had them donating. Okay, and even when that's when he was even when he wasn't at the Jewish school, but when he was at the school with mostly Jewish, from my understanding, usually the any kind of Jewish business, they usually only donate. Jewish folks, they take care of each other. They usually only donate, I find out, mainly to places where other Jewish are. They like to, they smart, they recycle their money. But shit, I had built a rapport up with some of these, like in these little boutiques, because I was going to buy stuff from them. And I even had them donating. And that was when he was in the school that wasn't even with any Jew. If there may be a Jewish kid here and there, but it wasn't like that. So, wait a minute, y'all see some more comments. I told you I'm gonna be getting off in a little while because I do have some stuff to do. Pooh, I'm gonna make a strawberry crunch cake soon. Wish me luck. Good luck, sis. Okay. Yeah, let us know how it turns out. Yeah, so, anyway, they don't know I'm an entertainer as well. I could put together a whole program and it's gonna come out bomb. And then I have to share a story with you, like they're talking about cursing. They don't know. Sister Golden used to be in charge of a section of a church too. My cousin's husband's church. He knew. He was like, he knew that I was been. You know what I'm saying? I would be an asset. You know what I'm saying? And I had put together some stuff at that. That was that church had been around for like 30 years. He took over the church because the pastor, he was getting old or whatever, and he went on and was transitioning it off. And when we had this thing, them little stuff they was doing at that church, shit. Sister Golden came on board. Them people was excited. Oh, they was all jumping around and stuff. They had never had a program and decorations and shit going on in that church like Sister Golden had. I had that shit hooked up. So Sister Golden know how to not cuss too. Okay. Sister Golden know how to go up in the church and get some act right. So anyway, y'all, I'm gonna go on and get off. It's 4:57. Okay, we got about 3 more minutes, and I mean not 4:57. It'll be I've been on for 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 hours, 57 minutes. When the clock, when the timer strikes 5 hours, I'm gonna be, ending this. I gotta figure out how to end it. So, hey Lotus, I'm glad you stopped by. I'm gonna be ending it in a while. I've been on a long time, ranting and everything else. I'm losing people. So y'all know I'm about to end it anyway. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, hey, Pooh, I was started talking about some party stuff, but shoot. I don't even know if you was here or were you about how they be trying to, do you putting your time into stuff and your craft. And they won't mind, like, let's just say it's a place down there where you are that's known and famous and they kind of overcharging. They won't mind going over there and spending 500, then you charging 200. They want to see, like, if you charging too much or want to see if you can give it to them, try to talk you out of it and see it. Well, could you do it for 150? Or, you know what I'm saying? Trying to see if they could cut you short. But then you'll see them same people be over there at that other place where the cakes is 500 because they got a name, a famous name or something. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. That's gonna VMC. It's gonna be where you're gonna be having. You might take you a few days to watch it, unless you're taking a road trip and you just want to listen to Golden. Because as you see, this is gonna be a 5 minute live. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and they don't want to respect your. That's why I don't even like doing it. Like I said, I used to take classes. My first purse cake, my first Louis Vuitton cake was for my goddaughter's 16th birthday. Now I can't tell you what year it was that, but I can tell you she was born in 1992. So whatever year that was my first Louis Vuitton cake I made. Purse cake. Nobody was making them. Nobody was on YouTube and these social medias. You know what I'm saying? Like all this stuff that's going on now, it wasn't going on back then. Like all of these send-offs, we call them champagne. That's another story I got to talk to you about. We call them champagne parties. When I went out to Killeen, Texas, and I went off, her mama and daddy was in Iraq and all that, and you know what I'm saying. They was in military town. I flew down there for her prom, and I didn't even do no big champagne party. But what I did, her dress was purple because she had came down here for the holidays, and we went down and she found her a prom dress, and I paid for her prom dress, so she had her a purple prom dress. And when I went down there, I had made the little purple cupcakes, and I had did a little few things. We had a little food, and her friend who was going to prom with her, and then a few of my friends, they came to see her. They didn't know what I was. It was like her friend's mother's like, "Oh, y'all got food and stuff." And see, we called it out here champagne parties. That's another story I got to tell y'all about how that. And I guess now that people, when they started putting it on Facebook, YouTube, and all that, people from other states start hearing about it. And they call it send offs. We didn't call it send offs. And it was not for boys, it was for girls, for people to come to the house and watch the girls get all dressed up pretty and for the prom date to come. And it wasn't like how they doing it now. We might have some balloons or something, but we would have like a little food and we have some champagne and toast. It wasn't no big thing like that, but that's what it was. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna be getting on off. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I didn't went 1 minute over. So anyway, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I just couldn't do it because that's what they gonna do. They gonna try to, cut you short. Don't want to pay you for what you already giving them a discount because you ain't even charging them what the mother folks charging them. And then they want to still not want you to make no money. And they gonna say, you know what I'm saying? They ain't putting in, well, okay, well shit, this is pretty. You know what I'm saying? And you done spent a few hours and you done spent your electricity and your gas. You know what I'm saying? You done paid for the butter. Butter ain't cheap. You know what I mean? And did all that kind of stuff. And they don't want to pay you nothing for your craft. Okay, y'all. I'm going to be getting on off here and starting my day. It's early here. It's later for y'all. So you all have a good day. And if you guys want to watch the replay, I done already warned y'all. It's an up and down one. I'm cussing 1 minute and I'm being my sweet self the next minute. You know what I mean? I do, yeah. If y'all want to say it's going to be bipolar, it is. Hey, Contagious. Yeah. So, girl, you're going to have to go on. And I know it's probably real hot. And start in that garden, girl. So, yeah, I see y'all around. And I'll talk to you later. You all have a good day. And for those who Recognize today is Sabbath day. Happy Sabbath day for you all. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Uh-oh. Now, dang it, I don't even know how to end the live. Hold up, y'all. Well, God dog it, maybe it's this. Are you sure you want to stop? Okay, here we go, y'all. Now, this is official. Talk to you later.